Ywaruok mang'eny ewi paro mar chik omenda 2024.
We are taxing the batteries, we are taxing the tires, we are taxing the motor vehicle.
We are approaching this exercise with a very open mind.
Kendo nitiere budget manyien. Budget mar omenda 2024 2025.
There is excise tax on the water inside this bottle.
Every constituency will be getting an average of 180 to 220 million shillings every year.
Let us not throw away what has been built painstakingly over decades.
Kowuok e weche mag osuru nyaka e weche duto motudore gi budget. Pogruok mag paro donjo kendo wawinjogi. Mae momiyo Royal Media Services kelo ni kuku mar wach. Chieng' tich adek tarik 5 dwe mar auchiel. Kochakore sa 12 odhiambo nyaka sa 4 otieno. Kik bai.
Naam, ahlan wa sahlan marhaba mpenzi mtazamaji popote pale ulipo, ikiwa leo ni tarehe 5 mwezi wa 6 mwaka 2024. Karibu kwenye matangazo haya ya moja kwa moja, matangazo ya kipekee, yani the big conversation, au ukipenda ni mjadala mkuu siku ya leo mtazamaji, ambapo tunaangazia mapendekezo ya mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024, ambapo siku hii ya leo tunaangazia masuala kadha wa kadha.
I am Olive Burrows, joining Lulu Hassan, and the big conversation, as she stated, is all about the Finance Bill 2024. And for the next hour, this is your opportunity to weigh in on this conversation. You can do so online. My Twitter handle is @oburrows. Most importantly, @Citizen TV Kenya.
And at Lulu Hassan.
The hashtag is big conversation. Ulita mjadala mkuu kwa Kiswahili. Tukitoka hapa nitakuwa nimeng'ara kwa Kiswahili.
Kabisa.
But we are not alone. We are live throughout the country. We also have a presence across the country. We have Marianne Nyambura, who is in Nakuru County. We have Crispin Otieno, who is in Kisii County. We also have Francis Mtalaki, who is at the coast in Mombasa more specifically. We have Kamau Maina, who is situated in Nyeri with the views of those citizens. And last but definitely not least, Robert Masai is in Kajiado.
Kabisa mtazamaji, tumejaja kila mahali, lakini kwa hivi sasa mtazamaji, Marianne Nyambura amekita kambi katika kaunti ya Nakuru na anaungana nasi mubashara kuwasilisha hoja za wakazi kuhusu mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024 mwaka 2025 ambao umezua tumbo joto kutokana na mapendekezo yanayotajwa kuwa mzigo mkubwa wa Wakenya. Kwako Marianne.
moto, tukiambiwa maneno itakaa vizuri, maneno itakaa vizuri. Kwa hayo sasa serikali pahali imetupeleka usiku na mchana, tumeona hakuna mapato yenye tutapata kwa hii transport. Sijui kama wanataka kumaliza hizi transport walete magari zao, hatujui kama ni SGR wanataka ingiage baka mashinani, hatujui. Kwa hivyo transport ya matatu imemalizwa. Na hizi budget huwa wanasema wanasoma na wanatenga pesa za budget. Anyway, kwa Kenyans, government yenye imepita na sahi penye tuko, either watoto wenye wako nyuma yetu watakuta hii changamoto ikiwa wataielewa venye iko. Lakini sisi tumepitia serikali kuanzia Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, lakini hatujapitia changamoto mpaka sahi tuko wazima hivi kama yenye tunapitia kwa hii national government. Ndio yote inakuwa national government, lakini wananchi washajua tunabebwa utoto, lakini tukishasema punda imechoka. Na tutaki kufika hapo juu sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Na watu wenye tulichagua, hizi budget wanaenda mahoteli kubwa usiku wanapitisha. Wasidhani ati hizi pesa za budget zenye huwa zinatengwa zitufikie sisi mashinani, wanaenda kukura mandazi na chai kunywa huko kwa hoteli, wanaona hatuelewi. Sisi tushachoka. Pesa zetu koti yenye tunachokea saizi sisi kazi yetu ni ngumu, hebu zitufanyie kazi. Tukiona tauni zetu kazi inaendelea vile inastahili, hakuna serikali tutablame. Lakini pesa tunatolewa tax, lakini hakuna kazi tunaona ikitola, hatuwezi kubali hata kidogo. Asanteni sana.
Aya, na kama ulivyosikia Olive na Lulu mkiwa studio, ni maoni ya wakazi hapa katika kaunti ya Nakuru kuhusiana na mswada huu wa fedha wa mwaka 2024 na vile vile makadirio ya bajeti ya mwaka 2024-2025. Wito wao ukiwa wakisema kuwa hapo wakati ambapo bunge linazidi kujadili mswada huu, wasiweze kuwafinyilia wakazi kwa kuongeza ushuru katika sekta mbalimbali. Kuna sekta ile kuna ile sekta ya matatu ambao wanaweza, ama magari, wahudumu wa magari kuongezewa ushuru kwa 2.5. Kuna vile vile kuongezwa kwa ushuru kwa bidhaa tofauti kama vile mkate. Kwa hivyo ni hisia zao. Pengine ukiweza kupata maoni kutoka kaunti zingine, basi tutapata hisia mseto kutoka kote nchini kuhusiana na kile wakazi wanasema kuhusiana na mswada huu wa fedha mwaka 2024.
Shukran sana Marian Nyambura. Ama kwa hakika Olive, kama umeweza kusikia wanasema Kenyans are tired.
Punda, in fact, jamaa amesema punda imechoka. And then did you hear the one about tuache kublame Rais Ruto? We stop blaming President William Ruto, and they are looking at their legislators, wanaangalia wabunge wao.
Wamesema kwamba tusimlaumu rais bali bunge la kitaifa, na atakayepitisha mswada huo basi huyo ni wa kurudi nyumbani. Ndio maoni ya baadhi ya wakazi wa kaunti ya Nakuru. Na hivi sasa tunaenda wapi?
Tunaenda Nyeri, lakini kwanza just to remind you that the hashtag is Citizen Big Conversation or hashtag Finance Bill 2024, hashtag Citizen Big Conversation, hashtag Finance Bill 2024. Do get your voice heard in this big conversation. We are looking out for what you have to say, but some of those big issues that were raised by those Kenyans are concerns around what will the Finance Bill 2024 mean for the cost of bread, what will it mean for edible oil. There is the eco levy we've been talking about, the motor vehicle tax. So, but as far as the edible oil is concerned, we have Kamau Mwangi, who is in Nyeri County, and he's speaking to residents, and they have, my understanding is that they have lots of views on issues, especially to do with edible oil, and I guess that's where he'll start, edible oil and spare parts.
Kwa hivyo tuweze kukutana naye kama Mwangi kutoka kaunti ya Nyeri, atujuze mengi zaidi akiwa na wakazi wa kaunti ya Nyeri.
Naam, swala la kuongezeka kwa bei ya bidhaa muhimu wanazozitumia wafanyabiashara wadogo kufuatia mapendekezo yaliyoko kwenye mswada wa fedha mwaka 2024-2025 limeonekana kuwakera wengi hapa katika kaunti ya Nyeri. Tulianza kwa kuzungumza na Yvonne Njeri ambaye ni mmiliki wa hoteli ndogo, na alikuwa na haya ya kusema.
Finance bill ya kuongezea mafuta inatuturn down kiasi, kwa sababu manake hiyo mafuta ndio tunatumia kupika. Na kisha wakishaongezea bei, itabidi sasa sisi tuongezee bei kwa customer wetu kwa chakula ambayo tunaipika, na hiyo kiasi biashara itarudi chini, kwa manake watu wata prefer kubeba chakula yao wanakula Sasa kama sabuni wakiongezea na ndio tunatumia kuosha kama vyombo, itabidi tumeongezea customer wetu bei, na sasa food zikiwa price ya juu, unaona customers kidogo wanapungua. Sasa hiyo biashara inarudi chini.
Hii finance bill inatupeleka vibaya. Juu sasa unaona wameongeza ushuru vitu za bodaboda. So tunaona inatufinyiria sana kama sisi watu wa sekta ya bodaboda. So itabidi sasa tuongeze bei katika customers zetu. Ya tuseme vitu kama battery ya bodaboda sasa inatoka 1500. So unaona hiyo finance bill ikipita itatoka kutoka 2000 na. So itatufinyiria sana juu sasa ile pesa tunapata katika sekta ya bodaboda hatutaweza kuifanya service.
Customer alikuwa mzuri kwako. Ukimwambia umeongezea na 1000 juu, anasema ai unaniibia. Sasa utafanya aje? Si customer atapotea. One thing, auto spares hata wao ndio tunaenda kununua kwao. Wao wameongezea bei. Wakiongezea bei na sisi tunaongezea. Whereby hatutapata gari mingi zitabaki zikiwa zimelala nyumbani. Utapata hata mafuta itaongezeka. So ujue hiyo hata kurudi kwa mfuko kununua mafuta ni shida. So hata sisi jameni, serikali tuhurumie.
Na kwa wakazi hawa wanasema kinachowakera zaidi ni matamshi ya Rais William Ruto alipokuwa anazungumza na runinga moja ya kimataifa kwamba ana nia ya kuongeza asilimia ya ushuru wa kitaifa kufikia asilimia 22 atakapokuwa anaondoka mamlakani, hofu yao ikiwa ni biashara zao zitakuwa zishafifia.
Hii finance bill, acha mimi niongee yangu. Asiongezee anything. Na hii tax anatulipisha, atoe hiyo kodi. Hiyo kodi hatujui hata kwanza kwenye inaenda, hatusaidii.
Wakiingia walituahidi kuwa wanaangalia mwanabiashara wa chini, lakini sasa hatuoni hivyo, manake kuongezea mafuta ya kupika wanatukishukisha chini kiasi.
Sisi kama watu wa sekta ya bodaboda, wakati alikuwa anafanya kampeni huko alikuwa anasema serikali ni ya watu wa bodaboda, mama mboga, lakini kwa sasa sisi kama watu wa bodaboda wanatufinyiria sana. Sio venye alikuwa anasema, sio venye anatenda. Sasa mimi hata kuongeza bodaboda ingine sitaweza, juu sasa hata bodaboda ziko na bei kali. Sasa inabidi nikae na kale kangu kamzee.
Ndizo semi za kati ya wafanyabiashara kutoka kaunti ya Nyeri kuhusu mswada wa fedha mwaka 2024-2025 wakitumainia kwamba mapendekezo yao yatasikizwa. Kutoka kaunti ya Nyeri, mimi ni Kamau Mwangi.
Thank you for that. Kamau Mwangi speaking to residents of Nyeri County. Lulu, ulisikia serikali tuhurumie?
Tuhurumie kabisa, manake wengi wanasema kwamba maisha yamekuwa magumu, mtazamaji. Hayo ni maoni ya wakazi wa kaunti ya Nyeri, lakini wa kaunti ya Machakos wana yapi ya kusema kuhusiana na mswada huo wa fedha?
Hii mambo ya ushuru vile watu wanasema iko juu. Mimi nataka niseme hiyo ushuru iko juu, lakini kama hatutoi ushuru hakuna maendeleo itakuja Kenya.
Nataka waangalie nchi kama India since 1948. Price ya rice, mchele haijaongezwa mpaka sasa kwa sababu ni staple food. Kwa hivyo ile nawahimiza ni hiyo vitu watoe. Ile ingine ni hii ya vehicle sako, sijui ni vehicle nini, hii ya magari wawachane nayo. Ya mkate wachana nayo, ya magari wachana nayo.
Kama inawezekana hiyo mkate ni kutelemushwa ikatwe, kama inatoka shilingi 70 itoke 50. Kwa hivyo hii finance bill inafinya mwananchi kusema ukweli.
Kwa hivyo mimi nasema our party leader and our president Dr. William Ruto asikize sauti ya mwananchi. Gharama imeenda juu. Yeye ni mcha Mungu, ajue vile atafanya gharama maisha iwe chini.
Mambo ya shule zetu lazima tuiongelelee. Mambo ya masomo ya the high school and also the university. Na yale funding ya university students vile hiko tulize wasitupandishie kitu chochote. Na hata mambo ya high school tunaona vile wanalipisha the day scholars and the boarding schools. Ile imelipishwa ya wale ambao si boarding school ni kiwango ambacho kinaweza sustain kwa sasa yule mwananchi wa kawaida.
Ahadi zao kwetu sisi kama wanarika ilikuwa ni kutuinua, ile wanatugandamiza, kila kitu iko juu, mafuta. Hata sasa huwezi kujinunua, kama unataka kununua kama kagari huwezi sasa kununua, kila kitu imetaksiwa. mambo iko juu. Tunaomba serikali angalia maneno na tutashukuru sana.
Story ya finance bill mimi nasikia ni kama inatuumiza. Ukiangalia moja sasa hii imepanda, kila kitu imepanda. Mafuta inateremka na shilingi moja, lakini hiyo mimi sioni ikiwa na impact. Unaona biashara ziko chini. Kama leo ni kama hata hatujakula, nasikia njaa. Unaangalia watu huku kando venye at least sasa movements zimeendelea kupotea hata kwa maduka.
Nimesikia mambo hiyo ya finance bill mnataka kupandisha, tafadhali mjaribu kutusaidia msipandishe vitu ile tunakula kama vile mkate, mafuta. Kwanza mkate mkipandisha sasa itakuwa shida kwetu, tayari ile pale liko tayari ni mbali. Na mafuta sasa transport ya kutoka kwetu huko ni 200 kutoka Kadiani kuja hapa. Wakipandishwa mafuta tena itakuwa hatuwezi hata kutembea, itakuwa hatuwezi kwenda hata hospitali. Kwa hivyo tafadhali mlinde wananchi.
Na mtazamaji, ndio maoni kutoka kwa baadhi ya wakazi wa Machakos. Nayo ndani ya studio maoni ni mengi, Olive. Mwingine hapa anasema taksi tozwe mashamba yenye halimu ili watu wapate kazi, ushuru kutoa sio shida.
Why should we increase the budget and make all Kenyans pay tax just to be stolen by few individuals? Right now, ministries and county governments can't account for 30% of the money received from Treasury. Just one of your views. The SMS number, Lulu?
Is 2442. Ama katika mtandao wa Twitter ni @CitizenTV Kenya, #The Big Conversation.
Yes, Citizen Big Conversation. #Finance Bill 2024 @Obarrows
Lulu Hassan.
@Lulu Hassan. Speak to us. The big conversation is all about you. We had from Mwenye Mkahawa kule ilikuwa wapi? Ilikuwa haikuwa Mombasa, ilikuwa Nyeri. Right. Francis Mtalaki is standing by, and he's going to get views on the impact, how Kenyans believe, those in the tourism sector believe they'll be impacted by the Finance Bill 2024, as well as those who import vehicles. Over to you, Francis.
Naam, asante sana kutoka studio zetu jijini Nairobi. Hapa tulipo ni kisiwani Mombasa, hasa katika barabara kuu hii ya Mombasa kuelekea Malindi. Na hapa pia kuna biashara ambazo hunoga mchana na usiku. Giza linaingia, lakini utapata pia wafanyabiashara hawa wanaotengeneza vitanda ambao pia wanaendeleza biashara zao hapa, ambao pia ndio tumeweza kuwatembelea hii leo. Tuje tupate maoni yao. Nipo na mmoja wao hapa. Tueleze wewe majina yako, alafu niambie katika kazi unayoifanya kila siku, labda kuna huu mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024-25, maoni yako ni yapi hasa kama Mkenya wa kawaida?
Asante kwa ajili ya hilo swali. Kwa majina naitwa Bob Henry, na katika mswada unaoendelea, kusema ukweli, katika eneo la Pwani kitega uchumi ni utalii, na unapata ya kwamba kama watalii hawako, hakuna biashara ambayo inaweza endelea katika eneo la Pwani. Na haswa sisi katika biashara yetu ambayo unaona ya vitanda, biashara yote ambayo inaendelea eneo la Pwani, tunategemea watalii. Sasa watalii hawawezi wakazuru katika eneo la Pwani kwa sababu hamna pesa, kila kitu imepandishwa. Sisi pia wafanyikazi imefika wakati tunaumia, manake tunategemea mabosi wetu watuletee pesa, lakini wao wanalia hamna pesa kila wakati.
Ukisikia kwamba kuna baadhi ya vitu vinapanda, kwa mfano tuchukue mfano kwamba mkate unaokula kila asubuhi kama kiamsha chai chako utatoka shilingi 65 hadi 75, wewe utaweza kumudu?
Kusema ukweli itakuwa ni vigumu, kwa sababu si maisha ambayo nilikuwa natarajia. Na hata nilipompigia rais wangu Bwana Ruto, sikutarajia kwamba maisha yatakuwa jinsi yalivyokuwa. Lakini sasa yeye ametugeuza, ni kwamba sisi ni kitega uchumi kwake. Kwa sababu mkate haiwezi kuwa kwamba inatoka 65 inapandishwa tena. Awali nilikuwa nainunua katika shilingi 50, lakini sasa hii imefika shilingi 65 na bado inataka kupandishwa. Watoto wanataka kusoma. Sasa utanunua mkate ama utasomesha mtoto?
Na ukipewa labda vitu ambavyo labda vinapaswa kupunguzwa ama kuondolewa ushuru, vitu kama gani?
Haswa bidhaa muhimu ambaye yafaa iondolewe ushuru na itasaidia mwananchi wa kawaida. Haswa bei ya mafuta ikishuka, kila kitu najua itakuwa imeshuka. Haswa chakula, tutajua ya kwamba maisha yatakuwa nzuri.
Hizi trilioni 4 kwako wewe na maisha haya ya Mkenya wa kawaida, tutaweza kuzikusanya?
Kwa hakika sitakuwa naweza, kwa sababu gharama hiyo, biashara mwanzo ilikuwa imenoga, lakini kwa sasa imerudi chini, ambao hata kupata ile kiwango tuliokuwa tunapata awali imekuwa ngumu.
Usiku unaweza toka na pesa ngapi?
Mwanzoni nilikuwa naweza toka na, kama mfanyikazi nilikuwa naweza toka na shilingi 2,000, lakini saa hii imepunguzwa, hata kupata shilingi 1,000 kwa siku inakuwa ni ngumu.
Sawa, sasa acha tumpate mwenzako pia. Songa hapa karibu pia, useme na sisi, labda wewe pia tuambie majina yako na haya masuala ya mswada wa fedha, hasa katika bajeti hii ambayo inaendelea katika bunge la kitaifa. Labda wewe maoni yako ni yapi? Wapi na wapi serikali inapaswa kukuangazia wewe kama Mkenya wa kawaida?
Sasa kwa majina yangu naitwa Saidi Rua Mazera. Okay. Kusema la kweli, kulingana na mswada ambao unataka kupitishwa au watu wanafikiria kuupitisha kwa sahihi, unakuwa ni mgumu sana kulingana na hii situation sasa tuko nayo. Kwanza, kabla hapo tayari maisha yalikuwa yamepanda. Ukiangalia transport yenyewe ya kutoka VOK mpaka Marikiti ni shilingi 70 usubuhi, au sengine unaweza pata hata matatu mtu anakutajisha shilingi 100. Sasa jiulize sasa hii tena ikipandishwa tena VOK mpaka Marikiti unaweza chajishwa 150. Hiyo 150 yenyewe labda kule umeenda kibarua unapata labda 400 au 300. Sasa jiulize, utaweza kuweka lunch, utaweza kutafuta fare ya kuja nyumbani au kutafuta chakula? Sisi ni wapwani, tunajua tunapendaga vitu soft. Sasa niulize, mkate umepanda, mkate umepanda. Yule mtoto asubuhi lazima atoke at least akuwe na kaslesi kidogo aende. Sasa kama umepanda kweli tunaweza kupata? Hatuwezi. Kama mchele sasa ukipanda tunakuwa matatizoni, umeelewa? Kwa hivyo kivyovyote mimi sikutarajia kama inaweza fikia hapa. Manake Ruto nilimpenda, nikijua vile amesema yeye ni mtu wa hasla na alianza anaanzia chini. Sasa hiyo tayari imeleta shida kwa mama mboga. Maana mama mboga anategemea gari itoke juu ikuje chini. Sasa kama hiyo gari yenyewe itapandishwa mafuta, jiulize tomato tutanunua pesa ngapi? Yenyewe hii juzi kwa na hii mambo ya matatizo ya mgoka. Tomato ulikuwa ukienda sokoni kununua, unanunua tomato moja kwa shilingi 15. Na ulikuwa ukienda pale shilingi 10 unaletewa mrundo. Sasa hiyo ilikuwa ni upande wa mgoka. Sasa hii ikuje tena ni mafuta. Imagine. Ipandishwe. Mimi mwenyewe nauza maji. Ile maji nategemea gari ikuje intilie maji. Sasa kama mafuta itakuwa imepandishwa, ina maana mtungi nitauza shilingi 40. Sasa hii yenyewe ni 30. Sasa nikiuza 40 nitapata nini? Hakuna kitu nitapata.
Sawa. Asante kwa sehemu zako. Na ni baadhi tu ya semi kutoka kwa baadhi wa Kenya katika eneo hili la VOK, akiweza kuchangia tu katika masuala haya ya mswada wa fedha, na niweza kukomea hapo na nikuregesha kwa Kelulu na Olive.
Thank you for that, Francis. Lulu, should I say hayo maoni yalikuja moja kwa moja?
Yeah, kutoka county 001, county ya Francis Mtalai.
I'm just looking at Twitter and I see here Frederick Amulaka. By the way, if you want to know what to tweet, the hashtag is Citizen Big Conversation, hashtag Finance Bill 2024. And Frederick says increased tax rates, less car sales equals less tax revenue. This government tax policies are a sure way of making sure they will collect less tax.
Na katika upande wa 2442, mtazamaji mmoja hapa anasema Lulu, hii serikali inaongeza ushuru kiholela, hata kama wanadanganya wanafanya public participation. Ushuru wa gari ni double taxation. Huwezi tax me every year until my car is off the road. Hii ni kutunyanyasa. Badala ya kubroaden the tax base, the government is making investors go to other countries, making our people to lose jobs. Kwani wamefunga macho? Wakenya wamekasirika.
Ni kweli, lakini wenye wana support pia nyinyi tumeni hashtag Citizen Big Conversation, hashtag Finance Bill 2024 na SMS.
Na wengi hapa wanazungumza kuhusu, wanasema wapandishe kila kitu mwananchi. Hii ni mbaya. Ikiwa ni hivi ndio Wakenya watakuwa wanatoza ushuru, basi itakuwa shida kwenda kufunga foleni kupiga kura. Mwingine hapa anasema Olive hata mwingine hapa anasema Valencia kutoka Kitale, kama maisha ya Kenya inapandishwa hivi tutaenda wapi? Ruto hurumia wa Kenya, kuwa na roho ya utu.
Anaambiwa kuna other views coming off of Twitter. This is Amas Moha, who says these Finance Bill 2024 will hurt both consumers and businesses, potentially stifling economic growth and innovation, especially in the tech and digital sectors. Lulu, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, anasema if they need to raise the money for the budget, let them tax or reduce salaries of the officials, MPs, senators, governors, MCA, etc. Hashtag Citizen Big Conversation.
We have Kennedy Muniu, who says the government should prioritize recovering the $2 billion they said is lost every day, which translates to $730 billion. This is a lot of money. Stop taxing Kenyans.
Nama anasema tax his land, tax his bed, tax the table at which he's fed, tax his tractor, tax his donkey, teach him taxes are the rule. Tax his work, tax his pay, he works for peanuts anyway.
Hey!
Son of Coronas. Yeah. Naam, kwa hivi sasa mtazamaji, hayo ndio yalikuwa maoni kutoka mtandao wa X ama Twitter, lakini kwa hivi sasa tunaenda moja kwa moja kutoka kaunti ya Nandi ambapo wakazi wa kaunti hiyo vile vile wamezamia mjadala huu kuhusu mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024-2025 wakilalamikia kwamba huenda gharama ya maisha ikapanda zaidi.
Na sisi kama wakaaji tunangojea sana hiyo issue ya finance bill, kwa sababu hii ndio mikakati ya rais sasa kuweza kupangilia mipango yake na kuunda budget yake kulingana na ile manifesto yake uweze kuingiana na ili maendeleo yoyote iweze kuendelea kwa nchi. Hakuna jinsi unaweza epuka kuweka mambo ya ushuru, na ushuru ndio inaendeleza nchi. Na kwa hii finance bill, ingawa wananchi wengi wanataka kulia kusema labda inafinyilia, lakini adjustment polepole wananchi wataweza kuelewa ni kwa nini hii finance bill inaweza kuwekwa, kwa sababu hii tax mingi inaenda kwa bwenyenye.
Sisi tunaelewa, and we really want the president to do it
serikali hiyo ilijikita katika misingi ya walalahoi na wale wanavyo na kashirika kuchagua serikali hiyo na kuiweka mamlakani. Wale yenye tulipewa, naomba kama wasitishe magari
of Kipale and West Port, looking at some more feedback for this is a big conversation hashtag 2024 at Obaros and we have here says love these access to the donation, they're making it available for us today. Ndio baadhi ya jumbe wenye tutaumia watu vibarua vidogo. In fact mkate huko ni shilingi 60. So that's history to us. Mtazamaji, ndio baadhi ya maoni ya Wakenya kwa hivi sasa. Tusione hapo.
They will raise that money be available for you to say corruption will take all that money. But self-benefit out that let us have our dignity. The Constitution of Kenya of human dignity. We can only have a national dignity when we
sisi kama wanabodaboda tuipasa tuifahamu kabisa tusikie maoni wakiintroduce kwa mambo ya pikipiki ili kuumiza ama mzao kwa mwananchi. Na hiyo ni kitu government ingeweza participation ndio waweza kuoni yao. Sasa hizi gari za sababu mwananchi kawaida hata kudumu kama hata
wale watu wana mingi mimi kwa magari sana ni lori fanya. Kwa hivyo tunaendelea vile tena uchumi umeenda hiyo ndameni tutahesabia kwa kila mwaka wakati mnapata zile. Tunafuta vile umeenda na sisi tunaendelea kulia sana kwa nchi.
Ndio baadhi ya maoni kutoka kaunti hiyo. Wengi wameweza kutoa maoni yao siku ya leo kupitia mtandao wa Twitter na tunasema for increasing and introducing new taxes that Kenya Parliament should now affected in this financial year 2023-2024.
We have Alfred Kariuki who says citizen big conversation these punitive taxes to fund executives' best life. We yes cars at State House Kenya by cutting back on non-priority spend, not additional taxes.
Na Citizen TV Kenya sema bona ma MP supporting the wanadai kwamba wanazingatia maoni yetu kutoa maoni wakaruka fupi.
Looking, and this is George Sir, looking at in vehicles tax, bread, oil price, and increase cost. If you have this is anasema, but seriously, how will you tax everything? People are suffering. We have Nicholas Nyao
na wanasema shida ya bunge wa sasa isini waoga sana kupinga kitu chochote, wanaenda tu na vile na kusema ndio kila kitu inakuwa sababu wa mrengo wa serikali kwa hatari kwa Kenya watu wawerevu.
What came up there was affordable housing is a potential issue. It was an issue of housing. To the annual housing gap from the 200 units, so the administration imposed a 1% housing levy on the salary payments with the employers contributing a similar amount that was capped at more than 5,000 shillings. However, some Kenyans feeling reduction in their pocket, the government is takes a look at the impact of the affordable housing levy and other related taxes on the construction sector.
So Kenya is subjected to a 1.5% housing levy contribution. The government has solely proposed to fund its affordable for contentious and public levies to the with revenues collected dropping billions of shillings. The ministry noted that the Kenya Revenue Authority collected and remitted 5 billion shillings to the state for housing and urban development, implementation of the housing levy. However, near the end of the line, experts are raising concerns.
Concerned about the slow progress. It's like we wait, we rush to get to the money. Then we are not moving as implementation with a kind of
in the pipeline 4 years before. To some extent, we do not see projection of housing levy as such.
This reaction to the project, experts questioning the government's move to invest the revenues in bond and bills, questioning the approval. The pivotal bond investment, while housing projects remain incomplete, with less in the construction sector, noting the rise to remain afloat.
Investment in the treasury bonds and all that. Let us have an explanation. Yes, we made. But we are seeing a slow progress that we expected. If we realize the implementation of this affordable housing and the implemented, we will be cutting this number of people by job.
They expected because there was, understanding that through supply of materials
that to be. At the same time, the construction sector is concerned over investors in the sector, noting that this has resulted in job losses for Kenyans, blaming the increase in taxation, which has left investors with advantage with the cost of doubling.
And so we are saying, to encourage the local manufacturing, to encourage local construction industry, to encourage construction industry, don't impose subsidies on this kind of implements, and especially you need to constructions are going on. We have in the city of Nairobi to ask teaching architects offices you find that is not dedicated, if not organized, they should keep the one people are left with very little money and they cannot be able to purchase the services that are out there being sold, and that kills the circulation of money economy and the result of the economy is that it
at the impact of the Council 2020 Act that is enforced to and look at the affordable housing. The big issue was VAT on fuel that was passed this year. VAT, we're very concerned, we're looking at motor vehicles VAT on something. Financial services. What will be the impact on the big conversation?
Tutarudi na mbali.
Cholesterol-free, natural vitamin E. Find Fresh Fry Premium Cooking Oil for healthy living. Whenever you fly to space or take your first step as baby, SoftCare always stays with you.
New SoftCare Space Series is rooted from space technology. Dry and comfortable for 12 hours long. Offers you the most effective protection during your space journey.
SoftCare. Protect your leap.
Keep coming back. Double the vitamin C power. New Garnier Vitamin C Day and Night Serums. Day with the #1 vitamin C serum to correct dark marks. At night, new 10% vitamin C serum to help prevent the reappearance. Together, twice as fast dark mark reduction. The power duo. New Garnier Vitamin C Day and Night Serums. By Garnier, naturally.
Open curtains and blinds during the day to utilize natural light instead of relying on artificial lighting.
You can now simply dial *977# or download My Power app from the Google Play Store or the App Store, all at the comfort of your phone. Kenya Power, powering people for better lives.
I would have thought the roof was green.
Yenyewe, your roof imeparara. Hiyo sio green. Mike, this roof looks amazing.
It's the same cover, Max.
It's more than just proof. It's counter that lasts, backed by a warranty.
Lete mtadisa kujenga chakupeleka kwa dila wa MRM.
Ukiweka, umeweka. CoverMax, quality product from MRM.
What car do you drive? Is it a Ford? Is it a Land Rover? A Volkswagen? Is it a Honda? A Jaguar? Or maybe a Subaru? It doesn't matter what car you drive. If you use the right oil, you have the right car. Castrol, recommended by leading vehicle manufacturers worldwide. Castrol, it's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
Welcome to our new office. Wonderful sight. This is where the parking is. The lorry's entrance there and their exit there. What is it?
So where is the building?
Get your warehouse fast and stress-free with SafeBuild, now ready-made so you can have your business running in as little as 30 days. SafeBuild, a quality product from Safal Building Systems, a subsidiary of MRM.
When your kids learn to be independent, you're giving them a great start. Prestige Margarine. It all starts with a great start. Now comes in the original and vanilla flavor.
Decide whether you prefer scented or unscented detergent. Some people enjoy the fresh fragrance left on their clothes after washing, while others prefer a fragrance-free option.
The colorful day wonderful scent.
Nimejaribu mafuta na sabuni nyingi, hazikusaidia kurelieve eczema, dryness, or my baby's sensitive skin. Tangu nigundue the new Nice and Lovely Baby Naturals wash. Ni soothing during bath time na haiwashi macho. Ngozi imebadilika kabisa. Thanks to Nice and Lovely Baby Naturals Daily Cream. The whole 3-in-1 Daily Cream moisturizes, protects, and repairs. Chagua Nice and Lovely Baby Naturals, approved by pediatricians and dermatologists.
Life is a series of pursuits.
A journey to achieve goals for yourself and for your family. It's how you build your legacy.
Because in this pursuit of excellence, we understand that greatness lies in the choices we make.
Make your home a signature home with Lifestyle. Introducing Lifestyle Steel Stone Coated Roofing Tiles, where roofing excellence is backed by a lifetime guarantee from Mabati Rolling Mills.
SIC welcomes you to the home of champions for a chance to own prime property where serenity meets convenience at the Adelaide Creek Eldoret. This property is just 2 minutes from the CBD along Iten Road, bordering the University of Eldoret, and offers breathtaking views of Iten Hills. It is divided into quarters, selling at a competitive price of 2.5 million shillings. Adelaide Creek comes with a number of viewers, including great roads, chain link fence, electricity and water. For connection, book yours today. Call 029 121212.
High-quality diapers often feature multiple layers, a moisture-wicking top layer, and a core designed to lock in moisture.
New Soft Hair Space Series is rooted from Space Tech. Keeps you dry and comfortable for 12 hours long. Soft Hair. Protect your leaf.
Congratulations to the over 3,000 candidates who have been placed by the Kenya Universities and Colleges Assessment Services to study at Mount Kenya University. Welcome to the home of quality, affordable and internationally recognized education. The doors are still open for those who would want to apply for inter-institutional transfer through the KUCCPS portal. Join us today and unlock infinite possibilities.
Welcome to our new office. Wonderful sight. This is where the parking is. The lorry's entrance there and their exit there. What is it?
So where is the building?
Get your warehouse fast and stress-free with SouthBuild. Already made so you can have your business running in as little as 30 days. SouthBuild, a quality product from Safal Building Systems, a subsidiary of MRM.
Acne-prone skin? Marks? Stop. Try new Garnier Charcoal Serum with 4% AHA, BHA and charcoal. That serum with no residue. Clinically proven to reduce pimples and acne marks. New Garnier AHA, BHA Charcoal Serum. By dermatologists by Garnier Naturally.
Day 7 of crazy offers, unbeatable offers, exclusive offers, special offers, more offers. It's Carrefour, baby. What did you expect? Anniversary deal, the Carrefour.
With Deep Freeze, exercise is not a punishment, but something to enjoy. Whether you like running, gym, cycling, or any sports, always use Deep Freeze to instantly cool down overworked muscles. Deep Freeze provides an instant burst of cooling relief during, after exercise, and on fresh impact injury.
Quality clothes feature well-constructed seams with tight, even stitching. Reinforced stitching in high-stress areas enhances durability and prevents unraveling. Every stitch, every detail. The details make the difference.
Na mtazamaji, mswada wa fedha mwaka 2024 umezua mihemko na hisia kali nchini, huku zaidi ya mashirika 500 yakipinga mapendekezo ya mswada huu. Mswada wa mwaka 2024 unapendekeza aina nyingi ya ushuru, ikiwemo ushuru wa mkate, wa magari, huduma za kifedha na hata magurudumu ya aina tofauti, ikiwemo ile ikitajwa kwa kejeli gurudumu la wheelbarrow. Ni jioni njema kutoka studio za Ramogi TV, ambapo mjadala mkuu unaletwa kwenu moja kupitia runinga zote za kampuni ya Royal Media, Radio Citizen na Hot 96 na pia mitandaoni. Jina langu ni Lulu Hassan.
And I'm Olive Burrows on a big evening of a big conversation on an big national issue. The of 2024 has generated just as much, if not more, heat than the Finance Bill 2023. In this special broadcast, we're live from 5 studios as we dissect the provisions of the Finance Bill, the implications if passed, and the options if not passed. To walk us through the contentious issues, our town hall studio is made up of a cross-section of taxpayers whose sectors would take the direct hit from the provisions of the bill. Our colleagues Rashid Abdallah and Trevor Ombija are manning the taxpayers studio.
Na mtazamaji, hiyo ikiwa ni studio yetu ya wadau tunaowaita walipa ushuru. Studio yetu ya pili itakuwa studio ya serikali, ambapo jioni hii maswali ni mengi yanayosubiri majibu. Wenzetu Sam Gituku na Mashirima Kapombe wataelekeza mazungumzo katika studio hiyo, huku washirika wakiwa ni pamoja na Bunge Kimani Kulia ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa kamati ya katika bunge la kitaifa, mwenyekiti wa kamati ya kilimo Daktari Kanyoithia Mutunga na Morris Orey ambaye ni naibu kamishna wa mamlaka ya ushuru KRA.
And now on to our third studio, the Oversight Studio. We call it Oversight because it is composed of members of the Houses of Parliament, an institution whose duty it is to pass laws such as the Finance Bill 2024. Our colleagues Nimrod Tabu and Ayub Abdikadir will be facilitating the conversation from the Oversight Studio. Our guests there are Member of Parliament John Badi, who is the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, Governor Mushoba, Member of Parliament for Githunguri, and Busia Senator Okia Omtata.
Na studio yetu ya nne itajumuisha wataalamu wa masuala ya fedha, ushuru na bajeti, wakiwemo Kwame Owino, Bilo Kero, Daktari Abraham Rugo, Diana Gishengo na Philip Kakai ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa ISPAC. Wenzetu Ivono Kwara na Lincoln Jogu wataongoza mazungumzo na majadiliano katika studio hiyo.
And now on to our fifth studio, which is right here where we are with Lulu Hassan. This is the Wananchi studio. It is our bottom-up studio, to put it another way. And from here we will look at the discussions from the grassroots. Going up, we will be watching the discussion with a panel of 3 grassroots representatives. We have Mama Boga, Belina, a Boda Boda operator, Peter, and a member of Bunge la Wananchi, and that is Edward Rioba.
Na mtazamaji, lakini kabla ya mjadala tunawaletea taarifa fupi ya habari za Nipashe siku hii ya leo. Naam, karibu mtazamaji. Askofu mkuu wa kanisa la Kianglikana Jackson Ole Sapit, maafisa wa Telkom Kenya, chama cha wahandisi nchini na kampuni ya teksi nchini Uber ni wa hivi punde kutoa hisia zao kuhusu mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024-2025. Sapit amekosoa mapendekezo ya ushuru kwa bidhaa muhimu, sakramenti na mvinyo unaotumiwa kwa ibada, akisema ni mzigo mkubwa. Wito umetolewa kwa bunge la taifa kufutilia mbali vipengee ambavyo vinapendekeza kuongezeka kwa ushuru zaidi, wakisema vitaathiri uchumi wa taifa.
Askofu mkuu wa kanisa la Kianglikana Jackson Ole Sapit amepinga vikali mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024 kama ilivyo sasa, huku akisema kwamba mswada huo ni mzigo kubwa kwa mwananchi kutokana na vipengee vinavyoendeleza kuongezwa ushuru kwa bidhaa na huduma muhimu.
The proposed excise duty will lead to higher prices for essential household items such as cooking oil, soap and bread. This will disproportionately affect the low-income families, increasing the cost of living and reducing their disposable income.
Kiongozi huyo wa kidini akisema kwamba sakramenti inayotegemea mkate na mvinyo maalum zitaathirika pakubwa kutokana na kuongezwa ushuru kwa bidhaa hizo.
Every time I run that vehicle, I have 16% on fuel. Every time I go to any garage, there is 16% on every repairs parts. Every time I purchase new tires, there is a 16% VAT. So what are you still asking from the same vehicle, which I run on taxes on a daily basis?
Mbali na askofu mkuu wa kanisa la Anglikana Jackson Ole Sapit, wadau wengine wakiwemo Telcom Kenya, chama cha wahandisi nchini na kampuni ya teksi nchini Uber walitoa wito kwa bunge la taifa kufutilia mbali vipengee ambavyo vinapendekeza kuongezwa kwa ushuru kwenye bidhaa muhimu kwa kuwa vitaathirisha uchumi wa taifa.
That exemptions need to be retained. And the justification is that the removal of the exemptions will discourage investments in the construction of specialized hospitals, and this will also increase the cost of such projects and increase unemployment.
Withholding should be by platform owners who make payment to platform users, not platform owners who facilitate payment.
Seth Olale, runinga ya Citizen.
Na mbali na mtazamaji ni kwamba kampeni ya Raila Odinga kwenye uchaguzi wa mwenyekiti wa tume ya muungano wa Afrika itaongozwa na kamati ya pamoja chini ya wizara ya masuala ya kigeni. Mkuu wa mawaziri ambaye pia ni waziri wa masuala ya kigeni Musalia Mudavadi amesema kwamba ofisi yake itashirikiana na ile ya Odinga kufanya kampeni kwa mataifa mbalimbali barani ili kuzishawishi kuunga mkono azma ya Raila. Na kama anavyoarifu Brenda Wanga, wawili hao wameelezea matumaini yao kwamba tajriba ya Raila ni ushawishi tosha kwa mataifa mbalimbali kumuunga mkono.
Hii ilikuwa mara ya kwanza kwa serikali na kiongozi wa Azimio Raila Odinga, ambaye sasa anawania wenyekiti wa tume ya muungano wa Afrika, kuzungumza kwa pamoja kuhusu azma hiyo. Kikao na wanahabari kikijiri baada ya mkutano baina ya wawili hao, ambapo serikali ilisisitiza ari yake ya kumuunga mkono Raila kwenye azma hiyo na hivyo kuunda kamati ya pamoja inayohusisha pande hizo mbili.
The State Department for Foreign Affairs has established a campaign secretariat which includes the candidates' strategy team. The secretariat will prepare all the briefs for use by the candidates, develop campaign materials, including digital presence, and prepare for the public debate to be broadcast live to African citizens.
With committed and proper coordination between my team and the government, we should be able to clinch the seat.
Mojawapo ya majukumu ya kamati hiyo ya pamoja ni kutafsiri wasifu wa Raila katika lugha 6 zinazotumika kwenye muungano wa Afrika kabla ya kukamilika kwa muda wa maombi ya kimaeneo mwezi Agosti.
Continental Free Trade Area Agreement.
Raila Odinga akionekana kuwa na matumaini makubwa kuwa tajriba yake humu nchini na nje ya nchi inamweka kwenye nafasi nzuri ya kupata kiti hicho na kuwa mwenyekiti wa kwanza wa tume ya muungano wa Afrika kutoka Afrika Mashariki. Musalia Mudavadi akikariri kauli hiyo na kusema kuwa serikali itawasilisha ujumbe huo katika mataifa mbalimbali barani ili kuzishawishi kumuunga mkono Odinga.
I believe that I have sufficient knowledge and experience to be able to move the AU forward. AU is an institution that was founded by the founding fathers of our nation. And their dream was an Africa that was united, an Africa that was cohesive, an Africa that was developed.
Additionally, the campaign involves outreach programs to capitals of AU member states, briefing of Kenya missions abroad, and engagements with diplomatic corps in Nairobi. Kenya is certain that our candidate, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, has credentials and the passion to advocate for Africa's interests globally and champion for more opportunities for Africa and her people.
Viongozi hao wawili wanasema kuwa taifa litafaidi pakubwa iwapo Raila atatua kiti hicho na kupuuzilia mbali dhana kuwa ni swala la nipe nikupe kati ya Raila na serikali.
I was myself pleased and surprised that Kenya government said they would support me. I was expecting them to say no. I don't know the reason why they said yes.
Raila Amolo Odinga has got the requisite experience. As I said in another forum, he has seen both hot and cold. And Africa is beaming with both hot and cold. And Raila is required on the African continent.
Uchaguzi wa mwenyekiti wa tume ya muungano wa Afrika utafanyika mwezi Februari mwaka ujao.
Na mtazamaji, kuanzia leo wauzaji wa mogoka na miraa katika kaunti ya Lamu hawataruhusiwa kuuza bidhaa hizo barabarani, vichochoroni wala karibu na shule na maabadi. Wafanyabiashara hao watahitajika kuuzia bidhaa zao kwenye maduka ya biashara. Gavana wa Lamu Issa Timami ameeleza kwamba hizi ni hatua za kwanza za kudhibiti uuzaji na uraibu wa miraa na mogoka katika kaunti hiyo. Timami amewaonya wafanyabiashara dhidi ya kuuzia watoto walio chini ya umri wa miaka 18 bidhaa hizo. Watakapopatikana wakiuza bidhaa hizo nje ya maduka ya biashara watachukuliwa hatua kali. Inaarifiwa kwamba kaunti ya Lamu ina zaidi ya watumiaji 3,000 wa mogoka na miraa, wengi wakiwa vijana walio na umri wa kati ya miaka 25 hadi 35 kwa mujibu wa ripoti ya NACADA ya mwaka 2022.
We are banning street sales of mogoka. Number 2, we shall not allow the sale of mogoka in any mirror in any places near places of worship and our schools. And thirdly, we shall not allow the sale of mogoka and miraa to persons who are under the age of 18 years.
Mimi ningependelea angechukua msimamo kama ule wa gavana wa Mombasa na Taita Taveta na Kilifi. Apige marufuku kabisa mogoka, kwa sababu mogoka uko na athari kubwa sana. Wengi watu hawalali, wanakuwa paka wenda wazimu, wengine pia nyumbani pia kazi zingine pia zinakuwa ni shida kwa mabibi zao.
Kwenye vibanda ni sawa, bora yafunga mogoka, kwani sinda niko wapi. Lakini kama hapa Njeti tuomba, kama mimi ndio msaji hapa Njeti, tumwombea tuwekee vibanda kuhusia mogoka, si hakuna nafasi.
Na wasiuzie watoto ya shule na nini na kadhalika ni mzuri. Lakini kwa maoni yangu angefunga kabisa isikuje hapa Lamu. Ndio mambo ya ulevi ipungue.
Tukiachana na hayo ni kwamba Kenya inapania kuanza kujitegemea kwenye mahitaji yake ya chanjo. Ili kuwafikia hayo, serikali imeidhinisha mkataba wa makubaliano na taasisi ya chanjo mjini Seoul, Korea Kusini, kwenye hafla iliyohudhuriwa na Rais William Ruto. Rais Ruto amesema kwamba taifa litaweza kuwafikia malengo ya afya bora kwa wote na kuzuia maambukizi ya magonjwa iwapo itajitengenezea chanjo muhimu zinazohitajika. Aidha, rais amesema kuwa mlipuko wa virusi vya korona nchini uliweka wazi changamoto za chanjo zinazotokana na kutegemea watengenezaji wa dawa nje ya nchi. Taasisi ya AVI itafungua kituo chake jijini Nairobi, ambapo Kenya itashirikiana na Tume ya Muungano wa Afrika, Shirika la Afya Duniani, Kituo cha Kudhibiti Magonjwa barani Afrika na Shirika la Dawa barani Afrika kufanikisha utengenezaji wa dawa.
And it has been shown that the surest way to prevent disease, Your Excellency, is through immunization. We can only achieve that by investing in vaccines. And therefore, our being here today is clearly in line with what we are trying to do back at home to ensure that Kenyans, we prevent them from getting ill, and equally, we promote health care.
The boundaries of innovation and enhance our support for research and development in biotechnology, because that will enable us to take charge and define the future of healthcare. Your commitment is vital for our progress. Let us therefore use this milestone as a platform for launching a path into the future through exploration and discovery, and work together in the spirit of solidarity and partnership to build resilient health systems and ensure that the whole world is prepared for any health emergency in the near or distant future.
Na mtazamaji, ni hayo tu tuliokuandalia kutoka kwa meza ya Nipashe siku hii ya leo.
Lulu umewapasha?
Nishawapasha kwenye Nipashe.
This is the big conversation. We are looking at the Finance Bill 2024, and as you saw earlier, we have Rashid Abdallah, I beg your pardon, as well as Trevor Ombija, who are engaging experts this evening on the big conversation. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Lulu and Olive Barrows. There we have 9 representatives from different organizations, all of them taxpayers, and that is where the conversation starts. Let me bring in the National Taxpayers Association National Coordinator, Irene Otieno, to start us off on this conversation. Irene, thanks for making time. What troubles you the most in the Finance Bill 2024?
Trevor, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And there are many things that trouble us in the Finance Bill. But a key aspect for us is the VAT that is being proposed to move in terms of bread from 0 to a standard rate of 16. So when you look at that, it then means the bread will move from around 65 Kenyan shillings to around 80. And when you're looking at that aspect and food security, that is a critical aspect to us. And within the bread, you also look at the packaging, where government is also saying they're introducing an eco-levy of 150 shillings per kilogram. So that again would increase the cost of bread, and this is a staple in most families. Linked to that, Trevor, is also the proposed tax on oil. And so that also sees the shift in terms of pricing of that product, looking at a jerrycan of 20 liters from around 4,000 to 6,000 thereof, with an increase of around 2,691. So when a government speaks about agriculture being the backbone of its economy, what would be the ripple effect of that on even the farmers who are producing the wheat that makes the bread? So the introduction of VAT on essential products is a key concern to us as taxpayers.
Naam, bila shaka na tukienda kwa Peter, manake ameweza kuyazungumza, anasema mkate itakuwa kitandawili na pia kupaka siagi itakuwa kitandawili. Lakini najua kwamba wewe unawakilisha wanaokwenda kununua mkate. Je, kwako kinakotokuuma zaidi kama unawakilisha wenye matatu, wamiliki ama wa magari ni nini?
Naam, sisi kama transport sector, sisi tumeumwa sana na 2.5% ambaye ni kodi ambaye imeintroduziwa ambaye itamaliza uchukuzi. Kwa hivyo sisi kama idara ya uchukuzi tunashinda sana, sababu tayari tunaweza sema ya kwamba uchukuzi uko katika hali mbaya sana. Ukienda katika matatu ama maroli yetu ambaye yanaajiri sana tunasema informal sector, there are mass layoffs. Watu wengi wamepoteza kazi sababu wakati huu petroli na mafuta ya diesel iko juu sana, na ukiangalia utapata ya kwamba layoffs ambazo zinapatikana sababu magari mengi sana yanachukuliwa, tunasema auctioneers wamechukua magari mengi sana, na ukiangalia unapata ya kwamba tuko na shida sana. Ukiangalia tuko na hii 2.5 excise duty. Gari ambayo ni la kawaida litakuwa linalipishwa shilingi 100,000 juu ya insurance ama ile tunaita value ya gari. Kwa hivyo ukiangalia utapata ya kwamba this is what you call what will break the camel's back, sababu tayari tunaweza sema idara ya uchukuzi iko katika ile tunasema hali mbaya sana. Ukienda kwa uchukuzi wa magari ya umma, ukienda magari ya uchukuzi ya kibinafsi, ukienda magari mabasi, magari yote wote tunalia kwamba hali ya kodi iko juu sana na tuko na shida sana.
Okay, let me bring in Annette Nerima. Annette Nerima is the Program Manager, Kenya Human Rights Commission. Annette, what is the sticking point for you for the Finance Bill 2024?
Thank you, Trevor. My main concern would be the eco-levy, mainly introduced in the Finance Bill 2024. And basically, when you look at how the same has been outlined, is to deal with the environmental impact, basically dealing with the hazardous and electronic waste. A good idea. But unfortunately, when you look at the goods to which this is going to be levied, smartphones, for example, diapers, pencil sharpener, and also the plastic packaging. These are products that are used by the ordinary mwananchi. And so affordability of these goods is going to be a concern. And as well, this kind of levy goes against the principles of taxation, of predictability, fairness and equity. That is a concern. But as an analyst, the main concern for me is the geopolitics around this kind of levy. Because when you look around the world, these kinds of levies are on issues to do with carbon emission. And countries such as India, for example, China, who are the big emitters, do not have even this kind of levy. So it's really unfair that it's being introduced in our bill this time round, not well thought out, that it's going to affect the ordinary Kenyan. So that's a main concern, and I think we need to look at this issue of climate change featuring into the Finance Bill 2024 and the ripple effect of the same, which includes even right to education going to be an issue for the Kenyan child, and also looking at the budget as well, having slashed itself. So basically we are talking about a government that does not care about the ordinary mwananchi who voted them into power.
Na bila shaka unamsikia mtetezi wa haki za kibinadamu anavyozungumza, kitumlete anayetutetea kwa zile hela zetu ambazo tunazipeleka pale benki, ambaye ni kaimu CEO Bwana Raymond. Tuambie kwamba kitu gani ambacho kinakunyima usingizi tangu usikie mapendekezo ya mswada wa fedha mwaka 2024.
Rashid, leo nitajaribu kuongea Kiswahili kwa sababu tunaambiwa tuko na kisungu mingi. Kwa hii mswada wa bajeti ya fedha ni mambo mawili. Kuna ushuru wa VAT ambao kwa mara ya kwanza unaletwa kwa financial services, na Kenya ndio itakuwa njia ya kwanza kabisa duniani kuweka VAT na excise duty pamoja kwa financial services. Tumeangalia all over the world, hata majirani zetu VAT na excise duty haziwekwi pamoja. Either unaweka VAT ama unaweka excise duty, lakini huwezi weka zote pamoja. Rashid, nitapenda kutembea na Wakenya kwa hii journey ya VAT na excise duty kwa siku moja tu, na nitatumia Wanjiku. Wanjiku akiamka asubuhi anawasha taa. Hiyo stima yenye amewasha alinunua na tokens kutoka Kenya Power. Hizo tokens alinunua na mobile banking ama mobile money. Wakati unanunua kuna fee inalipiwa. Hapo sasa ndio excise duty inawekwa. Imekuwa 15%. Inaongezwa kufika 20, alafu VAT inawekwa juu. So tunatoka 15% mpaka 40% ya ushuru. Huyu Wanjiku akienda jikoni kuna gesi, alafu na pia ama anatumia makaa, ameinunua. Wakati umenunua hiyo makaa, wakati umenunua hii gesi, kuna hiyo ushuru pia. Hii 40% kwa hiyo transaction fee, kwa sababu amenunua kupitia kwa mtandao, kwa simu ama mobile banking, ushuru unaongezwa pale. Huyu Wanjiku pia anatoka sasa kwa nyumba anaenda kazini, na pia kuna watoto wa shule. Hapo pia VAT pia inapatikana na excise duty. Ukiingia matatu, na siku hizi matatu za siku hizi zinatuambia tulipe na simu, so mobile banking, mobile money. Kwa sababu hata insurance pia zinasisitiza ya kwamba hawataki mambo ya cash, wanataka mambo ya mobile banking. Ukilipa hiyo transaction, hapo kuna transaction fees, excise duty inawekwa hapo. Saa hizi tunaambiwa 16% VAT inawekwa juu yake. Na hivyo ndio serikali huwa inatengeneza ushuru wake. Hapo pale unafanya transaction fees, alafu hizo VAT na excise duty inapatikana. Akifika kazini, anaenda lunch, same thing. You pay for your lunch, there's a transaction fee, 16% VAT, 20% excise duty, 20% excise duty, 16% VAT, which gets to 40%. Jioni the same thing. Watoto wake wanarudi shule, yeye pia anarudi nyumbani. Alafu jambo moja huyu Wanjiku, huyu Wanjiku sio kama mimi ambaye tunaenda supermarket kununua bidhaa zetu kwa mwezi moja. Yeye ananunua bidhaa zake kwa siku. Sasa hizi transaction anazifanya nyingi sana.
Okay.
Jambo la mwisho.
No.
Mwaka uliopita 2023, as banks we were able to collect this money. Na excess duty na VAT sio pesa inalipwa na benki. Hii ni pesa inalipwa kutoka kwa mfuko wa mwananchi ukifanya hiyo transaction. So in 2023 we were able to collect 45 billion on behalf of government through this collection of excise duty yenye imekuwa 15%.
Yeah.
Alafu hiyo mwaka ya 2023 pia ilipunguza hiyo ushuru excise duty kutoka 20% to 15%. Na ukakuwa na jambo la maana sana ambalo nataka wale wenzetu wa serikali pamoja na waheshimiwa wenzetu wa KRA na pia National Treasury. Tulipunguza ushuru kutoka 20% to 15%.
Okay.
Tukapata 45 billion kutoka 40 billion. So tukapunguza ushuru, tukapunguza ushuru ukaongezeka.
Okay.
Then pia transactions kwa bank ziliongezeka by 26% kwa mara ya kwanza kabisa, kwa sababu all along was zinaongezeka by single digit.
So you think if this increases, it means the collection will go less. But let's pass on the microphone to Kenya Association of Manufacturers CEO, the Anthony Mwangi, who's here with us. If this bill passes the way it is, what will be the impact on manufacturing?
Thank you, Trevor, and thank you, Citizen, for bringing the whole country into this good conversation, great conversation. But even before I went, I got to the impact. It is important that people understand that their life revolves around manufacturing. And I like the analogy that my friend from KB has used. But even before we go there, it would be good to look at, from macro level, what does manufacturing do to the country? And again, remind the Kenyans that outside the public sector, that is the government and the counties and parliament and judiciary, which employs 900,000 people plus, the next big employer is core manufacturing at 362,000 people. But even though it comes out as manufacturing contributes 7.6% to the GDP, manufacturing again, and I'm saying core manufacturing, contributes 18% to taxation, like 360 billion. But let me just break it down a bit using the analogy that is used about Wanjiku. Everyone who is watching this show today, your life revolves around manufactured goods. When you wake up in the morning, the first thing that you interact with is a manufactured good. Toothpaste, soap, clothing. Then you leave your bedroom, you go to your kitchen, go to your living room, bread, African bread, peanut, butter, tea, sugar, shoes, the shoe polish. You leave your house, assemble car, you go to work again. Our lives revolve around manufacturing. And therefore, even without looking at the contribution to taxation, our life depends on it.
Okay.
So how do we make Kenya produce more? We're already paying a lot of taxes. But how do we make sure that we are producing more and Wanjiku is not suffering because the life revolves around?
Na bila shaka tutakuja tuweze kuyafanua kwa kina zaidi kama anavyozungumza, lakini Timothy Njuguna ambaye pia na yeye ni wanatumia kipaji chao na ubunifu walionao kuweza kuendelesha gurudumu la maisha, lakini sasa hivi imeongezwa ushuru kutoka 15% mpaka 20%. Alizungumziaje hilo Njugusha?
Kwanza niseme ya kwamba nashukuru sana. Ng'ombe amepata ndama. Ndama anategemea maziwa ili akue, lakini baba anakuja anasema maziwa tupatieni tu kidogo, tuko na mgeni. Lakini maziwa haingii kwa nyumba, anaikunywa kabla afike ndani. Tunakaa tunaambiwa nyumba ya baba inavuja mahali analala. Tukate ule ng'ombe ngozi kidogo ili tuwezeke awache kunyeshewa. Niseme ya kwamba hakuna mtu anasema tax ni mbaya. Ni mzuri sana. Lakini ni mzuri ikiwa mimi kama content creator nitakatwa ile tax na nipeleke mtoto wangu kwa shule na akule lunch. Nipeleke mtoto wangu kwa hospitali apate chanjo. nitakuwa radhi kulipa. Lakini sasa kidogo baba ndiye anaezekewa nyumba. Tutoke hapo tuingie kwa content creation. Kila mtu hapa amesema shida yake. Tunategemea hawa watu wakuwe sawa ili wacheke. Sababu we depend on the disposable income. So what is happening is watu tayari wamefinywa, then tunaingia kwa kitu inaitwa eco levy. Eco levy inasema ya kwamba smartphones, gadgets zote za cameras hapa zinaharibu mazingira. Kuliko magari yanakimbia kwa barabara makubwa, tunatozwa. Hiyo inamaanisha huyo mtu hataweza kununua hiyo simu, hataweza kununua television aweze kuniona. Hiyo ni upande wake. Kwangu pia mimi nimefinywa. Hiyo kamera nikiweza kurecord, hiyo pesa ilikuwa nirushie. You know, you throw that to the consumer. Lakini sasa hataweza kufanya hivyo. Niende ya pili haraka haraka, naona unataka kunikatiza. Kuna e-teams. E-teams tumeambiwa ndio kila mtu akue pale ndani. Kwa production yangu nataka kucut cost. Nataka kusupport mama mboga. Naenda namwambia nipatie mboga za 30. Lakini ndio nikulipe, ingia e-teams tufanye hivyo. So what I'll do, itabidi niende kwa supermarket sababu ndio wako na hiyo karatasi, it's easier to e-team. Mtu wa bodaboda vile vile nitawezaje kukimbia, sababu digital content creation it's unique in a way of how we do our things. The other thing, digital monetization. Wanasema ya kwamba, na hapa ndio tunaona tuna shida. Ng'ombe amezaa ndama, ndama ameanza kukimbia. Tuko na international platforms ambazo ni za filamu, YouTube, wacha niwataje. Tunakuja tunasema ya kwamba ni international, mtu ameniona kutoka diaspora. Server za YouTube ziko diaspora. Lakini sasa nalipa huko. I have a website. My server ziko nje. Nalipa IRS, KRA ya USA 24% of what I get. Then sasa nikuja niwaambie tuna need kukata. Kwa ile yenyu mnaenda nayo, tuna need kukata hapa. Watatoka. So hapo inaacha digital content creators wakiwa nje, na tuko na shida. Tunaongea hapa, lakini ningetaka kuuliza maswali mawili. Kwanza kwa Kuria Kimani ya Telecom. Kuria Kimani, hii kitu inapita ama ipiti? Sababu unajua sasa parliament imekuwa kila kitu inakuja imepita. Mbadi, kweli tuko na opposition?
Okay. Let me bring in Samuel Karanja here. Samuel Karanja is a micro, small and medium enterprises CEO, MSME. From the MSME perspective, what really is the problem?
You know, Trevor, thank you for this conversation because it's very helpful for SMEs. Micro, small, medium enterprises, they are on the receiving end. Because if you hear about what you are saying about the bread, we are talking about the cooking oil, who are the people who are doing that? If you go to uko mashinani, utapata even some mamas, they do what you call mafuta ATMs. You know these cooking oil ATMs, whereby you can even be able to buy oil of 20 shillings or 15 shillings, depending on your budget. So you can imagine the complexity of what is happening. Now, there are two issues here, Trevor. One, the complexity of our taxation system. It is too complex. Sometimes you don't even know what you are supposed to pay for. Because in this tax system, unakuta there's what we call the VAT, the excise, the income tax, the rental, income, capital gains, agency, revenue, turnover tax. So if you are trading as a micro, small, medium enterprise, what you guys have said about the e-team, so you are supposed to register. So once you register, sometimes you find these overlapping taxes. You are supposed to pay them, but you don't even know because of the complexity of the taxations which are already there. Number two, with that complexity, you find that now they have now added the transactional costs of the trading. So like what Raymond was saying. So micro, small, medium enterprises, they heavily rely on the infrastructure of M-Pesa plus any other platforms of payment. What does that mean? If you add the 16% VAT plus the 20% proposed, now from 15 to 5 plus 5 is 20, that is 36% you have added taxation on a transaction. What will happen is people are going to go to what we call pillow banking. If, for example, I'm selling electronics from Kirinyaga Road and I'm sending them to Embu, so it has, this transactional cost, what it has done to me, it makes me pay the boda person, it makes me pay the transportation, and also the person who is my client pays me back. So it has eased me from now kutuma pesa na basha the way you are used to. So we are going back to the conventional way, whereby unaweka pesa kwa basha as a parcel, and you are sending it to Embu. So if we add this, what we are doing, Trevor and Rashid, we are killing micro, small, medium enterprises. And micro, small, medium enterprises, they account to 98% of all the businesses in this country. That means the backbone of the economy you are talking about and Kimani are representing in parliament lies on the micro, small, medium enterprises. You put them on their knees, then the collapse of the economy.
Tuna bila shaka kauli nzito sana na uzungumza. Nitamleta Alice Kemunto pia vile vile. Uweze kunambia, umeweza kuona mapendekezo, kitu gani ambacho kinaanza kutia wasiwasi kwamba usingependa kipitishwe na wabunge wetu?
Kiswahili bwana. Well, thank you so much for this opportunity, Citizen. You've done us proud for bringing us together under this roof, and I'm glad that we are able to engage the rest of our colleagues and fellow Kenyans. What really makes us as consumers and consumer advocates disturbed with this finance bill, one is that the consumer is going to bear the burden of everything. Consumers bear the burden of the car manufacturer, the car, your people. Consumers are footing all the bills there. We are going to bear all the burdens of everything on the finance bill. And this translates to high cost of living. And also, this also translates to maybe consumers will not really be able to take care of even themselves. Okay, we have no problem. Hatuna shida kulipa ushuru. Lakini tulipe ushuru na tuone manufaa ya ushuru. The problem in our country is one. We pay taxes, but we don't even see what the taxes do. We pay taxes and the roads are just bad. We pay taxes and we don't have schools for our children. And actually, if it were maybe in other economies, when we pay taxes and we take care of issues that the government is supposed to take care of, a case in mind here is like the public schools. We have public schools that we as taxpayers are paying teachers from our taxes. But most of us, we don't even take our children to public schools. Actually, we are helping the government to take care of what they were supposed to take care of. If this government was sensitive enough, then it could have come forward and even give us tax relief. So what we are asking, what we are saying here is that we don't want to be overburdened with already a heavy load that's on us from the past year. And number two, we are worried lot. Actually, we are in a slaughterhouse as consumers, because anytime we bring our issues and we say, kindly don't put this levy, this tax, even from last year, this government doesn't seem to listen. The people that we elected, they don't listen to consumers, and I even wonder, then who are you representing in that house? Who are you talking on behalf? Who are you making laws for? I mean, what are you trying to do? Do you want to be left alone to live in this country? Because with the heavy taxes, with the high cost of living, then stress, mental health, all these things are just affecting our people. So basically, just by, as I finish, consumers are worried because each and every one of us, and especially on the basic goods, actually they are going to be bearing the most burden than another person.
Okay, let me bring in Christine Kahema. She's a director, Alpha Tax and Business Advisory Services here. Christine, is this taxing policy sustainable in the long run?
Thank you, Trevor. I think that's a very good question. And maybe just to say, we have been on this journey. Last year, we actually had public participation on the medium-term revenue strategy and the national tax policy. And these two documents were critical in informing what we see in the finance bill. Now, the challenge is we saw some proposals actually from in there going into the finance bill, but some proposals were new. You know, we hadn't seen them when we were having the conversations on the national tax policy. Now, remember, a national tax policy must spur and be very attractive to investors, while at the same time raising sufficient revenue for government. Now, getting to that balance is what is most critical. when you look at some of the proposals in the finance bill, and I'll also just follow up on the conversation on manufacture, the manufacturing sector supports an entire value chain. So you have those at the downstream, those are the suppliers of raw materials, then you have the person manufacturing the item, then you have the distributors, the person who gets the goods to the final consumer. So you're seeing the impact is not just on the manufacturer, it actually affects the entire value chain. So if you have a proposal that is not very good on the manufacturer, it will affect the distributor and it will also affect the final consumer. So because for a business, you have to make a choice when you have a tax increase, either to absorb the cost. What that does for you is that it eats into your opportunity for growth and investment, or what you do, you pass it to the final mwananchi. So Trevor, there are some good proposals in the finance bill that actually increase the disposable income for the common mwananchi from a PAYE perspective, but someone at the back end is going to take it away through all these indirect taxes. We are seeing financial services costs going up, the VAT on bread goes up. So we would have enjoyed a saving, but from an indirect tax perspective, the cost is really, really high.
Na bila shaka naona kama Trevor anachosema ni kama ni mtu ambaye ajitekenye mwenyewe alafu acheke. Anasema ndio hulka ambayo inafanyia kwamba tunapewa lakini kinaondoka na mkono ule mwingine. Ukiangalia nafikiri kwamba hii inatoa taswira ya wananchi wanavyotoa maoni huko nyumbani katika ile public participation. Lakini swala ambalo linaibuka hivi sasa ni kwamba je, maoni kama haya na yale yaliyotolewa kule nje huwa yanafanywa kazi au la?
Hiyo ndio swali. Na Ndugusha alikuwa ameuliza swali kwa Kimani Kuria pamoja na John Mbadi, na Kiswahili yangu imeishia hapo, lakini kabla tuende huko Raymond, there's something I want you to expound for us. Say my grandmother back at home is sending 100 shillings. How much will it cost her to send that money?
Okay, I'll take an example of a transaction. You're sending your grandmother some money.
Yeah.
And then what you are charging on that transaction. So let me say 5,000. You are sending 5,000 so that she can be able to plant. And then now the financial institution charges you 100 shillings. So currently you will pay 115 because excise duty is just 15%. Now with this extension of excise to 20 and VAT coming in, and you know how it happens is KRA, you apply excise duty first, it moves from 100 to 120. Then now you apply VAT 16% on 120. So it moves from 115 currently to 140. So you will be able to incur an extra 25 shillings from that transaction where you're being charged 100 here. That's why we are saying it's making financial services very, very expensive, and yet in this country we've brought these costs very low to the effect that when you transact you don't fail. Now what will happen is people now move outside the banking channels, mobile channels, and as I said with Wanjiku, all those small transactions Wanjiku has done during the day, they all collapse. What happens? There is no revenue for government. So I'll ask Mheshimiwa, we pay your salary through Wanjiku's small transactions, which are many. And actually, I'm talking for Wanjiku because some of us, we do our budgets, our shopping once in a month. So one transaction, I pay very little. But Wanjiku, because of the income, she does transactions every single day, including ananua unga, ananua mboga, ananua makaa jioni. Lakini hajanunua kwa mtu mmoja, amenunua kwa watu watatu. So 3 transactions at that same point, and that just makes things very, very expensive. We move to mattresses. Government loses revenue. So I'm asking, when you lose revenue as government and you're trying to raise revenue, what does that mean? That's the challenge to our MPs and our national treasury.
Na bila shaka Raymond anaweza kufafanua kwa kina, na mimi nashukuru sana kila mtu ameweza kuzungumza swala ambalo kidogo limeweza kumtia wasiwasi. Naamini kwamba mna mengi ambayo ungependa kuweza kuyazungumza, lakini kwanza twende moja kwa moja Trevor katika ile studio ya wananchi. Wajua kuna kitu ambacho kinazungumzwa hapo, ni kwamba ni mswada wa fedha mwaka 2024 ambao utafanikisha makadirio ya bajeti yetu. Yes. Lakini wananchi wanajiuliza, tupewe kiwango tunaweza kubeba, kipitiliza fursa za ajira zinapotea, kama alivyozungumza Njungush kwamba hata wao watakosa mahali pa kuweza kuonesha vipaji ambavyo Mungu amewapa.
I agree completely with what you said. Let's cross over to Lulu Hassan and Olive Barros, the Wananchi studio, and hear from them. Lulu.
Welcome to the bottom-up studio. Hapa Sando wenye hasla wako ndani ya hii studio. Lulu, I was listening to what Rashid was talking about. Will public participation make a difference? Na ikanikumbusha msemo lakini sidhani ni ya wahenga. Kupigia mbuzi gitaa.
Kabisa. Manake ni masala mengi. Mtazamaji, pia nimeweza kukumbuka vile Njugu aliweza kuzungumza masala ya e-teams kwa Rioba na Peter ndani ya studio. Unajua ni swala ambalo linagusa wengi, hasa wafanyi biashara wadogo, na kama tumeweza kusikia wale wanaotoza ushuru katika ile studio wakisema kwamba wafanyabiashara wadogo wataathirika zaidi endapo mswada huu utapita. Sijui maoni yenu ni yapi kuhusiana na mswada huu wote wa fedha. Tukianza na Rioba.
Lulu, nasema ni asante, na dadangu hapa nasema ni asante kunikaribisha tuongelee mswada wa kifedha mwaka 2024-25. Nimewasikiliza ndugu zangu kwa makini sana. Nikasema wana mambo. Lakini kuna msemo mmoja unasema aliyenacho aongezewe, asiyenacho anyang'anywe hata alichonacho kidogo. Wakati wa kampeni tunakwenda kwenye uchaguzi, kulikuwa na maongezi mazuri matamu yalikuwa yanaonyesha MSB kunawezekana kwa kuna mabadiliko zaidi. Lakini inaelekea kwamba labda watu hao walikuwa hawajajipanga. Hawakujua watakuja kupata nafasi hii kwa ajili ya kuiongoza nchi hii. Uongozi si rahisi. Uongozi unahitaji moyo, hekima na uvumilivu. Maybe inawezekana rais wetu aliyepo saizi, tunamsema Rais Samuel Ruto, aliyowapanga kumsaidia hawana shughuli hizo, au kuna vile hao wanapanga Wakenya wawe maskini. Hiyo kwanza tukubaliane. Kwa sababu ukiangalia haya mambo yote yameongelewa na ndugu zetu, yanahusu mwananchi wa kawaida. Nimemsikia hapa dada Christine Kayema amesema wa Alpha Tax, amesema kuna manufacturer, kuna distributor na kuna consumer. Ina maana huyu manufacturer lazima itafika sehemu wakati anatengeneza bidhaa zake aweke bei juu zaidi. Na atakapoweka bidhaa bei juu zaidi kulingana na ushuru ambavyo unakuja, huyu distributor hana ujanja wote, lazima aongeze bei kwa mlaji wa mwisho ambaye ni mimi na wewe. Sasa atakapofikia stage hii, ina maana kuna watu wataishi maisha ya shida katika nchi hii. Mfano, nichukulie mfano mmoja mdogo tu. Tunavyoongea na wewe saizi, kuna watu hawajui wanakula nini saizi leo. Lakini rais hajui hilo. Yeye anatumia huyo ambaye analala njaa leo, anamfaidi yeye anakula. Lakini hawezi muonea yule huruma. Itakapofika wakati wa uchaguzi, anakuja, jamani, nilikuwa nimesahau hivi kidogo, naomba mnipe nafasi nirudi niwafanyie. Bado anaendelea kumfanya mtu huyu kuwa maskini. Viongozi hawa lazima wa style up. Inawezekana rais huyu tuliye naye hana timu ya kumsaidia. Na ikiwezekana, kama ananisikiliza na kuniangalia, akifika hapa afukuze timu yote. Tafuta kula kwa wananchi, usitafute kula kwa rafiki. Rafiki ana kura moja, lakini kura zako zitafute kwa wananchi. Wananchi wanataka kuona mabadiliko. Wananchi wanataka kuona maisha mazuri. Wananchi wanataka kusomesha watoto wao. Sasa hivi tunavyoongea, isiende miaka 10 mwanafunzi niliyemsomesha shule anashindwa kusoma, anashindwa kupata kazi kwa sababu ya uongozi tulionao. Acha niseme hivi, uongozi ni mbaya. Tusifike sehemu tunapamba watu. Uongozi ni mbaya. Na kama uongozi ni mbaya, lazima watu mstyle up. Mrudi chini, muangalie. Tunataka viongozi wenye maono. Creativity leaders. Ndio tunahitaji saa hizi. Hatuhitaji wewe uko pale, unakaa kwenye ofisi, unakula kodi yangu, kesho na kesho kutwa, unajisifu na magari makubwa, unatembea, unamuonesha mtu, labda alikudharau kipindi fulani, unataka kumuonesha kwamba mimi leo ninatembea na gari kubwa, niko kwenye ofisi. Hapana, tunataka viongozi wenye maono. Kwa nini Kibaki alipata sifa? Kibaki aliweka watu wenye maono. Kibaki alikuwa na shughuli nao, walikuwa wanafanya mambo. Mwisho wa siku Kibaki alipata heshima, mpaka leo kimuuliza mtu anakuambia hakuna rais atakuja Kenya kama Kibaki. Ruto abadilishe style. Futa hawa watu kazi, hakuna mtu anakusaidia. Leo hii kwanza ni aibu. Ngoja nimalizie hapo kidogo tu. Ngoja nimalizie dakika moja. Leo hii ni aibu, unasikia eti Kenya inapeleka uwanja kucheza mpira Malawi. Malawi unaweza linganisha na Kenya? Kenya ni nchi tajiri kuliko Malawi. Wanatushinda nini Malawi mpaka tunafikia stage waziri wa michezo yupo tunapeleka timu kucheza Malawi. Ni aibu kubwa sana. Ambayo mchezo ungefanyikia hapa Kenya bado ingepata mapato.
Yenyewe umeonyesha wewe ni mmoja wao wa bunge la wazalendo. That is Edward Rioba. We also have in a studio a boda operator, and that is Peter Ochieng. Have you had a chance to interact with the proposals in the Finance Bill 2024, and what are your views? Do you share the sentiments of Edward here that the leadership must style up?
Mimi maoni yangu nakubaliana sana na rafiki yangu hapa. Lakini sasa naona tumefika mahali tumeongea sana lakini hakuna chochote inafanyika. Na kitu mimi naona rais wetu mpendwa, ningependa hawa watu uliwapatia kazi kwa reward, na naona ni kama hii reward itabidi uwapokonye, patia watu wanaweza fanya kazi vizuri. Nikikuja kwa swala lingine ni kama unaweza pata kuna mtu alikuwa anasumbuliwa na vitu kama panya kwake. Sasa alipoleta paka, hizi panya zikaona huyu paka atatumaliza sana. Na tunaweza fanya nini? Tutachagua nani aende akamweke kengele, anapokuja kushika mmoja wetu tunaweza toroka. Lakini sasa sisi kama ni wa Kenya, sasa sisi ndio kama hapo panya. Tumeshindwa ni nani tunaweza mchukua akaweke kengele kwa huyu paka. Na hii mambo ya mdomo tamu ndio imetuweka hapa.
So paka ni nani?
Sasa paka ni kama hawa viongozi. Na panya ni sisi wananchi. Tunateseka. Sasa ndio tukuje, mjua hawa watu tumewaongelesha sana, lakini ni kama maongezi yetu ni ile mlikuwa mmesema kupizia mbuzi gitaa.
Lakini rais amesema hata mkimuita Zakayo ni sawa. He will do what is right, not necessarily what is popular.
Majina ataitwa mengi, hata si hizo. Kuna watu wanamjiita majina mengi.
Achia tu hapo.
Lakini sasa kuna majina tuseme tu ni mengi, lakini sasa shida ni mdomo tamu imetuchokesha. Sasa mimi naweza omba Wakenya wenzangu, mambo ya mdomo tamu ukisikia mtu anakuambia hivi, jaribu kutafakari na ujiulize ana maono kweli. Na ningependa Rais Ruto, kama kuna cabinet secretary alikuwa anafanya kazi sana kama Matiang'i, tuweke shida zetu aside. Ni mzuri ukirecall that guy back. Na huyo mtu kama Matiang'i inaweza kuwa kama unaweza kuwa after every 6 months unamtoa kwa ile cabinet secretary yuko, unamweka kwa ingine, akue anarotate.
Unasema ku reshuffle tu.
Anakuwa reshuffle ndio streamline. Unajua mtu mmoja hizi fanya kazi. Mimi nilisumbuka sana kupata birth certificate za watoto wangu wawili. Sasa nilikuwa nikienda mara sijifanye hivi, narudi nyumbani kama nimesononeka. Matiang'i alipoingia kwa hiyo ministry, nilikuwa naona anaenda huko ana streamline vitu. After the third day nilienda huko, imagine nilipata birth certificate na siku moja. Sasa hii imebadilishwa tena si siku moja. Sasa utapata watu wengi wale wanafanya kazi kwa serikali, wengi wamekaa tu ni kukunywa tu chai, kupiga siasa na kuna kazi wanafanya. Sasa ni mzuri sana wakuwe strict watu wafanye kazi. Unaona kama mimi mtu wa bodaboda, sisi tuko na shida sana. Unapata kama petroli tunaambiwa inashuka, lakini kwa ukweli ndio inashuka kwa figures, lakini kuna kitu inaitwa calibration. Sisi watu wako kwa biashara, calibration hakuna mtu anataka ku make losses. Kila mtu anataka profit, hakuna mtu anataka kusikia ati nimechomeka. Sasa itabidi afanye adjustment. That's why unapata zingine mama unaweza anda mahali unapata mtu anauza viazi. Hiyo viazi ukiangalia imepimwa mingi sana but hujui nini iko huko ndani. Umeelewa? Sasa president anafai aondoke mali yuko kwa hiyo comfort zone, aanze kuangalia nini inafanyika huko chini.
Asante sana Peter Ochieng. Ama kwa hakika ukimsikia Peter Ochieng, mtazamaji, na Edward Rioba wana kilio kimoja tu, wanasema kwamba rais amke aweze kuweka mambo yote yawe sawa. Kwa hivi sasa mtazamaji, moja kwa moja kama tulivyokuarifu hapo awali ni kwamba hatuko peke yetu. Tutaenda katika studio ya wataalamu wa masuala ya fedha, ushuru na bajeti, ambapo kwa hivi sasa yuko Yvonne Okwara na Lincoln Njogu waendeleze mjadala siku hii ya leo.
Shukran sana Lulu Hassan and Olive Barrows.
Lincoln?
Na bila shaka ni masuala mazuri sana ambayo yameibuliwa pale na hata Wakenya wenyewe kuhusiana na hali ya maisha na gharama ya maisha, na tunao wataalamu katika studio ambao wataweza kutuelezea mengi zaidi kuhusiana na mswada huu wa fedha ambao kweli umezua zogo. Tukianza nawe Dr. Abraham Rugo, tulikuwa nawe papa hapa mwaka jana wakati tulikuwa na mjadala kama huu wa mswada wa fedha 2023. Sasa ni 2024, na wakati ule ilikuwa inatajwa kwamba ni kama ni mswada wa fedha wa wale ambao wana mishahara. Ilikuwa inatajwa kwamba ni walio na mishahara ndio wataumia zaidi, wasio na mishahara huenda hawataumia zaidi. Lakini mwaka huu kwa ujumla, wana mswada huu wa fedha uvipi? Ni jambo lipi hili moja ambalo unaliona lafaa kubadilishwa la kwanza kabisa katika huu mswada wa fedha 2024?
Nafurahi kuja mahali hapa na kuwa na nafasi ya kuweza kuzungumza na Wakenya wengi. Ile posture ambayo nachukua wakati huu ni kwamba tuzungumziane, tujadiliane, kisha tukubaliane ni jambo gani ambalo ni nzuri kwa taifa. Nikubali kwanza niseme jambo moja, ya kwamba tunapozungumzia mswada wa kifedha, tusisahau ya kwamba huu mswada ama ile revenue ambayo tunataka kuweza kupata inakuja kuwezesha kufanyisha zile ambazo ni services za taifa, ama zile ambazo tunaita public services, huduma za serikali. Na pengine wakati mwingine tunaweza tukapotea tukiangalia tu ni ushuru wa aina gani ambao unatozwa, tukisahau ya kwamba pia kuna matumizi ya serikali. Kila mmoja wetu anataraji ya kwamba kutakuwa na dawa hospitalini, ya kwamba kutakuwa na mwalimu shuleni, kutakuwa na vitabu, lakini hizo pesa ambazo zinatoa hiyo huduma ni pesa ambazo zinatozwa kwa ushuru. Jambo la pili ni ya kwamba bajeti kubwa ya taifa la Kenya huwa inalipwa na ushuru wa Kenya, kutoka kwa Wakenya. Kuna ile ambayo pengine tunaweza kutoza kama kukopa kama ile mikopo ambayo inachukuliwa, lakini ushuru, na kwa hivyo ushuru una umuhimu mkubwa sana. Wacha nikuja kwa jambo ambalo umesema. Lile jambo ambalo limekuwa changamoto sana katika utozaji wa fedha katika taifa letu, ama ile revenue collection, imekuwa kwamba ni watu wachache sana ambao ndio wanatozwa ushuru, na wengi ni wale ambao wana kazi kama mimi na wewe, ambao wana kazi ambayo ile ya contract, ile tunaita formal employment, na ni 20% tu ya watu ambao wako na nafasi za kazi kama hiyo. 80% ni wale ambao tunasema wako katika ile sekta ya jua kali ama informal sector, ingawa hiyo pia imebadilika kwa ukubwa sana. Kwa hiyo group, ule ushuru ambao wanatozwa zaidi, na ndio ile increase ile tax base ambao ndio ambayo imebadilishwa sana katika mswada, ni ya kwamba inakuwa ni ile indirect taxes. Indirect taxes tunasema ni ile VAT ama hiyo excise duty ama import duty, lakini ile direct tax kama income tax, ile ambayo unatozwa kulingana na mapato yako, inakuta ya kwamba kwa hiyo group, hiyo 80% wengi hawalipi hiyo income tax, kwa sababu either wanajilipa mshahara mdogo sana, wengi wanajilipa mshahara 23,900 ili wakuwe tu chini ya ile threshold ya 24,000, lakini wanaweza kulipa matumizi yao mengine. Kwa hivyo ndio imekuwa changamoto kuangalia. Kwa hivyo ile discussion ambayo iko kwa sasa ilikuwa ya kwamba ni jinsi gani ambavyo tunaweza tukaexpand ile tax base, ili kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya ambaye ana mapato anatoa kulingana na mapato yake, na anaweza kuchangia katika ule ushuru. Lakini kuna changamoto. Changamoto iliyoko, na ndio maana Wakenya wengi wamezoa machungu mengi sana kulingana na huu mswada, ni ya kwamba ile mishahara ama ile tunasema income ama ile kutoka kwa biashara haijaweza kukua kulingana na yale matarajio ambayo yanahitajika katika ile tax bill. Mwaka wa 2021 hadi 22 tulikuwa ya kwamba tunatarajia ule ushuru kuwe na bilioni 50. So we expected an increase of 50 billion. Mwaka jana tukaongeza ya kwamba tutaweza increase na 211 billion. Kwa hivyo kutoka 50 billion to 211 billion. Kulingana na tarakimu ambazo tuko nazo sasa, hiyo target imekuwa missed as of April already, na karibu bilioni 300. Mwaka ambao unakuja tunataka ya kwamba hayo mapato sasa yakue hadi bilioni 302. Hiyo inakuwa ya kwamba, lakini mapato ya wananchi hayajakuwa in the same trend, Kwa hivyo kumbuka kwamba mshahara ambao ulikuwa unalipwa mwaka wa 2020 ndio ni mshahara wako haujabadilika. Haujapanda yenyewe.
However, taxes
are increasing. Yes, so that's the point.
But your salary
has remained the same.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a moment. But when we talk about collecting taxes, and perhaps CPA, you can explain this to us. I mean, taxes is the way we run, our economy. And what is the one thing in the finance bill for you that stands out? Just, real quick, we'll come back and talk about it a little bit more. But what is the one thing? And, I think like last time, we focused a lot on a number of other things like affordable housing, and then there was e-teams in there, and we saw farmers complaining much later. Are there things here that we haven't paid attention to that in your mind are important for us to focus on? Just one thing.
Actually, thank you. Thank you for hosting us today, and we are able to speak to the entire nation on a very important issue. First, allow me to say one thing, that taxes must be paid. We must collect and we must pay. However, the question is, how reasonable should we pay? And to what extent should we pay based on the incomes we have? Now, looking at the budget policy statement, first we were given a figure of 4.2 trillion as the budget. Then they moved on to submit to Parliament 3.9 trillion as the estimates. Of course, the Budget and Appropriation Committee has been carrying out an exercise called public participation with various sectors, and we are yet to get the exact figure, but we have had the Budget and Appropriation Committee chair talking about increasing CDF, increasing all manner of things. So we expect that the 3.9 will not be 3.9.
Right.
They expect that the government expects to raise 302 billion with these measures in the finance bill that has been proposed. But the challenge that has arose more than last time, which we focused more on the housing levy. Right now we are focusing on three items that are a bit uncomfortable. One is the motor vehicle circulation levy, and the second one is the bread. The third one is the eco levy, which has been introduced, and the most interesting thing is the tax on financial services, which is of course hitting everybody, right from the M-Pesa users or Airtel users to everybody. But what stands out in this finance bill is that we have worked so hard as an institute of certified public accountants with the National Treasury and KRA and finally Parliament to develop the national tax policy, which doesn't seem to and it's out and was approved by Parliament, but we don't seem to be seeing its benefits in this finance bill. Because one, there is no consistency, there is no certainty, there is no fairness and equity, and as we move on, it becomes even complex. The tax system needs to be a little bit easier for us to be able to even comply. The question of motivation to comply doesn't arise. Yep. Now, we've focused so much on the finance bill, but I want us to also look at the fiscal consolidation that the government has always spoken about. Now, the expenditure of government seems to be going up.
Bila shaka, hilo swala la expenditure na matumizi ya pesa za serikali, ni swala ambalo tutakuwa tukiingia kwa undani zaidi hapo baadaye. Lakini Mheshimiwa Bill Okero, umekuwa mwanasiasa, umeshughulikia masuala haya ya uundaji wa katiba wa bajeti kumradhi, na wakumbuka wakati ule tulikuwa na msemo kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea, miaka yake mstaafu Mwai Kibaki, na alikuwa anasema kwamba tulipe ushuru ndipo tujitegemee, na kwa hakika karibu 90% hivi ya pesa ambazo tulikuwa tunaendesha nchi nazo tulikuwa tuwalipia sisi wenyewe na ushuru ambao tukusanya. Lakini hapa ni vizuri labda uweze kuelezea Wakenya uhalali wa ushuru ambao watozwa. Kwa mfano, wengi wa Kenya shule zirejapo wanafika pale katika benki, wanataka kununua ile bankers check. Kawaida kama tulipo mfano pale wa 5,000 unaongeza shilingi 115, lakini sasa hivi utalipia 120 ndio, lakini uongeze pia VAT ya 16% financial service. Labda upate kutueleza hii VAT, value added tax, katika financial service ama huduma za kifedha unafanya value addition gani? Ndipo tusiwe tunasukuma tu kulipa ushuru, lakini pia swala la uhalali wake.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Nitakueleza kwa kinaganaga lakini kwa lugha ya Kimombo. I think it's a very good question. Manake kila action kwanza taken by the government on tax, any tax, it has ripple effect kwa kila mtu, because it's not only the person who is doing that transaction. For example, here a bank, it's not only in a panda kutoka 115 utalipa 140, it affects you. No, wherever you're providing some other service, you're buying goods from this one, so that cost you will be passing on. So it's going to affect everyone. Every action in this finance bill, it has ripple effect kwa kila mtu. Lakini wakati ya Kibaki, we reached a point where 95% of our expenditure was financed by revenues.
No.
And the reason is policy. Shida hapa tuko naye is policy. It's not about, because if you do not set the appropriate economic policy, you say, look, we have to live within our means. What does that mean? You address the issue of expenditure. What Kibaki did during his time, which this government is not doing, is that they focused on growing the economy first before they started looking for taxes. Here, the moment they were sworn in, they announced how many people are over 18 years, how many people have mobile phones. Everybody must, you're starting it from the wrong place. So I think we reached a point where today you hear the expenditure is 4.2 trillion. Our revenues, we're struggling to get 2.5 trillion this year. That means that extra difference of 1.5, they don't want to tell you, but it's going to be borrowed. Whether an existing loan is going to be rolled over or a new loan is going to be taken. So what it means is that tomorrow there will be more taxes again. And every single day, every single trip the president and his team have gone out, they have signed on to a new loan, including the one of yesterday, you saw him signing.
In South Korea,
I think what it means is that the more you borrow, the more you make. So I think the focus should be, what the previous government of Kibaki did was, they focused on growing the pie, work on the economy. What does the economy mean? Government does not have monopoly ideas. Hawana. So ni uzuri msikize kila mtu. So that, for example, GDP yetu, government only contributes 23%. The rest of the GDP comes from me, you, and all the rest of Kenyans who are working to grow that economy. So you must listen to these people who are, unless you do that, we are going to be on the wrong.
So bake a bigger pie, and then that can be. Diana, just very quickly, why is there this robust reaction? I think 2023 was one, and now 2024. We didn't have this level of engagement before. Is it that we don't want to pay taxes? Are we complaining too much, Diana?
I don't think we are complaining enough. That's actually the problem. But most importantly is for the government officials and experts who came up with these proposals, I think Kenyans are trying to say, do you live in this country? Do you understand the pain that we already have from the ambition of 50 billion, then to 150, now to 300? Where is this money? And most importantly, where then is it going? What are you doing? Why would any government increase tax, value-added tax on financial services? What do banks produce? When I am banking my money, what am I producing? Nothing. So I think the outcry is Kenyans feeling unrepresented, unheard. The leaders that are there no longer represent Kenyans per se. And let me just speak to the issue of value-added tax and the banking sector. This government announced that we are going to have e-government services, 5,000 services. How do you pay for those services? Mobile banking. So all government services will increase by this 16% by the increased 5% excise duty. What is there? What is being produced when I'm getting a birth certificate or a death certificate? And there are no exemptions to any services. All services are going to be subjected to all this. When this happens, you get back to the principle where Kenyans are feeling enslaved because we pay tax when we feel hard and served by the government. When tax becomes this extractive and oppressive, then we better speak up and die.
Indeed.
But at least we did something. Yeah.
Indeed, and that's an interesting perspective you raise in terms of payment for government services that have all now, the plan is to move them to a digital portal, which would involve the use of mobile money payments. So we have gone round and talked about the issues that have been raised regarding the proposals in the Finance Bill 2024. But let's speak to those who formulate those. And for that, let's go to Sam Gituku and Mashirima Kapombe, who are in the government studio. Maybe now we can get some answers and get some understanding as to the rationale. Sam, Mashirima?
Thank you, Yvonne, for that. And here in this government studio, we invited representation from the National Treasury. They were not available to join the conversation tonight. We invited the representation from the Budget Committee. The chairperson was not available. The vice chairperson was not available. The members from the majority side were not available, but they sent the agriculture chair, that is Dr. Kanyuthia Mutunga, who will be representing the side of the majority. We also invited different other leaders, but we also have the representation from the Kenya Revenue Authority, where we have Maurice Ore, who is the Deputy Commissioner there. Good evening, and I'm sure both of you have been able to listen to the conversations from the different studios that we've spoken to this evening. First of all, Dr. Mutunga, Kenyans feel as if they're being unfairly targeted, punished for their innovations that they're undertaking, because when you look at the various studios, that appears to be a theme.
Thank you very much, Sam, and I'm grateful to be here this evening. I've listened very carefully to the conversations. And I have the following probably to say, the following comments. One, when you listen to Kenyans, they argue as if it is too punitive. The taxation, the structure of it, the content of the taxation, the composition of what has already been brought on board is very punitive, and they're picking out on 4 issues mainly. These 4 issues are when it comes to the motor vehicle levy, the bread issue, the eco tax, and the tax on financial services. Then there are even arguments that they don't even feel adequately represented. And I think commenting on the finance bill, first of all, everyone in this country is entitled to a good environment, especially to do business. Let's say, first of all, for survival. And secondly, to do business and survive, and make profits.
Great.
And some of the questions the Kenyans are asking is, what is value added in financial services, for instance? So, looking at the 4, if I may single out the 4.
Right.
First of all, the financial services have somehow touched on people who have not been formally taxed. This is most of them, of those who are likely now to be captured in this particular tax bracket, are mainly those who have not been included in the previous. Like one of the speakers has very carefully said, that some of those who are now going to be finding themselves paying taxes have not been quite involved in paying taxes. Why? Because they are not formally employed. If you look at the last finance bill, the last year's finance bill, and this finance bill, it seems to open up, to spread to others. Now, the levels of inclusion in this case now touch on the very delicate segment of the community, of the population, the hustler. And of course, the Kenya Kwanza government was voted in through the slogan of the hustler movement,
right,
and support the hustler. But these hustlers need an operating environment. These hustlers need to be facilitated in one way or another. The government has a plan that requires financing. This plan is what will moderate the environment into which these hustlers will do their business. It is this plan that is going to make sure that there is more employment created for Kenyans who are not employed, and therefore increase or rather open up more of the revenue base. It is through taxation that the government will continue expanding the boundaries in terms of developing the economy. Now, there are indicators that we don't need to lose sight of. First of all, the first indicator that we need to look at carefully, and in view of today's budget, is the fact that there is significant reduction in the fiscal deficit. Fiscal deficit that has been posted this afternoon is 3.3%. Last year's budget was around 5.2, 5.3%. A reduction of around 2% fiscal deficit on GDP is quite significant, if I may say that.
Right.
On the other hand, when you look at the economic indicators that people look at basically to assess whether the situation is that bad, is that, first of all, the inflation rates are low. The Kenyan inflation rates are really, I can give you the figures because I think I picked that from the conversation in Parliament.
Yeah.
There is also the issue of the shilling has strengthened, and we have gained as a country from the strengthening of the shilling. We have gained about 65 billion to the budget, and that's one of the reasons why we went to occasion the supplementary budget. On the other hand,
Daktari Mutunga, kwa sababu kuna wananchi ambao wanatazama na baadhi yao wametaja kwamba haya masuala ya ushuru nyinyi kama viongozi mnapoyazungumzia mnayafanya na kuwa magumu mno. Ukisema kuna fiscal deficit ya 3.3%, 5.2%, ukisema kuna inflation rate ambayo imeenda chini, unasema nini?
Okay, vile namaanisha kama ni inflation, namaanisha ile gharama ya ununuzi wa vitu kwa Kenya. Unajua kuna ile tunaita around sijui inaitwaje kwa Kiswahili but ya macroeconomic indicators. Yaani inaonyesha vile uchumi uko. Pengine ndugu yangu atanisaidia pale because it may have the language. But ile kitu ninasema ni kwamba uchumi unaibuka. The hope that Kenyans should have is that the economy is improving. There are clear signs of an improving economy. Kwa sababu ile pesa sisi tunatakana tu factor ile tunasema kuna bajeti yenyewe na kuna ile pesa inakuwa imepangiwa kukusanywa katika wakati. It means therefore that we are going to collect less, we are going to demand to look for less. In other words, if it is borrowing, we are going to borrow less. Now, some of the speakers have spoken about the way we have been missing the target. And probably, if an economy has to grow, there must be deliberate engagement of a greater majority of the population in productive sectors. So if we have to encourage that, then SMEs must be, first of all, protected. We must be able to grow these SMEs. But even as we grow these SMEs, there must be ways of also SMEs giving back. Maybe what we need to look at is the figures, the proportions of which the government is demanding, or rather the Finance Bureau is proposing. Okay. Proportions of 16% plus maybe 20% and so on. We need to go back there and look at them. However, we need to realize that every service provider in this country levies the consumer of the service. So since we are not able probably to have...
Yes, I hear you, and I just need to indicate here that we also invited the Finance and Planning Committee Chair, that is Honorable Kure Kimani. He tells us this evening that he's still chairing a committee that is listening to the voices of the people, meaning public participation is still going on. We're still waiting for him. As soon as he's here, he'll be joining the panel. He had confirmed to be here this evening. And Maurice, you come from the Kenya Revenue Authority, and as you listen to Kenyans, I mean, all these are your clients. You collect revenue from them, you tax them, and they are saying that it's becoming too much. How much can the economy support at this moment? Because Dr. Kanyuthi here says that the SME sector has also to support. But if you have to look at it keenly, it is the end consumer that is bearing the brunt of all this. When do you stop?
Thank you very much, and let me thank you for inviting me to this discussion. And I've got to say that I've truly enjoyed the way the discussion is going on, and it gives me the feeling that actually Kenyans understand the taxes and the basis of charging these taxes. And that is what I wanted to talk about more. But when I listened to the debate, I realized that actually Kenyans understand why the government levies taxes. And when we go to the bill, I need to start with the problem that we have as a developing country. And we are not alone. Most developing countries have a problem in terms of aligning the tax system, and the challenges largely arise from, one, the issue of tax base. And one of the speakers talked about the issue of tax base. The other problem that we have is the issue of too many exemptions. Exemptions are everywhere. The other challenge that we have is compliance level. And the last problem, there are many, I'll talk only about those four for the time being. The other problem that we have is the structure of our economy, which is largely informal. And these are the things that when you look at the budget and the finance bill, and I need to clarify that the finance bill is still a proposal, which is subject to discussion, and I'm happy that we are having a discussion. The finance bill tries to address these problems in a way. If you look at the new taxes that have been brought in, the motor vehicle tax, the eco levy, the removal of certain exemptions is basically to address the issue of tax-based expansion. And
so are you saying that people who have motor vehicles don't pay tax?
I need to come to that. Not everybody who has a motor vehicle is paying taxes. Not everybody.
So how many own motor vehicles and don't pay tax that you need to target?
Let me explain to you something, why we need to look at the motor vehicle as a tax as proposed in the bill. Somebody who has a vehicle definitely has some income, because he'll fuel the car, he'll buy the car. But as I said, not everybody who has a motor vehicle is paying taxes. And that brings us to a tax regime that basically addresses areas.
What do you mean? When they fill their car,
yes,
they're paying tax, aren't they? On fuel, isn't it?
Tax on income. I meant tax on income. That is a consumption tax.
Okay, so
yes.
Which income? Which income is this that owners of motor vehicles don't pay?
The income that you got, for example, to go and pay that fuel should have been taxed on you.
Lakini kwa yule ambaye anapokea mshahara, kwa mfano, kama mimi na Sam hapa, mwisho wa mwezi tutapokea mshahara ambao utatozwa ushuru wa PAYE. Kwa hivyo ukija ukinitoza ushuru tena wa gari, ni kama umenitoza ushuru mara mbili. Mimi sio ama Sam wale ambao wanapata mshahara, sio wale ambao hawalipi ushuru. Kwa hivyo unawezaje kuseparate hizi group mbili ambazo unazitaja?
Actually, that is now the main area of discussion. If we are to go for those people who are earning salary only, to get the level of tax that will boost our economy, it means that we have to increase the taxes to compensate for that other person who has a car, but somehow he manages to not to pay. I talked about the issue of compliance. And there are people, as I said, in the economy who, because they are somehow difficult to target, they don't pay taxes on their income.
So how do you protect the one who pays PAYE, who pays affordable housing levy, who pays all these other taxes from this motor vehicle tax, if indeed you are targeting the one who does not pay tax at all?
We are targeting everybody. That person who has a car, when he pays the motor vehicle tax, don't you see that now he will actually within the tax radar? Yes? And therefore, using our systems, we can as well follow these people who might be having income or having expenditure that is related to income that they are earning. But when you go to their tax declaration, you find they're not declaring anything. But I need to emphasize my point. These people, and it's not only the people who own motor vehicles, there are people who are in certain businesses which are also difficult to tax. What the tax policy would require is that you have what we call a presumptive tax. The presumptive tax may be based on an asset, and I think that is a question that members of the public have been asking. Why are you taxing asset?
Okay,
Yes.
we hear you, Maurice, and that's a very contentious issue because, and we'll come back to it, because even organizations like companies that also pay taxation, which is on income tax, they also own motor vehicles. They are servicing, they're financing the operations of the government through different cadres of taxation. But we'll get back to that. First, you have to cross over to the Oversight Studio. Ayub and Nimrod, over to you.
Thank you, Sam and Mashirima. At the Oversight Studio, we are joined this evening by Busia County Senator Okia Omtata, Githunguri Lomeka, Gathoni wa Mushomba, and nominated MP John Mbadi, who as well is the chair of the Public Accounts Committee of the National Assembly. They have been itching, listening to the conversation at the government studio where Sam, you and Mashirima are. And first to you, Honorable John Mbadi, what's your observation and your response to some of the submissions made by the government delegation at the government studio?
Thank you very much, Ayub. Let me start by saying thank you for welcoming us here or inviting us to this studio to have a conversation on this very important topic. I'm happy that the people of Kenya from last year have been more conscious about taxation issues. But having said that, let me start by saying that in the traditional African society, leaders used to have what we used to call the wise men, and now you can call it wise men and women, who would tell them exactly when things are going wrong. I think President Ruto needs those wise men and women. The level of advisors that he has is failing him. And now look at the people who are representing Kenya Kwanza in the government studio. You listen to them, and I'm happy that they're in another studio and not where we are seated, because I think it would not have been very nice. Some of our reactions would have been a bit condescending. But let me not go in personal. I would like to start by saying this, that listening to their argument about broadening the tax base clearly demonstrates lack of understanding of what is tax base. And I'm shocked that the gentleman from KRA, someone who is very senior in KRA, his understanding of tax base is so wanting. How would you say that motor vehicle tax is going to target those who are not paying taxes as at now? First of all, when you purchase a motor vehicle, over 40% of its value is actually tax. Again, in using that vehicle, we pay a lot of taxes. And even in maintaining it, there are a lot of taxes. So you cannot say that that vehicle, the person who owns the vehicle, is being brought to the tax bracket or to the tax base. Secondly, where is this new tax that is targeting new taxpayers? Even when you talk about VAT on bread, the 16%, those who are going to pay VAT on bread obviously are paying a lot of taxes on other commodities. So you cannot say that this new tax is targeting Kenyans who are not currently paying taxes. What about VAT on insurance and reinsurance services? As a matter of fact, insurance and reinsurance services, those companies pay a lot of taxes to our economy, including those who even benefit from the same services that they offer. Financial services. I want to tell Ruto, please, the President of the Republic of Kenya, listen to us. Do not treat money transfer as income. Money transfers, I today would want my mother in the village to receive 1,000 shillings, 5,000 shillings, 10,000 shillings. That is my income, which has already been taxed at sometimes 2.5%. What I'm doing is just to facilitate or help my mother meet the basic necessities of life, where when she goes to the market and she goes to the shop, she still continues to pay VAT on almost every commodity that she will purchase using that tax. look at the edible oil, the excise duty on edible oil. Edible oil is basic commodity for the poor household in this country. Now, let me summarize it by saying the following, that the problem with the tax proposals in the current finance bill of 2024 is that it is targeting the low-income earners and the middle-income earners. Beginning with the motor vehicle owners, who are largely going to be affected are middle-income earners, including the commercial vehicles, which is going to make the cost of manufacture very high, including those vehicles which are used in agricultural production. Again, I have just mentioned the VAT on bread, edible oil excise duty. There is also the sugar. We are trying to revive the sugar industry, yet you are now imposing a 16% VAT on transportation of sugarcane to the factories. What are you trying to do? Let me, please, if you allow me just one more minute. You see, I have heard my colleagues talk, and Honorable Bill Okero actually ably put it, that the difference between Kibaki's approach, because Kibaki also came to power when we had economic challenges in our economy, and the difference is that President Kibaki grew the economy, or came up with policies to grow the economy. But something else that has not been mentioned is that President Kibaki emphasized on tax management and tax administration. You remember that those who are working in KRA were rained on, and those who are stealing our taxes, that was reduced to bare minimum. And within 1 year, we had collected triple what was being collected during Moi's time. Those are the kind of innovative ideas that we expect the current regime to employ.
Mheshimiwa Mushombo, na nafasi ya kujibu kwa Kiingereza ama Kiswahili, lakini naona kuna tatizo hapa. Tulikuwa na nafasi kama hii mwaka uliopita ambapo kelele zilikuwa kwamba Rais William Ruto anapania kuongeza tax bracket, yani tax base ya watu ambao wanajitokeza kulipa ushuru. Inaonekana imeshindikana. Ndiposa na kuona umetingisha kichwa wakati kamishna wa KRA anapoeleza kwamba tunalenga wale ambao wana matumizi ya magari, lakini huoni iwapo kuna ushuru mpya umeletwa kueleza kwamba tumeweza kunasa wale ambao hawalipi ushuru ili waweze kuchangia katika mfuko wa kutoza ushuru. Je, tumefikia hapo ama unaona kwamba serikali imeshindwa ama namna gani? Ndiposa tuko katika swala kama hili.
Asante sana kwa kutuleta hapa, kuturuhusu tuja hapa ili tuongee na Kenya, tuwaelezee yale sisi ambayo tunajua na yale ambao tunajaribu ili tusaidie wananchi kunufaisha maisha yao. Kiswahili changu kimeishia hapo. Asante. I want to respond to something that I've heard the officer from KRA try to explain, but he has failed terribly, because he was trying to explain why the government of Kenya and the Kenya Kwanza government is expanding the tax base. The tax base means they are trying to come up from up the pyramid to the basic of the pyramid, the down part of the pyramid, where the majority of the people are, who, according to him, have not been traditionally been paying tax. But he's not telling us something. What is the pressure of actually trying to tax everybody in this country? Where is the pressure coming from? Do you want to tell me, or do they want to tell us that they have just realized that they need to tax everybody? No. The pressure is coming from the debts, the foreign debts, the public debts that the Kenya Kwanza government assumed that they would walk over, and only realize along the way that they actually cannot be able to walk over. Now, there's something that they're not telling us, that all this mopping up of all manner of taxes. You know, last year we cried very loudly, because you remember some of us actually even rejected the finance bill in the National Assembly. And we thought that from the noise that we made last year, things would be better. I mean, the chest thumping of saying it must be done, the finance bill is not going to be touched even to a full stop, you know. And we are seeing the same attitudes and the same narratives. Mutamu bado inaendelea, umesikia watu wakisema hapa, kwa sababu kuna wale ambao bado hawajaelewa kwa nini wananchi wanalia. Wananchi hawalii kwa sababu hiyo ni fashion. Wananchi wanalia kwa sababu wameguzwa. And before I go there, I want to refer to this constitution. And by the way, you forgot to say that I'm the chair of the committee that oversees the implementation of this constitution in the National Assembly.
Okay.
And I want to refer to this constitution, which is the mother law. This constitution, Article 203, says this: before we run to pay debts, the foreign debts, before we run to pay back Eurobonds and whatever else we've been running to do so that we can look nice in the eyes of international community, we must allocate enough money to issues of national interest. Allocation of money to national interest mean areas of security, which is our national interest, areas of food security, national interest, areas of health, education, and environment. Have we done so? No. Why? Today in Parliament, my colleague can tell you, there were 3 groups coming to petition us. Oh, we want money for clinic officers. We want money for, just the other day, the JSS teachers were on the road. And everybody else is complaining. Have we allocated sufficiently to those national areas before we run to pay the Muzungu? So I think the KRA guys are not telling us. The government is not coming out clearly. Why the pressure? Why must we tax even almost eyebrows? Why are we taxing our hair wigs? Why are we taxing edible oil? Why are we taxing motor vehicle circulation taxes? Why are we collecting double levies? You know, levies that have already been collected in another sector, and now we are collecting again. For example, the eco-tax. The eco-tax is a duplication of another act that already is punishing the manufacturing industry. And then we bring another tax on top. So I want to call out the government of Kenya. Unfortunately, I can only call them out here because they have refused to listen. They have refused to listen to debates in the National Assembly. They have refused to listen to experts that have spoken and written articles in this country. That this constitution, Article 203, only allow us first to allocate money sufficiently and adequately to those areas of national interest. Thereafter, the surplus, we can now, any provision, and I'm reading, any provision that must be made in respect to the public debt and other national obligations. Okay. So that is the Katiba. We made this Katiba. I was part of those people who made this Katiba in 2005, and we must align ourselves to this constitution.
All right.
So this whole panic should stop.
Yes.
And our priority is not the IMF. Our priority is the Wanjiko, who is defined by this constitution, article number 1, as sovereign. That Wanjiko and Khadija is sovereign. We should not run to look like we are bowing to the IMF and abandoning Wanjiko in the street, abandoning Khadija in the street. We must make sure Wanjiko and Khadija is okay, and then we pay the debts.
Thank you. Senator Omtata, you have been the face of the calls against the Finance Bill 2023, now an act. Now here we are again, 2024. Honorable Mushomba talks about the role of Parliament, oversight where you guys sit in the bicameral Parliament. And it seems that there is this cry that you are not listened to, your voices are not heard in terms of what you want amended in these bills that come before the National Assembly. What then is the option? What's the way out if Parliament is dead against what you guys will say in terms of the other ideas that you have regarding the cost of living in Kenya and the cost of doing business generally?
First of all, thank you for having me. I'll take off where my sister just left off. We have a constitution in this country. So we cannot be said that we are being ignored. We have a constitution in this country. And within that constitution also there are measures to punish these people. There's going to come a time when we shall put them in jail for what they are doing today. Across the world, President Ruto was in South Korea the other day. I think he's still there. Let him ask himself how many presidents have been, ex-former presidents of South Korea have gone to jail. As he wants to admire South Korea, he must not decide whereby rogue presidents are jailed and punished.
President Park was the last.
Yes, and so does President Ruto want to be jailed when he leaves office? That's the question he should ask himself. He's not almighty. He must obey the Constitution. There's no way out.
And me, in discussing this bill, I would like everybody to go to the website of the National Treasury at www.treasury.go.ke/budget-books-1 You will find 5 books there which contain the budget estimates of the current government that we are supposed to be discussing, but instead we are being taken the wrong way to discuss the Finance Act or the Finance Bill, which is premature. You cannot have a finance bill without a budget you want to finance. You must have the budget, then now come up with measures to finance that budget. But we are dealing with measures to finance what doesn't exist. But as we look at the budget estimates, the total number is about 4,500 pages. Right now I've read through all of them. And on my first reading, I've identified about 100 billion shillings that is being stolen. 100 billion. Mm-hmm. And in 2 items, one of them is the repayment of debt. There's about 40 billion shillings there that you cannot explain. Double repayments. When you come down, there's other thing. They call them other expenses. Now, other expenses of what? Our budgeting law, the law, not even a policy, the law requires that every item be identified, what you are going to finance. Mm-hmm. So you cannot have other expenses. No, you must tell us this 10 shillings is going to buy this glass. So the question of other expenses is what you call the budgeted corruption. So of that, in that component alone, other expenses out of those 4,500 pages that are up there, is 52 billion shillings. So together 40 billion plus 52 billion, you get 92 billion. That is being stolen, being placed here to be stolen. You see? And so you cannot be talking about there not being enough money that we want to pay tax everybody, whatever. Yeah. What we need is fiscal discipline. And I just want to give you an example.
Oh, before you proceed, Senator, you have mentioned a very critical process of our budget-making process.
Yes.
And the constitution that Honorable Wamushomba holds here, and we all believe in because of its supremacy, gives the parliament the power to amend the budget. And this largely falls in the context of the formulation, adoption, execution, and the control, the 4 stages, 2 before, 2 after. And parliament is knowledgeable of this fact in regards to the presentation made by the Control of Budget when she appeared before the National Dialogue Committee at the Bomas of Kenya, where her own salary was tripled, yet she was the only officer in that capacity. These are issues that have been flagged. You are the members of parliament. You can't turn away from this blame of this budgeted corruption and what's contained in the budget that MPs in the budget committee do overlook. How do you clean up your faces as the representatives of the people?
First of all, for some funny reason, the budget doesn't come to the Senate. But you are fighting for it to come to the Senate, because if you look at Article 249, Clause 3 of the Constitution, it's very clear. It states that Parliament shall ensure that independent commissions, independent offices and constitutional commissions are funded properly. And the estimates of these commissions and independent offices are managed under Article 221. Where budget estimates are broadened. So the mere fact that they are introduced in the National Assembly, like it is said under Article 109, I think it's Clause 5, money bills will only be introduced in the National Assembly, does not mean that money bills will only be considered in the National Assembly. And so the Senate sits and watches this nonsense going on. And so we are still fighting to make sure that the budget goes through both houses. Mm-hmm. That practice where they have been misreading the Constitution must come to an end. Now, the other thing, there's this thing called the Budget Office. Go and look at how much money went to Ndinyoros constituency for roads. He charged the Budget Office. They go and make deals with the Treasury, and then you see Parliament debates their report. Parliament does not read the 4,500 pages that I've referred to. They read that thing, and then they bring a report to Parliament, then Parliament debates the report. And that's why the problem is. The MPs never get a time to walk through the estimates. They are worked through by somebody else who is captive to the treasury. Just look at the MPs. Look at the MPs who sit in the budget office and how much money they allocate to projects in their constituencies. And look at the other MPs. I'm talking about the National Assembly. Forget about the Senate. Just the National Assembly. You will see why there's a big problem. So that animal called the budget office has been captured by Treasury, the Treasury mandarins, and they are in cahoots. So when they peruse these things, they see no evil, and therefore they bring a very rosy picture of what is happening. Yeah. And that's why then where we lose it. Because then Parliament debates the report of the committee, the departmental committee. It does not debate the raw data. So I would not blame the MPs. Personally, yes.
No. Mheshimiwa, nataka uzuie hapo kidogo, lakini nataka kuna swala ambalo tutataka uthibitishe baadaye. Tunakwenda mapumzikoni kidogo, lakini hili swala ambalo umezungumzia kwamba kuna budgeted corruption katika utungaji wa sheria kama hizi ambazo ni za kutengeza bajeti na vile vile mswada, tunataka uthibitishe kwa sababu umegusia swala ambalo huwezi kuthibitisha na tungependa uweze kuthibitisha kuhusiana na hizo shilingi bilioni 100 ambazo nasema kwamba zimeingizwa katika mfuko ambao pengine ni wa kufanyia ubadhirifu ama ufisadi. Lakini kwa sasa nafikiri tunakwenda mapumzikoni kidogo na kupeleka kwake Olive Barrows na Lulu Hassan watueleze mengi kabla ya kuendelea na mjadala pamoja na wageni wetu siku ya leo.
Naam, shukran sana Nimrod Tabu na Ayub Abdikadir. Ama kwa hakika jumbe ni nyingi na wengi wameonekana kuweza kutamaushwa na yale matamshi ya naibu kamishna wa mamlaka ya ushuru ya KRA hapa ndani ya studio. Maoni ni mengi
mengi. Naona tu SMS Maurice Ore. Labda tusomee kadhaa.
Na jumbe ni nyingi hapa, anasema hiyo government studio ina mambo, they are telling us a lot of nothing. Hizi ni baadhi ya jumbe ambazo tunazipata kwa hivi sasa. Wengi inaonyesha tu ni kwamba Wakenya wameghadhabishwa. Kila mmoja anaonekana kubebwa mzigo ambao katu ama kamwe hauwezi kubebeka. Mtazamaji, baada ya muda usio kwa mrefu turudi na mengi zaidi, usiende mbali.
Cholesterol-free, natural vitamin E, refined fresh fry premium cooking oil for healthy living. A little more than 50 years ago, a group of cooperators came together to plant a seed. From these strong roots, and with God's blessings, that seed today is a strong, big tree. The Cooperative Bank has grown to serve not only the needs of the cooperative movement, but also by helping unlock new opportunities. The Kingdom Bank enables the growth and prosperity of a rich diversity of Kenyans across our great nation and beyond. Through innovative products, harnessing new technologies, and by striving to meet and exceed the needs of our customers in a fast-changing world. And even though we now serve more than just the cooperative movement, we take a lot of pride in our roots. We are the Cooperative Bank. We are you.
You have to meet my best friend. She's the sweetest. Hey, check out my hair.
Which one? The one on your head or the one in the sink? Relax. Next time, just use the Mega Growth Anti-Damage Relaxer. It's infused with wonder oils and conditioning proteins for visibly less hair breakage after retouching. Now your hair looks great.
Thank you.
Mega Growth Anti-Damage No-Lie Cream Relaxer for visibly less hair breakage after retouching.
Day 7 of crazy offers, unbeatable offers, exclusive offers, special offers, more offers. It's Carrefour, baby. What did you expect? Anniversary deals at Carrefour.
Kutuma pesa ni free na Equity. It's easy. Simply dial *247#, select send money, select other Equity account, enter the receiver's Equity account or Equitel number, and send. It's that simple. Save money every day. Dial *247# on any network to send money to Equity for free. Equity, karibu member.
I'm here. No more boredom. Here are some delightful snacks for all of you.
Introducing Festive Cakes, the Festive Yamela cake. Indulge in the pleasure of a cone-shaped cake that's bursting with flavors.
Where did you come from?
Come. So this is where the magic happens, with different flavors: chocolate, coffee, even strawberry, blueberry, orange.
Wow, that's amazing. That is so cool. Festive Cakes come in different flavors.
This is for you kids. Share it with your friends.
Festive Cupcakes.
Thank you.
Perfect treats to share with friends and family.
Now for your kids' school snacks, Hakuna Soup.
Festive Pancakes, the perfect blend of sweetness and softness.
And now this is for you, Dad, and your office mate.
Festive Pound Cake. This sumptuous cake will leave you craving for more. Taste the magic with our Festive Cakes from DPL Festive Bakery. Delight with every bite.
Only superior fabric. Luxurious modal fiber with combed cotton makes it soft and comfortable. Only responsibly sourced cotton. It's better for you and the planet. Only superior shape retention. It holds its shape for longer. The only t-shirt to choose. Women's modal tees. Only 1,700 shillings each when you buy 2.
Mkulima, kinga mahindi yako kutokana na Fall Armyworm kwa kutumia Amigad, dawa nambari 1 ya kuangamiza Fall Armyworms nchini Kenya. Amigad imethibitishwa na serikali na inatumika kwa mashamba kote nchini kuimarisha mahindi yako. Amigad inapatikana kwa Agrovet karibu nawe. Kwa maelezo zaidi, piga simu kwa nambari 0796287786. Amigad kutoka Farmfix Africa Limited. Amigad, dawa kamili dhidi ya Fall Armyworm.
With Deep Freeze, exercise is not a punishment, but something to enjoy. Whether you like running, gym, cycling, or any sports, always use Deep Freeze to instantly cool down overworked muscles. Deep Freeze provides an instant burst of cooling relief during, after exercise, and on fresh impact injuries.
Roto.
Acne-prone skin, marks? Stop. Try new Garnier Charcoal Serum with 4% AHA, BHA and charcoal. The first black serum with no residue. Clinically proven to reduce pimples and acne marks. New Garnier AHA, BHA Charcoal Serum. Approved by dermatologists by Garnier Naturally.
What car do you drive? Is it a Ford? Is it a Land Rover? A Volkswagen? Is it a Honda? A Jaguar? Or maybe a Subaru? It doesn't matter what car you drive. If you use the right oil, you have the right car. Castrol, recommended by leading vehicle manufacturers worldwide. Castrol, it's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
Ngozi yako ina glow. Nilijipaka mafuta leo asubuhi nikikam, lakini skin yangu ishaparara and it looks so dull. Sis, see, it's the new Nice and Lovely Lemon Extract Body Lotion. Hii ndo secret yangu to a moisturized and bright skin. Usimix.
New Nice and Lovely Lemon Lotion, enriched with vitamin C and sunflower seed oil for 48-hour nourishing glow and brighter skin. Try Nice and Lovely Lemon Lotion today.
Cadbury Lunch Bar imetengenezwa na hizi delicious ingredients covered na Cadbury chocolate. Stand a chance ya kushinda share yako ya prizes worth 350,000 Kenya shillings. Nunua any 2 Cadbury Lunch Bar chocolates, enter na unaweza shinda. Cadbury Lunch Bar inakupatia much more.
Dark marks keep coming back. Any tips? Double the vitamin C power. New Garnier Vitamin C Day and Night Serums. Daily with the #1 vitamin C serum to correct dark marks. At night, new 10% vitamin C serum to help prevent their reappearance. Together, twice as fast dark mark reduction. The power duo. New Garnier Vitamin C Day and Night Serums. By Garnier, naturally.
The moment I feel my pain starting to fade, it's like I'm going back to myself on a really good day.
Panadol Extra releases you from strong pain. Panadol, release starts here.
Nimejaribu mafuta na sabuni nyingi, hazikusaidia kurelieve eczema, dryness, or my baby's sensitive skin. Tangu nigundue the new Nice and Lovely Baby Naturals wash, ni soothing during bath time na haiwashi macho. Ngozi imebadilika kabisa. Thanks to Nice and Lovely Baby Naturals Jelly and Cream. Jionee mwenyewe. The power of 3-in-1 Jelly and Cream moisturizes, protects, and repairs. Chagua Nice and Lovely Baby Naturals, approved by pediatricians and dermatologists.
Saa 3 saa za Afrika Mashariki, ambapo mswada wa fedha mwaka 2024 umezua mihemko na hisia kali nchini, huku zaidi ya mashirika 500 yakipinga mapendekezo ya mswada huo. Mswada wa fedha mwaka 2024 unapendekeza aina nyingi ya ushuru, ikiwemo ushuru wa mkate, wa magari, huduma za kifedha na hata magurudumu ya aina tofauti, ikiwemo ikitajwa kwa kejeli gurudumu la wheelbarrow. Ni jioni njema kutoka studio za Ramogi TV, ambapo mjadala mkuu unaletwa kwenu moja kwa moja kupitia runinga zote za kampuni ya Royal Media, Radio Citizen na Hot 96 na pia mitandaoni. Jina langu ni Lulu Hassan.
And I am Olive Burrows on a big evening of a big conversation on an equally big national issue. The Finance Bill of 2024 has generated just as much, if not more heat than the Finance Bill 2023. In this special broadcast, we're live from 5 studios as we dissect the provisions of the Finance Bill, the implications if passed and the options if not passed. To walk us through the contentious issues, our town hall studio is made up of a cross-section of taxpayers whose sectors would take a direct hit from the provisions of the bill. Our colleagues Rashid Abdallah and Trevor Mbija are manning the taxpayer studio.
Na mtazamaji, hii ikiwa ni studio yetu ya wadau tunaowaita walipa ushuru. Studio yetu ya pili itakuwa studio ya serikali, ambapo jioni hii maswali ni mengi yanayosubiri majibu. Wenzetu Samgi Tukuna Mashirima Kapombe wataelekeza mazungumzo katika studio hiyo, huku washiriki wakiwa ni pamoja na mbunge Kimani Kuria ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa kamati ya fedha katika bunge la kitaifa, mwenyekiti wa kamati ya kilimo Daktari Kanyuthi ya Mutunga na Morris Ore ambaye ni naibu kamishna wa mamlaka ya ushuru KRA.
And now on to our third studio, the Oversight Studio. We call it Oversight because it is composed of members of houses of the Houses of Parliament, an institution whose duty is to pass laws such as the Finance Bill 2024. Our colleagues Nimrod Tabu and Ayub Abdikadir will be facilitating the conversation from the Oversight Studio. Our guests there are Member of Parliament John Badi, who is the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, Gavani Wamushoba, who made it very clear she's also the chairperson of CIOC and Member of Parliament for Githunguri, as well as Busia Senator Okia Omtata.
Na studio yetu ya 4 itajumuisha wataalam wa masuala ya fedha, ushuru na bajeti, wakiwemo Kwame Owino, Bill Okero, Daktari Abraham Rugo, Diana Kishengo na Philip Kakai ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa ISPAC. Wenzetu Ivono Kwara na Lincoln Njogu wataongoza mazungumzo na majadiliano katika studio hii.
And on to our 5th studio, which is right here where we are with Lulu Hassan. This is the Mwananchi studio. It is our bottom-up studio, and from here we will look at the discussions from the grassroots going up. We will be watching the discussion with a panel of 2 grassroots representatives. We have a Boda Boda operator, that is Peter Ochieng, and a member of Bunge la Wazalendo, Edward Rioba.
Na kwa hivi sasa ni wakati wa taarifa.
Our top story tonight has to do with the Finance Bill, and Anglican Church of Kenya Archbishop Jackson Ole Sapit led key stakeholders in the financial, transport and engineering sectors in calling upon Parliament to reject the Finance Bill 2024 in its current form. While formally tabling his submissions before the National Assembly Finance and Planning Committee, the ACK Archbishop warned of an imminent economic crisis in the coming months. Seth Olale followed the heated proceedings at Parliament buildings.
So Lord, help us always to be careful in whichever generation when we sit to make decisions on behalf of others, that Lord, we can be guided and led by you.
Increase taxes at your own peril. That is a sound warning from Anglican Church of Kenya Archbishop Jackson Ole Sapit to a parliamentary committee conducting public participation for the Finance Bill 2024. In opposing the bill in its current form, the ACK Archbishop, while formally presenting his submissions before the National Assembly Finance and Planning Committee, termed the bill a tax burden to Kenyans who are already grappling with the high cost of living.
The proposed excise duty will lead to higher prices for essential household items, such as cooking oil, soap, and bread. This will disproportionately affect the low-income families, increasing the cost of living and reducing their disposable income.
The Anglican Church of Kenya Archbishop prophesying economic doom in the months to come if Parliament will ignore the plight of taxpayers and go ahead to pass the controversial bill in its entirety.
The higher cost may be burdensome for small and medium enterprises. The increased expense could reduce profitability and competitiveness as many rely on these services for business operations. Additionally, this increase may lead to a decline in the use of formal money transfer services as individuals and businesses might seek cheaper informal alternatives, potentially reducing overall government revenue and hindering financial inclusion efforts.
The ACK Archbishop faulting the drafters of the bill for being insensitive to the needs of ordinary mwananchi, stating that even the church itself will be affected with the proposed tax increase on bread and wine that is used during Holy Communion.
There should be a kind of a caveat that things like unleavened bread, which is purely for Holy Communion, it's not something you can eat and get satisfied, or altar wine. I think this you must now help us to see how you can segregate and remove altar wine from other wines in the shelves, and remove unleavened bread from other breads in the shelves, so that we can have an opportunity of giving people Holy Communion, because you are going to tell us stop Holy Communion, which is a sacrament, which we cannot avoid doing it.
Telkom Kenya expressed worries about the adverse effects of taxing SIM cards and increasing digital taxes from 15 to 20%.
Increase in IDF, this will affect SIM cards. If the increase from 2.5% to 3%, that has a knock-on effect on the cost of imported machinery in our sector, in imported technology and equipment, and also on SIM cards, like I mentioned earlier, and we ask that one be reconsidered.
In the manufacturing and construction sectors, representatives from the Institution of Engineers of Kenya advocated for the removal of taxes on construction materials to support local industry growth and infrastructure development, especially for specialized hospital materials, in order to facilitate affordable health care.
Exemptions need to be retained. And the justification is that the removal of the exemptions will discourage investments in the construction of specialized hospitals, and this will also increase the cost of such projects and increase unemployment.
Uber Kenya warning the parliamentary committee that the proposed 20% significant economic presence tax will make online transportation services expensive, and the additional costs will be passed on to the driver and passenger.
The withholding should be by platform owners who make payment to platform users, not platform owners who facilitate payment.
Other key stakeholders highlighted the potential negative impacts of increased taxes on different goods and services. For instance, a proposed 20% tax on software payments was criticized for potentially raising software costs and driving distributors out of the market. Concerns were also raised about high custom duties on materials essential for the dairy industry, with stakeholders arguing that duties ranging from 10% to 35% could reduce milk consumption and deter investment in the sector.
Today I've seen someone take a clip of me saying that manufacturers should take their jobs to Uganda and import here. And of course it is deliberate, cutting off the context of that conversation. I said, and I reiterate, that one of the things that we are very conscious about is we need to make decisions cognizance that we operate in around EAC region, around COMESA, and therefore if we make bad decisions, then we risk manufacturers shifting base from our country to our neighboring countries, and then they will import those products to our country, and will have exported those jobs to those other countries. So it is not that they should go there.
So Lord, bless us now, bless us into the future, and bless this team.
Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
Raila Odinga's bid for the leadership of the African Union Commission's chairmanship will now be led by a joint secretariat through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Prime Cabinet Secretary and Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi say his office will work in conjunction with Raila's team to lobby for continental support for the bid. The two leaders expressed confidence in Kenya's bid for the continental seat, basing their stand on what they say was Raila's stellar Pan-African record. Brenda Wanga reports.
His Excellency, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga.
This was the first time that the government and the opposition leader, now AUC chairman seat hopeful Raila Odinga, were jointly speaking on his candidature. The press briefing coming after a meeting between the two and their teams, where the government's commitment to supporting Raila's bid was cemented in the joining of the efforts from the two teams in the formation of a joint secretariat.
The State Department for Foreign Affairs has established a campaign secretariat which includes the candidate's strategy team. The Secretariat will prepare all the briefs for use by the candidate, develop campaign materials, including digital presence, and prepare for the public debate to be broadcast live to African citizens.
With committed and proper coordination between my team and the government, we should be able to clinch the seat.
Among the briefs for the Secretariat is a translation of Raila's CV into 6 African Union languages ahead of the deadline for the submission of regional bids in August this year. Raila Odinga exuding confidence that his record of leadership both in and out of Kenya stands him in good favor to win the seat and become the first East African at the helm of the AUC. Musalia Mudavadi echoes the sentiments and says the government is out to spread that same message to other African countries as it drums up support for Odinga.
I believe that I have sufficient knowledge and experience to be able to move the AU forward. AU is an institution that was founded by the founding fathers of our nation. And their dream was an Africa that was united, an Africa that was cohesive, an Africa that was developed.
Additionally, the campaign involves outreach programs to capitals of AU member states, briefing of Kenya missions abroad, and engagements with diplomatic corps in Nairobi. Kenya is certain that our candidate, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, has credentials and the passion to advocate for Africa's interests globally and champion for more opportunities for Africa and her people.
Both leaders also noted that Kenya stood to gain from Raila's continental leadership, but dismissed speculation that the government's support for Raila's candidature was a trade-off.
I was myself pleasantly surprised that Kenya government said they would support me. I was expecting them to say no. I don't know the reason why they said yes.
Raila Amolo Odinga has got the requisite experience. As I said in another forum, he has seen both hot and cold. And Africa is beaming with both hot and cold. And Raila is required on the African continent.
Elections for the seat will be held in February next year. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
In an apparent sustaining of hostility between allies of President William Ruto and his deputy Rigathi Gachagua, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi led a group of close allies in a fresh round of firing at Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Here is what they had to say.
By the time tunafika 2022, mlima tayari ilikuwa kwa mfuko ya William Samoei Ruto. Na kwa hivyo itakuwa ni makosa mtu akikaa hivi anasema ati mimi nilikuletea mlima. Hakuna mlima ililetwa. Mlima ilikuwa kwa William, ilikuwa na William, na ndio maana akapata uongozi ambao amepata.
If you want to lead the people of Kenya, have a plan, like our president has a plan for this country. Have an ideology that you can marshal and garner the people of Kenya to follow your ideology. But ideologies of division, ethnic balkanization, personality worship cults, that is politics of the past and overtaken by time, overtaken by generations.
Kama viongozi wa kitaifa, kama viongozi katika Kenya hii, tuungane na rais ya kusema kwamba tuwe huru, tuwe watu wa kutembea na kushikana, tujue wenzetu, jua jirani yako, jua dada yako kutoka Lungalunga, jua yule anatoka Turukana, jua yule anatoka katika sehemu mbalimbali. Tusiwe watu ambao tunafikiria kila mara mambo ya kikabila.
Unity ya nchi ni muhimu sana kuliko mtu binafsi.
Itakuwa ni makosa wakati wewe unaingia kiti unaanza kuretreat to the tribal cocoon. It is very unfortunate, and it will be tragic for us to pull a global leader in the name of the President of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto, to come to the level ya kuangalia maneno ya makabila.
Mahali tunaelekea kama jamii ama Kenya, tunasema sisi tuko na jamii yetu na baba yetu ya nchi hii ni President William Samoei Ruto. Na tumesema sisi tukae na amani.
On the other side of the divide, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and his allies renewed their demand for respect, saying Mount Kenya region had the decisive vote that secured victory for President Ruto. And here is what they had to say.
And when I saw that there are people from outside who want to create division in this region, knowing the danger of moving when we are not united, I called for the unity of this region. All politics is local. All politics is local. Leaders of this region who want to fight unity, don't speak in Western. Don't speak in Rift Valley. Come and speak here. If you think this unity is a bad thing for the Mount Kenya region or is tribalism the way I'm hearing, don't speak outside there. Kuja ita mkutano hapa Mkurueni, useme hii umoja ya Mount Kenya ni ukabila.
3 million votes from the mountain made this government secure, and we must get the respect due of 3 million votes. Sio watu wanakaa pale wanaongea vile wanataka. Hapana. Tena ni vizuri tutangaze hapa. Hizo kura zetu, nyinyi mnasema nani zimewakilishwa na nani? Kura zetu 3,000,000. The only figure around that ni Rigathi wake.
On to another contentious issue, and trouble for Muguka traders deepened, with Lamu County joining in imposing stringent measures on the sale and distribution of the stimulant. The new measures, which take effect immediately, include a ban on the sale of Muguka on the streets, either in boxes or buckets. Instead, all Muguka vendors will now be required to sell the stimulant strictly in shops. Sale of Muguka near educational institutions, worship centers such as mosques, churches and madrasas has been banned. Lamu Governor Issa Timami warned that any breach of these new regulations would be met with dire consequences.
We are banning street sales of Muguka. Number 2, we shall not allow the sale of Muguka in any Anmira, in any places near places of worship and our schools. And thirdly, we shall not allow the sale of Muguka and Mira to persons who are under the age of 18 years.
Mimi ningependelea angechukua msimamo kama ule wa
gavana wa Mombasa na Taita Taveta na Kilifi apige marufuku kabisa mogoka, kwa sababu mogoka uko na athari kubwa sana. Wengi watu hawalali, wanakuwa paka wenda wazimu, wengine pia nyumbani pia kazi zingine pia zinakuwa ni shida kwa mabibi zao.
Nye vibanda ni sawa, bora yafunga mogoka, kwani sinda niko wapi. Lakini kama hapa njeti tuomba, kama mimi ndio msaji hapa njeti, tumwombea tuwekee vibanda kuhusia mogoka, si hakuna nafasi.
Na wasiuzie watoto ya shule na nini na kadhalika ni mzuri. Lakini kwa maoni yangu angefunga kabisa, isikuje hapa Lamu. Ndio mambo ya ulevi ipungue.
Na msodakta mtazamaji, ndio mwisho wa taarifa zetu za lugha ya Kiingereza za saa 3, lakini moja kwa moja tunaenda kwa expert studio, kwa oversight studio kumradhi, ambapo tunaungana na Yvonne na Lincoln Jogu waendeleze mjadala siku hii leo.
Na bila shaka ni studio ya experts, yani wataalamu wa masuala ya uchumi, masuala ya bajeti na kadhalika, na bila shaka tunao hapa katika studio. Bila shaka na watakuwa kituelezea mengi zaidi kuhusu yale ambayo tumeyasikia kutoka kwa serikali, kutoka kwa wataalamu, kutoka kwa walio katika sekta tofauti tofauti. Na kabla tujapata mengi zaidi na takwimu zinazohusiana na masuala ya uchumi na bila shaka bajeti, ni vizuri kwanza tupate hisia zake Dr. Abraham Rugo kuhusiana na madeni tulionayo. Hivi majuzi tumesikia Rais William Ruto akisema kwamba katika kipindi cha miaka 3 hivi ijayo tutakuwa na ile aliita balance budget, kwamba tutakuwa tunaweza kufadhili bajeti yetu na ushuru ambao tutakusanya. Lakini labda ni vizuri tueleze, labda masuala yote haya ambayo tunayozungumzia yatokana na mzigo tulionao wa kulipa madeni. Mwaka wa 2017 tulikuwa tuadaiwa shilingi trilioni 4.4 peke yake. Sasa hivi tutazungumzia trilioni 10.3 hivi. Kwa kila labda shilingi 100 ambazo tutakusanya, ni pesa ngapi ambazo zaendea kulipa madeni ambayo tushachukua?
Asante sana Lincoln. Kwanza ni kusema kwamba kwa miaka ambayo imepita, pengine miaka 10 hivi, tumekuwa tukiongeza deni la serikali kila mwaka. Na jambo ambalo limechangia sana ni kwamba kuna lile jambo linaloitwa deficit. Deficit ni ile tofauti kati ya mapato na matumizi. Tunapoanza mwaka kuna ile deficit ambayo tunaweza anza nayo. Unaanza kwamba kuna miaka ambayo pengine tunaanza na deficit kama ya bilioni 367, hiyo ni 2014 2015. Lakini hapa katikati, wakati mapato yetu yanapokuwa hatupati mapato ambayo tulikuwa tunategemea, hatupunguzi matumizi yetu, basi unakuta kwamba kama huo mwaka tuliweza kuongeza hiyo gap hadi bilioni 732 by 99%, asilimia 99. Hiyo imekuwa ikienda hivyo hata mwaka huu ambao tuko wa 2023-2024, unakuta ya kwamba tulianza na hiyo deficit ya 718, na kwa sasa kulingana na ile ripoti ambayo imetolewa ilikuwa ya supplementary budget, tuko katika 909. Hiyo ndio imechangia kwa ukubwa sana ya kwamba deni la taifa, ya kwamba wakati tunafanya ile projections ama ile mtazamio wa mapato ambayo tutapata kama serikali, kama taifa, inakuwa ya kwamba tumekuwa unrealistic. Kwa sasa kulipa deni la serikali ama ile public debt imekuwa ndio kama the largest MDA, Ministry, Department and Agency, kwa sababu mwaka huu tulikuwa tunatarajia kwamba tutaweza kupata mapato kama ya trilioni 2.5. Pengine kwa namba ambayo wengi wataweza kuelewa, shilingi 250. Deni letu ni 167. Hiyo inamaanisha ya kwamba tukiweza kupata hizi fedha zote kwa kila shilingi 100 ambayo tunapata kama mapato, shilingi 73 shillings inaenda katika kulipa deni. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha ya kwamba pesa zinazobaki ni shilingi 27. Ndio pale ambapo lazima tununue dawa, tulipe daktari, tulipe mwalimu, tulipe polisi, tulipe jeshi. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha kwamba katika hata huo mwaka unakuwa kwamba lazima pia uweze kukopa ili ukaweza kufanya matumizi ya kila wakati. Kulingana na jambo ambalo rais amesema ya kwamba tutakuwa na ile balanced budget. Balanced budget itaweza kupatikana ikiwa tutaweza kuzungumzia jambo la matumizi, kwa sababu shida ambayo tuko nayo kubwa sio shida ya mapato. We don't have a revenue problem.
ukiangalia kila mwaka tumekuwa mapato yetu yamekuwa yakikua ile kuongezeka kwa 10% hivi. Mwaka tu wa COVID 2020-2021 hapo ndio kulikuwa na ile dip ama ile kutokuwa kwa mapato. Lakini tusipozungumzia jambo la matumizi ya serikali, ile expenditure, ikiwa matumizi yetu yatazidi kuwa makubwa mengi hata wakati mapato, kwa hiyo kama nilivyoelezea mwaka huu unakuta ya kwamba mapato ya serikali hayajaweza kuwafikisha yale ambayo tulikuwa tumepangia, lakini matumizi yetu yanazidi kuongezeka. Kama hatutazungumzia hilo jambo na hatutafanya hilo, basi ile balance budget itakuwa ni vigumu sana kuweza kuifikia.
Bila shaka kama alivyosema Dr. Ibrahim Rugo ni kwamba kwa kila shilingi 100 ambazo tuwazikusanya makiara ya kusanya, shilingi 27 pekee ndizo zabaki hapa nchini. Pesa zingine za kufika kulipa madeni ambao tumechukua kutoka mashirika hapa nchini Kenya na pia mashirika ya kigeni. Lakini Yvonne Okwara atatuelezea mengi zaidi kuhusiana na tulikotoka, yani tumetoka wapi kama taifa miaka kama 10 hivi iliyopita. Tuliko wapi, tuko wapi na labda tuelekea wapi, Yvonne?
That's right, Lincoln. So 73 shillings of every 100 that we collect goes to paying debt. And this is why. This is what our debt numbers look like at this moment. Now, these are the numbers that we've gotten from the Central Bank of Kenya. As at March 2024, this is the amount of our total public debt. It stands at 10.398 trillion. It's a little less now compared to last year, which is at around 11 trillion. And that's because the Kenya shilling is performing a little better now than it was 6 months ago. Remember, all our debt is dollar denominated. Now, out of this 10.398 trillion shillings, this is what we owe in terms of domestic debt, 5.253 trillion. And in terms of the external debt of that total 10.398, it is 5.163 trillion shillings. So all of this, of course, comes to that 10.398 we are talking about. Now, exactly who do we owe? Let me give you some figures, and these are accurate as at the end of last year. These are just some of the people that we owe, but perhaps the more important, and that'll give our point. World Bank and IMF, as of last year, 2.21 trillion. These two are important. Eurobond was at 1.1 trillion. China, we owe 9.39 billion. These numbers have no doubt, increased in the last 6 months. Now, I want to explain something here a little bit, because you see, this debt is essentially to pay these debts. That is because at some point in our country, we did what is called rebasing of our economy. So that meant that we couldn't get more affordable or concessional loans from multilateral lenders. So now we go for commercial loans, which are more expensive and double-digit. Eurobond, we've had 3 of those, I believe. China, for all the big, shiny infrastructure projects that we want, including what perhaps I like to call the original sin, the SGR, whose rate was inflated close to 3 times. The value for money is yet another matter altogether. Now, it is important to note that the loans that we get from the World Bank and others are more concessionary. So what does that mean? Essentially, we're talking about having fairer interest rates, sometimes at about 1.75%, and they are for a 35-year period with a 10-year grace period. The reason you go to them is because things are a little tight around here. That's fine. That's some good math right there. However, because they're coming in to bail you out from these 2 and other expensive loans, they come with conditions. Now, here are some of the conditions that you get from the World Bank, and these are just a few. So they've looked at our public state-owned enterprises. These are parastatals, public universities, and they have noted many of them are not a going concern. In fact, most of them draw from the budget as opposed to, in fact, putting money in the budget. So one of the conditions they have there is rationalizing state-owned enterprises, possibly privatizing them and floating them on the stock exchange. Now, in light of this, the government-owned enterprises bill has been launched. It was published by Treasury. The point of this is to see 40 parastatals moved to national treasury. All right. Now, that is an IMF-backed bill. And these are such like Kenya Power and many others. Those are the ones that are underperforming. So under National Treasury, they believe that they would have a closer eye on the amount that we're seeing. Now, we've also heard proposals of privatizing them. 349 state-owned enterprises that we have in the country, out of which only about 70% are actually remitting money to the exchequer. You remember hearing the president saying that some of these would be listed at the Nairobi Stock Exchange, essentially privatizing them. These are the ones that depend solely on state funding, solely on, therefore, your taxes. Now, another one was to operationalize this one. It's called the Treasury Single Account. So, in simple terms, government has bank accounts all over, so why not put that money collectively in one instead of paying charges to all of those? Also, from there, you get to monitor the amount of money that is coming in. Here is another one for tertiary institutions. Many of our public universities not doing well financially, even with the introduction of private programs, privately funded programs. So now one of the IMF conditions is to introduce performance-based financing for these tertiary institutions. In other words, are they making money? Then we give them more. But those are some of the issues here. Now, I also want to talk about some other conditions that have been brought up by the IMF, particularly with a new fund that we got just this month. It's called the Resilience and Sustainability Facility. Now, that is to help us support the fight against climate change. Now, there is a condition there with that, and it includes carbon taxation. One of the conditions is to develop a roadmap towards the adoption of carbon taxation. The other one is, of course, to ensure that we have climate considerations in the budget to enhance things like early warning systems. Now, there's also a big one here in terms of wage bill consolidation. Now, this one is to ensure that we have a robust payroll management policy, and that is to plug leakages as well as to rationalize allowances, which is one of the areas that we keep talking about in terms of recurrent expenditure. The last one here that I will talk about is removing subsidies. You will remember this right when this new administration came into power, and it is talking about the fact that these subsidies should not be there. And is a revenue collection mechanism. In fact, just recently, when these were reinstated for a while, because remember the price of fuel went above 200 shillings, IMF were not too pleased with that. They said in one of their reviews that the lengthy process in forming the task force and publication of that decision to remove the subsidies resulted in a delayed implementation of the structural benchmark. So all this money is great, but it comes with conditions, including one of revenue mobilization. You remember, in fact, when we doubled taxation, VAT on fuel from 8% back to 16%, that was a condition of IMF. So it would seem we're in a bit of a tough space at the moment. So now I'd like to ask this question to you, Diana. It looks like we're in a bit of a very tight spot. We owe money. We are borrowing from Peter essentially to pay Paul. Yes. And Peter has some very strict conditions, some of which include excess taxation. And so many questions from Kenyans would be, is this the IMF running our taxation policy? And is this why we seem to be, in a tough spot?
Thanks, Yvonne. And partly as we go back to the history of where we are, two things. We have government so that they help to govern the people, we the citizen. But when you go deeper into the issues of the rule of law and constitutionalism, part of what we gave ourselves in the Constitution 2010 is the ability of government to control itself. So I want to tell Kenyans, we are in this problem of public debt, a debt crunch and a debt crisis, because we have government that cannot control itself across all arms. The executive derives its power, its drive on two fulcrums. One, legal authority, so all the laws that guide them. And then secondly, money. All these are passed by Parliament. So Parliament has allowed us to continually have budget deficit, borrow, with disregarding citizens completely, because it doesn't matter. Right now we may be saying we are borrowing Tom to pay Peter, and lately I want to say it is like we were borrowing from SACCOs. We are now borrowing from Shylocks. For Kenyans to understand what we have done to ourselves.
Diana, are you calling IMF a Shylock?
For lack of a better language. Shylocks give you conditions, you have no choice. You will even move out of your house to comply with what they say. at least a SACCO, they first go for your guarantor, they speak to your shares. That is exactly where we are. And we are at the risk of debt default. Because we hardened ourselves very well as the ship we are, a government that could no longer control itself to the IMF. Now we wait. They're no longer called conditionalities. They're called prior action before we sign the loan.
Correct.
Carbon taxation.
Correct.
Oh, come eco levy. You must now take away all these services you give to people free, or we pay for every single service from government. So that is exactly where we are. What is unfortunate is, based on the constitution we have for ourselves, both the executive and parliament, why have they allowed themselves to go to Shylocks while we have enough resources? We can shrink our budget.
Okay, so that's an interesting one. Bilo, do we have enough resources in the country to be able to, pay 73 shillings out of every 100 that we collect?
Yes, let me just put it in perspective. This country, in the whole of East Africa, it has the highest revenue collection in Eastern Central Africa. In fact, the revenue we collect is more than all the 3 East African countries combined. And this story about the GDP to tax to GDP ratio is 16, we want to take it. This is all crap, let me tell you why. Because the GDP figure itself that is being used is unreliable. 80% of our economy is informal. Where do you get the story that today it is 13 trillion GDP, tomorrow it's 16, the next day another president comes and says, I'm rebasing it, I'm expanding it to make it by 35%, to make it, or 30%, to make it look like you are rich. So I think, look at what the GDP, the tax to GDP ratio is in other countries. America, the wealthiest nation in the world, it's 27%. You want to take this poor country, and America has only 3% in informal sector.
Okay,
Wait,
so Bill,
it has only, let me just finish. America has only 3% informal sector. You have 80% of your people are living on subsistence economy, and you want to push this thing to 22. The richest country in Africa is Nigeria. It's 11%. India, 11%. The country now which has the largest economy in Eastern Central is Ethiopia. Their tax to GDP is less than 7%.
Okay.
So it's not. I think we should focus on what you have been explaining is debt. What is debt? Debt is the difference between revenue and expenditure. That's it. So as long as if you control your expenditure, you will have no debt. So, and that is something this government must start focusing on.
All right. So Kakai, it sounds like we're saying we don't have a revenue problem, because Bilo says we collect more than any other East African nation. So if we don't have a revenue problem, what is our problem?
Actually, when I spoke earlier, I talked about fiscal consolidation. And
what does that mean? It's a nice big word, but just sort of break that down.
That simply means that we have to live within our means. Our expenditure is so high vis-a-vis what we can be able to generate. We have to consolidate our revenue collection, which is so far so fine. Of course, we have revenue leakages here and there. But even as we discussed the finance bill, I said earlier, we have to focus our efforts on the expenditure. Why would we be struggling to have a deficit in our budget? Why can't we reduce it just to fit what we can be able to finance? On public debt, I think we have no choice. We are already in a hole, and we can only say we have to find ways of not digging it deeper and deeper. Because already the World Bank and the IMF conditions, we must meet them because we've already taken the loans. And it's a good thing we were able to get out of the default on the Eurobond. And I don't really look at it from a perspective that was wrong. That was the situation we were in, and we needed to sort out that. The only problem with the IMF conditionalities and the IMF and the World Bank, history has taught us that the conditions don't achieve much. We had the SABs, the structural adjustment programs in the 90s and 80s, where they even had to say bring in the dream team, do this, fire people.
Privatization.
Privatize and all that. But we never achieved it because the IMF and the World Bank don't seem to understand the situation on the ground.
But aren't they a savior, though? Because when you're in a tough spot and they're coming and giving you money.
Yes, they did. They did save us on the Eurobond default.
Yeah.
But the conditions that are there could put us in more dire situations than we thought.
Nashukuru sana. Na bila shaka ni swala nyeti sana hili la masharti ambayo tuwapewa na mashirika ya kifedha, Benki ya Dunia na pia IMF. Wakati mwingine tukiambiwa kwamba kuna ushuru wa kimazingira, eco levy. Lakini ukiangalia pesa ambazo zatumika pale si pesa ambazo lazima zitaenda katika utunzaji wa mazingira. Ni pesa ambazo huenda zikatumika katika masuala ambayo ni kando kabisa. Lakini wale waliojukumiwa na Mkenya kushughulikia yote haya na kuchunga maslahi ya mwananchi ni hawa bunge tulionao. Tuvuke upande ule mwingine kwake Ayub na Nimrod. Watueleze kama...
Thank you, Lincoln and Yvonne. Still with Honorable John Mbadi, Gathoni wa Mushomba and Senator Okiya Omtata. Honorable John Mbadi, you have been in Parliament since the first Parliament after inception of the current Katiba. How did we get here? Where did the rain started beating us?
How did we get here is the same language we are using today is what brought us here. When in 2013 the government decided to get into very serious, ambitious and heavy projects which this country could not afford, we cheered on and we said that based on that we'll be able to grow our economy and in a very short while we'll be able to be self-reliant. Many of us made noise. I remember almost becoming a lone voice against the Eurobond in 2013-2014. You can go back to records of Parliament, you will see when the issue of Eurobond was floated, we objected to it, but no one listened. Now we are here again, and we are being told that just tighten your belts. Within a very short time, we will come out of this. The reality is that this is not going to happen anytime soon. Why? Look at the time Kenya Kwanza regime came into office. June 2022, records of June 2022 indicate that we had 8 trillion as our public debt stock. Today, as we speak, and the data of April, because what Yvonne has highlighted is actually the data as at March. As at April, we are 10.54 trillion shillings. That is the debt stock. Now, if you look at that figure, and look at our debt repayment. Now, first ask yourself, these 2 years we have moved from 8 trillion to 10.54. And I'm factoring in foreign exchange effects or the weakening of the shilling, which today, and using the rate as at April, was about 131. So it is not the 160, 160.8 as at February of this year or January. So this clearly is additional debts taken. In the last financial year alone, we are taking about 920 billion as budget deficit. So we got here because of our ambition. But let me put it this way, Ayub. In Kenya, the problem we have is we are not projecting revenue. What is happening is that we project expenditure. We decide on where we want to put our money. Once you do that, then you ask how much can we raise from the external market through borrowing. Then you ask yourself how much can we raise locally through borrowing. The remaining balance, you put it as projected ordinary revenue. Because IMF has conditionalities, and IMF actually is also a player in this game. In fact, IMF is impoverizing Kenyans. I sometimes ask those who voted for Kenya Kwanza, including my friend here, Gathoni wa Mushomba, and with love, I ask, did you know you were voting for IMF puppet, the puppet of IMF for Kenya Kwanza? Probably you did not know, but listen to this. The government is telling us today, Nimrod and Ayub, that we are going to grow our revenue, ordinary revenue, tax collection, from the current 2 trillion 452 billion to a projected sum of 2,913.2 billion.
Okay.
That is an increase of 461 billion shillings. How would you grow that, which is 19% growth, in an economy that you project to grow at 5.5%?
Thank you.
These are the kind of assumptions that we make which put us into problems.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa Mtata, ulizungumzia swala la makadirio ya bajeti ambayo inasukwa kwa sasa hivi, na kwamba ukasema kwamba kuna shutuma ambazo umetoa kwamba kuna uwezekano wa kuwepo kwa shilingi bilioni 100 ambazo zimetengwa kwa ubadhirifu ama shughuli za ufisadi. Umezungumzia kutengwa kwa shilingi bilioni 40 ambazo zimewekwa katika mfumo wa kulipa madeni ambayo haijawekwa bayana kwako wewe. Pili, umezungumzia other expenses ambazo ni shilingi bilioni 60. Tunaomba ufafanue.
Jambo la kwanza ni vile ndugu wangu ameelezea pale akisema kwamba serikali haijatueleza waziwazi ni vipi ama ni mapato yetu ni yapi, kwa sababu hata ile ule mtandao ambao niliwaambia watu waangalie, ukienda pale kuna vitabu 5 vya bajeti na zote zinaangazia matumizi ya pesa. Ile mapato ya serikali haijaonyeshwa pale, imefichwa. Ndio tusijue tunachanga shilingi ngapi ama tunatarajia kuchanga shilingi ngapi kulingana na mikakati na mpangilio ya serikali. So kwangu ningependa tu kuambia kwamba ukiangalia kwenye hiyo bajeti kuna ile imeitwa other expenses.
Okay.
Ukiangalia kwenye, tuseme tuchukue mfano hii ofisi ya rais, wameipatia shilingi bilioni 3,290 milioni 1,270 na shilingi 772 kwa mwaka. Lakini juu yake tena wameongeza wamesema kwa matumizi mengine, na hii bilioni 3 wameonyesha pili itatumika. Matumizi yote imeingizwa pale. Labda wamesema kuna matumizi mengine ambayo haijatajwa. Wameweka bilioni 1.4. Bilioni 1.4. So najiuliza hii ni nini ambayo wameweka? Na hiyo ni 43% ya ile bajeti. Ukienda kwa ofisi ya Deputy President wamefanya vile vile. Wamempea bilioni 1.5 ya shilingi za Kenya, lakini wameenda tena chini wamemuongezea bilioni 1 ambayo ni 65% ya bajeti yake kama matumizi ambayo hayaeleweki. Na mimi nasema hizi pesa zote wanaweka hapa ni za wizi. Hakuna namna nyingine unaweza kuzieleza. Ndio ukipitia kwa bajeti yote ukipiga total zinakuja shilingi bilioni 52 kwa project kadhaa tofauti. Na hizo pesa ni pesa ambazo zimewekwa hapo kwa wizi. Ukienda upande wa kulipa madeni wamefanya vile vile. Okay. Na nimeweza kuona bilioni 40 ambazo zimefichwa pale, ambazo zinarudia malipo imefanywa tena inarudiwa pale. Na wanaweza kufanya kwa sababu ukiangalia ile bajeti ile vitabu 5 ni zaidi ya ukurasa 1400. So kuipitia hata mimi imenichukua karibu mwezi mzima kuipitia, kuisoma. Niweze kuelewa nini inaendelea na bado naichambua kuweza kuelewa kweli wizi umefikia kiasi gani. So ukiona tena hii mapato hii madeni wanasema hii madeni ya kukopa yenye wamekopa kwenye soko la hapa nyumbani.
Okay.
Unauliza hao watu ni nani anaruhusu kukopa hizi pesa? Bunge iliingilia wapi? Ndugu wangu baada hapa ameonyesha kwamba pesa wanakopa karibu kila siku wanakopa pesa. Aliwapa idhini ni nani? Ni lini walileta proposal kwa bunge wakaidhinisha endeni mkope hizo pesa?
All right. As you talk about that, Honorable Mushomba, coming to you then, because under the PFM Act, you are mentioned so many times, you are empowered. He mentions issues regarding the budget making process, the loopholes and the budgeted corruption as pointed out by the Controller of Budget. And you then part of the problem. Are you not supposed to be the stopgap measure? And what are you doing to do that, to champion for the common mwananchi?
First of all, I want to request you to allow me to affirm what my colleague senator has said. Today in Parliament, I'm on record that I asked whether we have any document tabled to declare the level of revenue that we are sitting down to budget, because as somebody who understands the budgeting process takes care of revenue versus expenditure. Why are we dwelling so much on expenditure and no disclosures are being made on revenue? I asked that question today in Parliament in the afternoon, and I'm on record. Concerned that there are some non-disclosures that are happening around the revenue area. When you scrutinize the budget proposal and budget making, there are so many discrepancies you can see on figures. I just landed on one page. Like he said, there are many pages. You may not be able to consume every other page with the time allowed. Remembering what happened last year, we were only given 3 days. 3 days to go through the document and pass it. And most of us, because of course we have other assignments, it may not be possible, especially for those who are not very conversant with matters budget and matters financial discussions. So I flagged off vote number 1082, State Department of Medical Services. And I realized that the baseline estimate that was given for 2023-2024 was 66 billion. 394, 280, and some monies on top. The estimates given for 2024-2025, which is now this year, is 60 billion. So there is a difference of 6 billion. That is a figure that is actually contradicting with the line item budget, which is actually now indicated at 45 billion. So what's happening with those figures? Where are they not matching up? Where is the difference figure? Who is supposed to account for that difference? So that is what we are calling corruption budgeting.
And you are supposed to be the guardrail, is it? I mean, we were talking about money that it's corruption, that money is going to...
Yeah, so that is
public money.
Exactly.
But again, you are privileged as the representative of the people of Githunguri to not only point that out, but also voice and then see what action can be taken.
Definitely. That is why I was asking that question in Parliament, so that we can now be allowed to look at the revenues that have been tabled against the budgets, items like this one, so that we know. By the way, how do you budget for money which you have no clear revenue figure? How do you budget blindly without knowing what is it that you have on the table? It's like asking all your children, 10 children, come to the dining table. We are now going to eat. But you don't even know whether the amount of ugali that you're going to share to these 10 children is going to be enough or not enough. So we are doing things blindly. And that is why some of us have been echoing our concern and flagging off some of these issues. So the budget process in the National Assembly is actually supposed to be as heavy as making a bill into a law. When you're making a law in Parliament, it takes you almost 3 years. Now, when we assume that this is a 2 weeks, 3 weeks affair and engage in a hurry so that we can finalize, we make a lot of goofs. And those are the goofs that later on you hear people going to court saying it was unprocedural, it was irregular. So even as we go through the standing orders and follow the standing orders and do what you're supposed to do as the tradition of Parliament, I think it's time for us to review our standing order and give members of Parliament time to assimilate and understand the budget proposal, the revenues they are in, and advise accordingly. Okay. And that is why we are having a lot of confusion and issues raised. Okay. But I was looking forward to use this platform to actually highlight issues that my voter really doesn't understand. Because what we're talking here is more elite. And our voters down there in the villages are not understanding what we're talking about when we talk about billions. Because billion to them is actually a figure that they're used to hear, but they don't know what it means. I was looking forward for an opportunity in this show to actually break down in the Wanjiko's language what this finance proposal, if passed the way it is, will do to their lives. On another platform, I tried to break down the impact of this finance bill to tea farmers. I would have loved to get an opportunity to break this to that very boda guy I saw there on the television, talking about how he expected the 1 shilling reduction on fuel levy affect his business, which he has not seen the results. I hope we will get an opportunity. Because to me, as a representative of the people, my work is to actually understand this bill and break it down to them, and then go to them and ask them for their permission, whether I have their permission to vote this bill in or to reject it.
Thank you.
Nafasi hiyo itatokea, tutakupa. Mheshimiwa Mbadi, kupitia Public Finance Management Act, muna kibali, muna nguvu kama bunge ama kama wabunge to push back expenses haswa katika executive zinapoletwa. Kitu gani ambacho kinawazuia wakati mmelindwa na sheria kuweza kuzuia baadhi ya gharama ambazo tunaziona zinajitokeza na zingine hazijielezi kama anavyozungumza
and especially in the context of the debt ceiling?
You see, it is bad manners in our politics. The issue, what brings us to where we are, is this talk of tyranny of numbers. Remember the last general election, Kenya Kwanza did not get majority in the National Assembly. Which house is the one that is mandated at the moment to deal with budget estimates, projections, the debt level approvals, etc. But because of our bad manners in politics, majority was forced to move from Azimio to Kenya Kwanza. And so today, much as I would put out good ideas, much as I would persuade and talk to Kenyans, and including my fellow members of parliament, that we are about to make a big mistake, how many members of parliament from Kenya Kwanza side would listen? Probably you'll have Gathoni wa Mushomba and a few others. Now look, you are taxing us more. But where is that money going? The budget is being reduced by about 85 billion. But where is this reduction? I will mention to you where the reductions are. 1, education, 45 billion. 2, health, 7 billion. 3, agriculture, rural and urban development, 9 billion. 4, environment, water and natural resources line, 9 billion. If you add those 4 budget lines, you have 77 out of 85.
And the women enterprise fund.
Yeah, the key and most critical areas which affect the law in the society are the ones that are reduced. And you will find members voting.
Hold on, buddy. Okay, because of the timing aspect here, you talked about the majority aspect in the current parliament.
Exactly.
The Jubilee Party, when it came to power, had a near absolute majority. Still had the majority and had railroaded some of these proposals through parliament. When the PFM Act gives MPs, notwithstanding your political party belongings, the party that sponsors you to parliament, why is the lacking conscience? Aren't you part of the problem, especially in simply rejecting what the executive says? For example, the upscaling of the debt ceiling in the last parliament where you were, and there was a formal agreement between the then President Uhuru Kenyatta and the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga.
By the way, let me put it clear. Debt ceiling to me is nothing. What is important is how we budget. You know, you can have a debt ceiling of even 30 trillion. But if you budget properly, you will never go to that 30 trillion. But I want to also put it this way. Remember, the tyranny of numbers started in 2013. That is the first time we had this language of tyranny of numbers. Much as you would also condemn and castigate the last parliament, but I will tell you the first parliament in the history of Kenya to reject a budget and return it to the treasury was the last parliament, the 12th parliament. And so, much as we would say that it also committed some crimes, but I would tell you that Parliament was a bit more objective compared to these other parliaments. There was robust debate. There are things we rejected. Remember the finance bill of 2021. There were a lot of changes. There were bad things which were put in that bill, which we removed as a parliament. For the first time, the finance committee was responsive to Kenyans' cries and concerns. Today, we don't have that. And I will tell you collectively as a house, we stand condemned. But go back to records and you'll find some of us have been speaking a lot of sense, which if were listened to, then we would not be where we are today.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Mbadi. Mtazamaji, bado tunaendelea na mazungumzo yetu. Hivi sasa tunaelekea katika government studio. Tuungane na Sam Gituku na Mashirima Kapombe.
All right, thank you, Nimrod and Ayub, for that. And just to remind you that we invited the National Treasury. They didn't confirm to be here. They are the originators of the finance bill, but also the budget 2024-2025. We invited the chairperson of the budget committee, Ndindi Nyoro, was not available tonight. The vice chair also was not available. We invited the chairman of the finance and planning committee, Kuria Kimani, still says that he is attending a public participation meeting in regards to the finance bill of 2024. We practically don't know where he is, but we are with Dr. Kanyuthia Mutunga, who is the chairperson of the Agriculture Committee, and Maurice Ore from the Kenya Revenue Authority. And beginning with you, Maurice, many panelists are talking about where we are, that the public debt is extremely high, that we need to raise revenue because of fiscal consolidation, some of the measures that are being proposed by the IMF on the Kenyan government. Do you know how much money we have raised for this financial year?
Thank you very much. In terms of the revenue collection, as at now, we have raised close to more than 2 trillion, and we expect that by the end of the year, we'll have raised around 2.4 trillion.
2.4 trillion.
Yes.
How much of that is attributable to the Finance Act of 2023?
Now, unfortunately, I'm not able to break down the increase in the revenue, which can be specifically be identified to be revenue raised from the Finance Bill 2023, because that requires a deep analysis.
And how much do you hope to raise from Finance Bill 2024?
We expect to raise 2.9 trillion.
Sorry, Finance Bill 2024.
2.9 trillion.
You hope to raise 2.9 trillion in the next financial year, right?
Yes, yes.
So how much of that will come from Finance Act 2024?
Now, the quantification of the amount to be raised will come out of the final act that will be...
So based on the finance bill as it is now, what is the expected outcome?
An additional 500 billion.
500 billion shillings?
Yes.
So these are figures according to who?
Those are the estimates according to the finance bill as it is now.
I'm asking that because that's contradictory. The Finance Committee Chair, Kimani Kuria, has previously told Citizen TV that you are hoping to raise about 301 billion shillings. Your figure is 500.
Now, that was the initial estimate of what was worked out earlier. There could be changes that have been made in the current bill. So
that was the initial figure. Based on what was the initial document?
The initial document, you know, the finance bill. Let me explain the way we prepare the finance bill. It is actually worked on in stages before it is finally published by Parliament. So there could have been other issues that had been removed from the initial workings. Yes.
Now, according to the figures by Kenya Revenue Authority, up until March this year, you had raised 1.729 trillion shillings, which was 87% of the target that you had. Now you're saying it's 2.4?
About 2.1 trillion. 2.1 trillion up to the end of...
You said 2.4, Maurice.
No, that will be the final at the end of June.
So 2.1. So between March and now, you have raised about 300 billion shillings?
Now, probably I'm not communicating. I'm saying by the end of the year, that will be end of June, we should have raised 2.4 trillion.
I'm asking?
Yes.
As of March this year,
yes,
the figures from KRA show 1.79 trillion.
Yes.
You're saying that as of now, which is June 5, yes, you've raised 2.1.
About 2.1 trillion. I don't have the exact figures, but it is in that range, 2.1 trillion.
So it is possible that between March and now you've raised another 300 billion shillings?
Yes, but I need to confirm that figure.
Nadhani swali ambalo tungependa kulisikiza zaidi ni kama mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2023 uliafikia yale malengo ambayo serikali ilikuwa inatarajia ya kukusanya ushuru. Were you able to collect the target that the government was hoping to reach from the finance bill of 2023? Perhaps Dr. Mutunga, you can respond.
Yeah, the revenue has been adjusted several times. They have not been able to collect enough, as per the target. for the last financial year. The current financial year, which is ending at the end of this month. The BPS for the financial year was estimating that they would be able to raise around 3 trillion. That was adjusted.
Ningependa urahisishe mambo ili Mkenya anayetazama akuelewe. Usitumie abbreviation. BPS ni nini?
Wacha niseme hivi. BPS, the budget policy system, ama ile sera ambayo ilionyesha ni pesa ngapi inatarajiwa kukusanywa. Ilionyesha kwamba serikali itaweza kukusanya trilioni 3. Lakini tulipoingia kwa supplementary 1, hiyo ilikuwa revised, ikabadilishwa, ikaonekana hatuwezi fika pale, ikarudishwa mpaka 2.98 trillion. Kwa supplementary 2, that has been revised again. Right now, we are estimating that it's going to be 2.8. And then that is a reduction by around 160.
That is for the coming financial year or the current?
No, this financial year.
The current financial year.
Yes. The coming financial year, pia, we have estimates in the budget.
Na kama kumekuwa na ugumu wa kuwafikia yale malengo ya fedha kutokana na ule ushuru ambao umeratibiwa kwenye mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2023, kwa nini mnaongeza ushuru zaidi? Hamuoni kwamba itakuwa hata vigumu zaidi kupata zile fedha ambazo mnatarajia?
Unajua, kuongeza ushuru ni njia moja ambayo inakisiwa kuenda ikaongeza ile pesa ya serikali inakusanya kama ushuru. Kwa sababu kupunguza sio ati ni lazima itaongezeka, ama kuweka ushuru pale si lazima itaongezeka. Kwa sababu serikali ni makisio na makadirio kwamba huenda pengine ikawakota pesa nyingi kuliko vile ilikuwa imekota kwa wakati uliopita. Niseme kwamba kwa mwisho wa mwaka huu tunatarajia kwamba ule ushuru ama ile pesa serikali ingekusanya yote inakadiriwa kuwa itapungua kwa kiwango cha bilioni 300. Na hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba tulianza na budget deficit, ama tulikuwa na kiwango cha pesa ambazo kikuwa kinaonekana kiko wapi katika ile bajeti. Na hii sio bajeti ya Kenya tu inafanya hivyo, sio serikali ya Kenya inafanya hivyo. Na ninataka kugusia kwamba serikali iliyokuweko ilikuwa na mambo kama haya na zile zingine. Hiyo ni mtindo, hiyo ni tuseme ni desturi ya kupanga bajeti. Kwa sababu kuna mambo mengine huenda yakatokea hapa ikahitaji tufanye ile inaitwa supplementary budget. Kwa sababu kukiwa na ongezeko ya pesa, lazima uende uidhinishe hiyo pesa, iidhinishwe na mbunge ndivyo iweze kuingia pale. Kwa hivyo haya makadirio si makosa, sio serikali inafanya makosa. Na hatuwezi kusema tutakuwa na budget ambayo inalingana na ile pesa wewe unapata. Haiwezi kuwa namna hiyo, kwa sababu lazima kuwe na flexibility. Tunaongea juu ya ekonomia kubwa na sio familia.
Okay.
La mwisho, next kwa hiyo niongezee kidogo. Katika wakati uliopita tunatakana tuangalie kwamba kuna mambo yameendelea kuibuka ambayo yanaonyesha kwamba serikali hii inafanya kazi vizuri. Naweza kuelezea kwa kinagobaga kwamba budget deficit ya serikali ile iliyokuwa kabla ya hii ilikuwa 7%. Na 7% of maybe ya GDP ni pesa nyingi. Na hiyo ilisusteniwa kwa muda mrefu. Ndio iliongeza hii deni ikawa kubwa zaidi. Na hapo sasa ndivyo tuko na shinda kubwa ya kumanage debt, kwa sababu 1.08 trillion ni ile interest ya debt ile deni tulio nao. Sio ati ni deni tulio nao kiasi hiyo, hiyo ni interest tunalipa kwa ile deni. Na hii serikali haiwezi kusema sasa hatuwezi kulipa ile, tuanze sasa upya. Huwezi kuanza upya kwa sababu umeinherit. Hii ni nyumba yako, unaendelea nayo.
Right. Just before you carry on, Maurice, help us understand here, because there's this conversation that every time you collect, the debt payment or servicing is the first charge. How does KRA work when you receive resources to the extent you're financing services? Because Kenyans are complaining that they're not feeling the value of their taxes. Maybe you can help us understand how you manage the cash flow that is coming to you.
First of all, let me say that the mandate of KRA is to collect the revenue. How the revenue is utilized is beyond KRA. The National Treasury is the one that allocates and prioritizes how the money is spent. So I may not be very
Maurice,
competent.
you worked at the National Treasury, right?
I work at the National Treasury in developing the tax policies, not the expenditure.
So you have no idea how resources collected go ahead to be paid for servicing debt or paying for services?
It is beyond my mandate. I can't say that I can also develop the policies on the expenditure side. That one, no.
Nataka kurejesha kwa hili swali kuhusiana na malengo ya serikali ya kukusanya ushuru wa kiasi fulani. Hapo awali tumeweza kuwasikiza wananchi kutoka Taxpayer Studio na washikadau hata kutoka sekta ya viwanda ambao wameeleza kwamba ushuru ulioongezwa katika mwaka uliopita, mswada wa sheria ya fedha ya mwaka 2023 ilikuwa na athari zake. Sasa kama ule ushuru mnaokusanya unapungua, inasaidia vipi kuwa na sera ambayo inaongeza ushuru kwa yule ambaye anastahili kukupatia hizo fedha, kisha anashindwa kufikia kile kiwango ambacho unahitaji? Kwa nini uunde sera ama muunde sera ambayo inawaumiza zaidi?
Thank you very much. And you remember when we started this debate, I explained the reason why developing countries like Kenya in particular are not able to meet their revenue targets. One of them is the issue of tax base. How then do we deal with the problem of tax base in terms of meeting the revenue target? If when we, for example, formulated the Finance Bill or Finance Act 2023, we have seen that we are not able to meet the target. We go back to the drawing board and analyze what we were trying to address. And if it doesn't meet the target as proposed, then we need to do amendments.
Okay.
And yes, and that is...
All right. Let's go back to the drawing board, and that is at the Taxpayers Studio, where Rashid and Trevor are standing by. Rashid, Trevor?
Naam, shukran sana Sam Gituku na Mashirima Kapombe. Nafikiri tutakwenda moja kwa moja. Najua mna mengi mnataka kuzungumza. Nyanya yangu aliye nyumbani ametuma jumbe, anauliza inakuwaje mtu achukue mkopo ambao una masharti magumu na bado auchukue? Maana hapa tumesikia kwamba tunasumbuliwa na masharti ya mikopo, tunataka afafanuliwe. Je, ukijua masharti ni magumu unachukua mkopo ama unauacha? Na kama unauchukua kwa sababu gani? Tukianza na Raymond. Maana wewe uko kwenye benki.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll give an example of the industry of banks. Banks also borrow. Just to clarify, because some people think banks exist in a different world and then there is private sector and public sector. But banks are just private businesses living in this difficult economic environment and also surviving on loans. Because we get loans from other people to be able to lend. So the issue here is prudent management of the scarce resources you have. And as we've said, you focus on what you're able to generate and then spend. So it's just a balance here. And the olive hand I'm extending to our MPs, KRA, National Treasury, is to be able to change the way we do things on the Finance Bill and Finance Acts. What we want to see in 2025 Finance Bill is let's have key stakeholders sit on the table with KRA, National Treasury. They get to understand our landscape. They get to rely on our data. The way I said, excess duty was reduced from 20 to 15. We've had of 20% and increase in revenue 40 billion, 45 billion. So if we reduce taxes, if we maintain some of the taxes we're having currently, we'll actually be able to get more revenue. So it's just an issue of prudent management. And this olive hand, because the banking sector, we have one of the best global leaders in the world forming our nations. We are to be able to give our services for free to government, to be able to assist them on how they can manage debt. Because, for banking, our assets are debts. Yes.
Let me bring in Christine. Christine, you have the microphone there. There seems to be a narrative that we don't have a revenue problem, we have an expenditure problem. How do we balance our budget? We've seen this even with the Kibaki government at some point, talking about fuel guzzlers being reduced, taken out of that. It's also the same thing that IMF seems to be trying to push us to do. How do we balance our budget?
You can imagine collecting 2.1 trillion is really good. I mean, our revenues are growing.
But I also agree that there's a sector that we really need to unlock to even grow it further. And this is the informal sector. So if you look at the national tax policy, it talks about a hard-to-tax sector, which has definitely been an area of concern. And we've seen some efforts by government, for example, the introduction of e-teams, to bring everyone into the net of taxation. Because if we're all able to pay our fair share of tax, I think we'll be able to at least increase our revenues. It has to be an acceptable tax burden. Now, when you look at it from an expenditure section, as we said, we come up with the expenditure, then we come up with the revenue to drive that expenditure. Rationalizing that expenditure is critical because taxpayers on this side are getting to a point of tax maximization to the extent that you may increase the tax, but what happens is that you see a total reduction of taxes. So even the 2.1 trillion we are currently collecting may actually reduce significantly if taxpayers get to the point of tax maximization. So from an expenditure side, I think what taxpayers are looking at is how do you build tax morale? Because that's a driver for compliance, tax compliance. I need to be motivated to pay that tax if we are to unlock that informal sector. So how do we drive tax morale? One, by ensuring there is less waste from an expenditure perspective, by ensuring accountability of the funds that are collected, and also ensuring that the taxpayer receives the services for which he pays for. When we strike that balance where money is used well, the revenues will come in. But for now, it becomes a real challenge.
Kama naweza kutenjukushana kwamba hiyo swala kwamba jinsi tunavyotumwa kwa anataka kuchangia kwamba kwa jinsi ambavyo Sam Gituku ameuliza swali na tukapata naibu kamishna Paulo wa KRA anapozungumza pesa ambazo wamekusanya sasa hivi na pesa ambazo wanasubiri mwisho wa mwaka wa kifedha kuisha, inaonyesha kwamba Kenya tunakusanya pesa nyingi sana kwa jinsi ya maelezo yake. Na hiyo ndio swali hapo tunauliza, kama tunakusanya pesa nyingi tunatarajia pia mambo mengi ya kufanyika katika wizara tofauti tofauti. Lakini hilo ndilo ambalo halikai katika mzani mmoja.
Naam, niseme ya kwamba na tumai kila mtu ameweza kujionea, na tukiwa hapa vile tulikuwa tumeketi ukiona kila mtu alikuwa sababu unasikia kilo, and it's such a pity for an expert, because the guys in the government studio, they are experts par excellence, but the government have made them sound, for lack of a better word, with all due respect, dumb. That's why they are trying to find themselves, because there's something, they know how it's supposed to be said, but they can't say it. And you don't have to be the sharpest tool in the room to know things are not right. And I want to go back to what Madam Wamushomba said. She's my MP, that the Mwananchi doesn't understand. Kenyans understand. They might not understand it in billions, but they know things are not right. So when we say we want to collect a certain amount of money, again, you don't have to be the sharpest tool in the room to know if you move me out of production. For example, in content creation, there is someone who said people who don't pay are the ones who are being targeted. I pay, for a company, I pay the corporate tax, 30%. I do the VAT, 16%. I also do the 5% withholding that is done by the client to KRA. And now I have to pay NHIF, NSSF. I match what the employees are paying, and also NITA. NITA is the national training. And Juzi, it's so funny that Juzi, the former boss, was in court because of corruption. So again, we go back to, yes, we don't have a problem in terms of what pesa. It tends to be when we are talking about kusaidia production. That's what they should be doing again, kusaidia production, because a lot of manufacturers are closing down. Some try coming on other countries. Look at what Rwanda is doing. Rwanda is a very small country, but look at what is happening down there. So we don't have a problem in terms of collection. We have a problem in spending. And again, we have another problem. The guys that we have who, again, I don't have nice words to say, but they don't. They know what they are doing. Walijipata hapo, and then we are like, well, utafanya nini? So that's why an expert will sound that way, because someone somewhere, because again, submission, it doesn't work. We have aided in terms of production to ensure I'm in production, manufacturers are in production, the guys who are in transport industry are in production, because if they tax all of us now, next year watatax nani? Maybe they'd go to where Kuria was talking about, but anyway.
Okay. Anthony Mwangi, are we going about this the wrong way? Because we've gotten to the point where we're talking about how did we get here. We've seen the IMF regulations. Some of them are as simple as wage bill consolidation, removing subsidies. But are we going about this the wrong way?
I think so. I think Kenya, we have a vision problem. And I'm saying this from production point of view. And Njuguna has said it. That if you look at the countries which were together in 1963, and you just take one, we were better than Vietnam, we were better than Korea, South Korea. In 2000, our GDP was almost equivalent to that of Vietnam. They were at 18 billion US, we are 12 billion US. Almost the same. Today, we're at 100, and Mheshimiwa Bilo said, we don't even know exactly where we are. We are about 110 billion, 113, 116 US dollars. Vietnam is at 484 billion US dollars. That tells you that we have a problem. And this problem is about the vision problem. Cumulatively. Now, how are we supposed to correct that vision problem? Is through these instruments like the Finance Act 2024. 2023, we spent inordinate amount of time with Parliament, with government, saying some of these levies and fees you're introducing to raw materials will inhibit production. Again, what Njuguna said. And then we came back after 1 year and we said, this is going to kill sector A, paper. We were exporting the paper that Wamushomba they are using, Mwamushimua or Wamushomba they are using to pack tea. We used to make it 100% here. A company that was doing that from 1948 by strike of a pen in 2023, it closed in Mombasa a month ago, 2 months ago. Now we're importing the paper that pack tea from Sri Lanka. And remember, we're competing with them in the global marketplace on tea, but they're also selling us paper now. We were exporting paper to Tanzania, exporting paper to Uganda. Now we are importing from them. Why? Because we introduced something that is called Export Promotion and Investment Levy on raw materials. First of all, it's not even an export levy. It's an import levy. But we coin a phrase, which is mischief. Right? Now it has been expanded to 60 products. Yes, we thank the government. Some of them have been reduced from 17.5% to some of them 10%. But still, that does not stop bleeding. We are still bleeding. Now, if that is how we are going to make the decisions, and we can see us running sectors to the ground, how then are you going to achieve? And we have actually, and Mr. O'Reilly listening to me, they are actually going to miss their target by about 300 billion. And we said, go and look at these sectors. Look at paper sector, look at steel sector, look at cement sector.
Bila shaka unazungumza kwa kufafanua vizuri sana kuhusiana kama ambavyo tunapoteza wawekezaji kuondoka na tunatarajia kuweza kupata kipato. Na tuje kwako, maana ni mtetezi wa haki za kibinadamu. Na kuna swala moja ambayo yanazungumzwa sasa, yalizungumziwa miaka mingi. Mahali shida ipo. Labda walizungumza watu wengine, lakini sababu ni hizi. Inamaanisha hatuwezi toka katika kipindi hichi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya?
Thank you, Rashid and Trevor, for this important question. And listening to the government experts, and so the goal is get access. How figure it out, and perhaps this explains why the collect or by 300 billion. And which then to the question of the politics and the finance bill. And I think in this whole conversation, the political side, but we are missing it even economic aspect of it, the social aspect of it, the politics has taken the day. And even as we engage, it's important that we also ask those hard questions. And in asking these political questions, I would look at the public data aspect and the constitutionality of this entire process. Let's go to the public data aspect. So I appreciate especially Yvonne having gone through those conditionality. One of the things that we all need and we have seen is the fact that the ordinary Kenyan is featuring nowhere. And in simple terms, IMF and World Bank are in business to make profit. The issue of data accountability is none of their business. They are basically saying, as long as the government of Kenya, you're able to commit that you will pay the debt, we care less whether you're going to choke your people. We care less. All we need is for you to commit that you'll pay the debt. And newsflash to Kenyans, in this 3.9 trillion budget, it's important that we note that 1.85 trillion will go towards repayment of debt. That constitutes about 47.4%. 2.78 trillion towards recurrent. That is about 71.2%, and 687 billion towards the development. When you compound all the Finance Management Act, Section 15, which requires that at 30% of the budget goes for development, we are now looking at least 17%. So much as these taxes are increased in a punitive manner, we are basically saying that as taxpayers, there's nothing for us in there. We are not going to gain in any way, and so we should be concerned. And I'll then look at the constitutionality of this whole process. We are talking about public participation. You know, we are all experts in this room, and we have taken time to be able to review this particular bill. So tell me, the ordinary Kenyan, what do they know? They only know that politicians have platforms and some of us to dissect and tell them what we want to tell them about the bill. But we are sure they cannot understand what this bill is all about. So even as we are doing public participation, if there was goodwill, we would have started in the other way around by first saying, understand this bill. The parliamentary committee on finance would first start by awareness creation, conscientizing the citizens to understand and to make an informed decision when they are coming to present. The question is, who is even going there to present? Okay. Going by what we had in 2023, this is water under the bridge. Okay. We can already see the hands of IMF, and we see even the reduction in the budget. And so as Kenyans, we can say that this bill and also the budget estimate is an affront and sabotage of the economic wellness of Kenyans. Okay. And also it's important that we all understand that tax is the clearest representation of the social contract.
Okay. Let me hear what Karanja has to say on this. Karanja, what does your sector believe is the right thing to do at this point? And what are you going to make as submissions going forward?
Trevor, if you hear what we are saying, it's a very depressing situation that we are in. Number one, the Kenya Revenue Authority does not have innovative ways of collection of taxes. And so we are seeing a very hard hand in collection of taxes. And you have told them you cannot collect taxes without a human face, because collection of taxes is a patriotic initiative. You collect taxes because you know that these taxes you are also demanding from the government services. And so the complexity of it in terms of even the collection of taxes, when you look at even like what the Deputy Commissioner was saying, he was talking about, he said about presumptive tax as a way, I think, of the car tax. And the presumptive tax, when you look at their definition of what they have said, is an advanced tax of duty. So you that is not very defined. So what we are saying is make it easy for us to don't have complex initiatives of paying tax. Make it very easy. The other day they were talking about e-teams, they were talking about USSD code, something like that, about 222 or something like that. But when you look at the complexity of the payment of taxes, when you go to my mother in Muranga, you are telling her to have an e-teams account because she sells avocado. It's so complicated paying taxes in Kenya because you don't know what you are paying for. So Njuguna here has talked about what he's paying for in his company. So we are talking about more than 5, 6, 7 taxes that he has to pay, and he's a business person in Kenya. Go to the neighboring countries, go to Rwanda, as he has said, go to Tanzania. Why? Because the more you support the micro medium and they migrate from that. Lastly, we are talking about taxing the forex transactions. Do you know what is going to happen right now? We're not going to be transacting with dollars. We're also going to be holding of dollars. What we are saying that the shilling is strong, the is going to be 200 plus. What is the effect of having 200 shillings for one USD? It means that the economy goes down and goes back again to where it was. So what we are saying, telling the government, simplify paying taxes. You want to pay taxes, simplify paying taxes. Don't make it punitive, because we are patriotic enough to pay taxes, and don't steal our taxes.
Bila shaka nitamleta Irene muulize swali. Nyinyi ni wataalamu wote na kama mbona mnajua mbona tuko na hii shida, na kama mnajua suluhisho la sisi kutoka katika hii shida, mbona upande ule wa serikali wasijue mnachojua nyinyi? Maana sisi hatuelewi, anayetazama anaangalia nani anayejua, nani asiyejua.
Asante sana, na nitaguzia vitu vitatu. Kwanza nafikiri shida iko kutoka kwa bunge, kwa sababu bunge yenyewe iko na ile tunaita NGC CDF. Kwa hivyo kuna pesa pale kwa bajeti pia wanapatiwa kama dangling carrot, sivyo? So wakisema hawatapitisha, nao mara nyingi wanaambiwa ile pesa yao itapunguzwa. Kwa hivyo bunge haifai kuwa inafanya oversight na implementation. Tukitenganisha mambo hayo mawili, basi unakuwa hakuna bias. So in our minds there is a perceived bias that parliament can be swayed based on that budget that they will be given. But constitutionally, Parliament should only be concerned around oversight. So that is one danger, that without looking at the institutional framework of Parliament, then they do not have independence. The second aspect for me is when you look at Article 2253 and 2 of the Constitution, inasema kuwa kuna ile tunaita fundamental breach ya PFM. Kwa hivyo tukiwa tunasema our debt is at 1.8 trillion, taking a significant part of the budget, na tunasema kuwa it's not transparent, hatujui pesa hiyo imeenda wapi, ni nani tunalipa. That for me and as players is a fundamental breach that then Article 225 inafaa kuingia, ambayo inasema hiyo entity ambayo haijatumia pesa vizuri basi isipatiwe pesa in the next financial year. Lakini serikali nao inazidi kupatia ile entity, kama ni Ministry of Health ilikuwa na KEMSA scandal, bado next year watapewa zaidi. Kwa hivyo hatutumii ile kipengele ambayo tumepatiwa kwa katiba. Jambo la tatu ni tunasema kuwa ekonomi yetu is majorly informal. Nayo serikali inasema inataka tax the informal sector. Lakini ukiangalia our wage bill, wakati tunasema wage bill consolidation, unaona kuwa pesa nyingi, around 56% ya hiyo budget ya revenue inaenda kulipa state and public wenyewe, they only 13% of the working population of Kenya. So if you're going to tax the informal, but the money that comes is spread to 13% of Kenyans, there is no equity. Lakini kumekuwa na changamoto ukijaribu consolidation kwa kuangalia allowances, state and even public officers wanakataa, wanapiga ile vita. Kwa hivyo tunaona itakuwa vigumu sana kusema unataka kutax the informal sector, lakini at the point of redistribution huwapati chochote, hospitali wataenda peke yao. La mwisho ningesema kuwa Mheshimiwa Mbadi ambaye ni chair wa kamati ya PAC anafaa kutueleza how much did we lose in the last financial year. Like in the 3 financial years, tume lose pesa kiasi gani kutoka vile wanaambiwa from the Auditor General's report. Now tunaangalia ile tax you cannot always showing negative report. The Auditor General report, they said in place where you cannot give a as a fundamental financial breach, to participate kama taxpayer ile motisha bana kitu
we were shaking my head because is the actually the money is exchequer, and we are shocked that when government projects like doing roads
are being done, then an introduction of a discrimination tax targeting motorists alone is introduced, while the monies that are paid in corozo form go to the exchequer. And it's the work of the exchequer to maintain roads, not motorists separately. So we are seeing discrimination as vehicle owners and bad governance.
Yeah. And just for clarity purposes, are you able to absorb this motor vehicle circulation tax, or will you cascade this to the passengers who will be in your vehicles?
Yes, definitely this is going to get to the consumer, that is the passenger, and those people who consume the goods. Because in the transport sector, that is bestowed in the transport of persons and the goods. And you find that right now there is a lot of problem in doing business because of the costs. If you look at the tax alone, the fuel tax, you'll find that we are paying 7 levies and 2 taxes. VAT that was prescribed by the World Bank, and also we have other taxes that have been introduced in the fuel. 1 liter you are paying for the road maintenance levy. You are paying for the what they call the road something. And then we are also paying so many taxes in that. To even the railway levy is being paid within that tax. And then when you are importing the vehicle, there is something we call compound taxes. You are asked to pay the excise duty, the custom duty that has been increased to 35% this last year in the last 2023 bill. So you find that what we are having now is that the transport sector, which is the main of the economy, because just like when you are here, you have to move. When you have we are delivering goods, we have the cars and taxis, everyone who is supporting this. So you'll find that the transport sector right now is under stranglehold. Yeah. And these policies of increasing VAT, like the 16% that was prescribed by the World Bank, are we playing to the hands of foreign interests at our expense? Because then we need to have local solutions for our local problems. But then you find that we are looking very much on our neighbors, all the foreign policies, which sometimes we call them imperialism. Okay. And now we are having toll roads. There's someone who is thinking about introducing toll roads on our existing roads. And you know that, again, is going now to break, not only break, because those roads we have constructed them using our taxes, and then you cannot again levy a toll on the same roads, or we give our access. You know, we have our access to the port. We give that road, which we can actually upgrade at our own pace, we give that road to a foreigner to run it for 30 years for us. So I think we should live within our means.
Ana mengi anazungumza na mteja wake kwa karibu ambaye ni Njugush pia anasubiri. Naona kwamba watakaumia zaidi kama anavyosema wao, kama watapandishiwa na itapita kuwa sheria, lazima nauli zitaongezwa kwa wale ambao watakuwa wanapanda. Kama ni mafuta, pendekezo limekuja takuwa sheria, wanakwenda kununua bidhaa madukani wataongezewa. Inamaanisha wale ambao wanawakilisha Alice wako pabaya zaidi, haya mapendekezo yakiwa sheria.
Ni kweli wenzangu, the sector players have said it all, and I wouldn't really want to repeat the issue of numbers here. They have said that if this bill passes, it is a problem. It will pass on the cost to consumers. As consumers are really going to get the brunt of all this that is happening as it is in the fight. I would want you to allow me to address parliamentarians. The role of a parliamentarian is to represent, to oversight, and to legislate. There are 3 roles. And on these 3 roles, represent, to oversight, to legislate, I can sit here today. given, you were sponsored to go abroad and you avoided to go to vote, actually it's a shame on you. You are sent by your people, and instead of going to represent them when voting is going on, you take seriously, but you go and tell your friends that we are ashamed of them. And Kenyans are on their own, because we sent you to go there and oversight. And what are you doing? You are going to do some business of broking. You are becoming, for lack of a better word, political brokers. And you are being bought by pennies just to sell those that have sent you there. And it's a shame to have such a kind of representation. And we are afraid to tell, and we will tell you to your face, you have let us down. Because your role there is to go and represent us. And these bills could not really be passed if some of your colleagues could be in parliament, and some of your colleagues were not bought to go to the other side. And President, I'm not his official advisor. I know the President is very intelligent to be misled. But he can also be very busy that some things may really, it may not really come to his attention. And for this reason, when I looked at the government representation that we have in the room and what they were saying, and I just asked myself, so these are the President's advisors. I think he should sit and think twice. I just want to pose a question to my beloved President. He was once a chicken seller. If such a kind of levies and taxes were imposed on him, could he have risen to where he is today? Mr. President, I hope you are listening to me.
Okay.
And finally, I'm not talking about the President, but I just want to ask consumers that when you are called upon to come and debate the matters to do with finance bill and others during public participation, please come in numbers. And finally, we also want to find out, because when we speak 2023, the sector players spoke, they were not listened to because they were making profits. But for us consumers, when we came and we believed in a hustler government, they didn't listen to us. Where are we? Who is representing us?
Naam, shukran sana Alice. Na nafikiri kwamba labda pengine kama mwelekeza na tusikiza, kuna kilichozungumzwa na Alice, kilichozungumzwa na Irene, ambacho kimezungumzwa na Njuguna, vyote vinataka jawabu kutoka kwa wale ambao wanawakilisha upinzani bungeni. Na nafikiri ingekuwa bora zaidi kama tutatoka hapa tuende moja kwa moja labda pengine kwa kiongozi wetu John Mbadi, angalau aweze kuhakikishia, maana kwa wanauliza, je, uwakilishi wa upinzani uko wapi? Wale ambao ndio macho ya Wanjiku wako wapi? Kama itakuwa bora wapate jawabu la moja kwa moja.
Naam, shukrani sana Rashid. Ndija mkiwa na wanaotoza ushuru walipiga ushuru ndani ya studio, ama kwa hakika umesikia kilio cha wananchi, wamezungumza mengi
lakini kabla ya kufikia jinsi ya kujitoa, nina mambo mawili matatu ambapo nimefuatilia sana mazungumzo yako.
Kwa haraka.
Ndugu yangu Mtunga amesema shilingi ya Kenya imeimarika. Lakini shilingi ya Kenya imeimarika, yani tunavyoongea sasa hivi, hata raia wa kawaida, mwananchi wa kawaida anashindwa kununua hata chapati ya shilingi 20 peke yake ya mtaani. Na sijui shilingi ya Kenya imeimarika kwa namna gani ambavyo sasa hivi mwananchi wa kawaida anashindwa kuelewa. Hiyo ni moja. Pili, nakuja kwa ndugu yangu Morris. Ndugu yangu Morris amesema kuna jinsi wanakusanya ushuru. Sasa mimi kuna kitu ambacho kinanishinda na sisi wananchi. Wakati Moi ametoka kwenye mamlaka, Kenya Treasury ilikuwa inakusanya bilioni 200. Lakini Kibaki alivyoingia mara ya kwanza alisema mimi nimeanza na bilioni 700. Wao mbona watamki zao? Kwa nini wasizitamke ndo tujue wamekusanya, je, wamefikia malengo au hawajafikia malengo? Kwa sababu nikiangalia huku nje maduka yanafungwa. Wao wameongea na rais. Rais amemwambia mimi nataka mkusanye kiasi fulani cha fedha. Sasa hawakufikia hiyo target. Huwa ni mambo gani wamemrudishia rais? Na biashara za watu zinafungwa. Sasa hivi inaongezwa kodi nyingine juu. Zile ambazo zimefungwa na zile zimebakia, wanaweza wakatengeneza? Jibu ni hapana. Mimi nakuja kwa ndugu yangu Mbadi. Mbadi amesema rais anahitaji watu walio na hekima na busara ili waweze kumadvise. Which is true. Yani mkono kasa. Aingie bungeni na mshahara wake hauzidi milioni 60. Ina maana hawa ndio wanaotukosea. Kwa sababu gani? Kila miradi inayokuja ya serikali anataka takrima kutoka kwa huyo mtu atakayekuwa anatengeneza huo mradi. Arudishe pesa yake. Kesho na kesho kutwa mtu huyu mkandarasi amepewa barabara kutengeneza, anashindwa kuitengeneza, anaiachia nusu. Pesa ya serikali imekwenda kwa sababu ya kitu kinaitwa takrima. Kwanza hiyo Mbadi akubaliane nayo 100%. Tunazijua hizo. Kwa hiyo wabunge ni wanaturudisha nyuma. Sasa hapa mwisho namalizia nikisema hivi. Njia ya kuwezesha haya mambo ni hivi. Mbadi leo arudi bungeni na Wamshomba wapitisha sheria kwamba ukiiba mali ya umma wewe uende ndani, mali yako yote ichukuliwe. Tutakuwa tumetii. Lakini kama hiyo hakuna, sikudanganyi, wanaogopana kwa sababu wanajua wakitunga sheria hii itawakuta na wale wengine. Sasa wanaogopa kutunga sheria kama hii. Sasa ili tuweze mambo kama haya, Mbadi rudi bungeni, Wamshomba rudi bungeni, pitisheni sheria. Sisi hawa ambao tuko ndani ya bunge hii, tukiiba mali ya umma, tufilisiwe kila kitu tulicho nacho, tunyang'anywe mali yote, na ndugu yetu rafiki yetu mzuri awe ni jera. Uone mambo yatabadilika. Kama hiyo hakuna, tunawafundisha watoto ambao wako darasa la 2 saizi, walioko darasa la 8, walioko sekondari kuwa wezi wazuri mwakani. Mugabe alisemaje? Kenya kutakuja kuwa na chuo kikuu cha wezi.
Haya, na wewe Peter, nilikuwa ukisikiza kwa makini, mengi yamesemwa, maoni yako ni gani?
Mimi ningependa kusema KRA wanasema kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea, lakini sasa imefika mahali tunaona hatuoni kama kuna kujitegemea hapa. Hii ni kulipa ushuru ni kujidanganya. Sasa kitu ningesema ningependa biashara mingi tunaona zinafungwa, na sijui kama rais wetu mpendwa anajua hiyo ama wale watu wana advice ndio wana misguide. Sasa ningependa wanapokusanya ushuru wajaribu kuangalia hawa watu tunakusanya ushuru kwao, do they really have the serene environment zao za kufanya biashara iko nzuri, iko kamili kweli, ndio waweze kuwa na moyo nzuri ya kulipa hiyo ushuru. Sina mengine.
Haya, ni hayo tu. Peter, kwa nayo Lulu.
Naona jumbe pia zimekuwa nyingi. Olive, kila mmoja anakasirika kuhusiana na hali ilivyo ndani ya studio, lakini mbali na hayo tunaenda kwake Ayub na Nimrod kutoka kwa Oversight Studio tupate kujua mengi zaidi.
Lulu Hassan, moja kwa moja basi kwa kauli za mwisho, Mheshimiwa Seneta Okiya Omtata. Kauli zimetolewa nyingi, lakini mwisho wa siku ni kwamba mswada huu hatimaye lazima utafika katika bunge, uweze kusomwa, upigiwe kura. Matarajio yako ni yapi? Haswa hapa uliposema kwamba kwa bahati mbaya mtazamo wako ni upi kwa ambao uko pamoja nami na ambao wako watazama wako
kwangu mimi la kwanza ni kwamba mswada wote uko kinyume cha katiba, sababu kuleta mswada kuchanisha pesa ku implement budget na budget yenyewe. Mswada wa finance bill wakati wake haujafika. Ile ingefanyika ndio budget estimates ichapishwe kwenye mtandao ya serikali, pesa za umma, inaficha mambo mengi, na pia inaruhusu serikali kuchangisha pesa kwa njia ambayo hauwezi kuwajibika. Wanachangisha pesa ni kama lengo lao ni kuchangisha pesa, sio kutoa huduma. Lazima tuonyeshe wangependa kutoa huduma gani ndio uweze kuwa na msimamo watachangisha pesa kulipa. Tukubali kwa zile huduma wangependa kutupa, halafu uende utafute pesa kufadhili hizo, kutekeleza hiyo huduma. Lakini kwa vile mambo yako sasa sio hivyo. Na pia ningeomba kwamba wakati huu wazingatie katiba. Na hiyo bajeti lazima ikuje Seneti. Hii mambo ya kuficha hii bajeti kwenye National Assembly hapa watu wamekataa kufanya kazi, hata kubani. Kwenye Seneti tuko maseneta 47 wenye kura. Na tunajuana. Na tukikaa chini kwa jambo tunaelewana na tunachambua maneno vizuri sana. Kwa National Assembly wako karibu watu 400. Hata wengine hawajui wenzao. So hapo ndio shida wewe inatokea, na ndio maana unaona serikali inaogopa bunge la Seneti, kwa sababu mko watu 47 na kila mtu atajulikana msimamo wake. Naomba mswada ukishapita National Assembly kuletwa kwenye bunge la Seneti kulingana na kipengele cha 429 mlango wa 3. 449 mlango wa 3. Kwa sababu unasema kinagaubaga kwamba bajeti ya mashirika na bajeti ya makommission inatakana idhinishwe na bunge, na kwa hakikisho kwamba hizo commission ziko na pesa kutosha. Na hiyo bajeti ndio hii bajeti tunaangalia sasa katika Senate. Kiwacho nje, Parliament ni Senate na National Assembly. Parliament sio Senate peke yake. Na hapo ndio tungependa tufuate katiba, mlete huu mswada Senate tuutandike.
Okay, and the general understanding from your presentation is you have no confidence in Honorable Mushomba and John Mbadi because you seem to have lost hope in the National Assembly.
No, the way it is being run, because the National Assembly is going to debate the report. I said that earlier, that the problem we have with is a design problem.
Okay.
Where we have created a budget office that looks at whatever, or looks at the budget estimates, makes a commentary, which is called a report, and the commentary also again only contains the expenditure side, it does not contain the revenue side. Since 2010 when we got a new constitution, then it is that commentary that is then brought to Parliament for debate within, as my friends have said, a period of 2 to 3 days. And I've told you here that the budget documents, the 5 books that I've referred to on the internet, have more than 4,500 pages. How do you expect these MPs to go through this budget in 3 days? Because when the estimates are presented to Parliament, they are taken to the budget office, they are not given to each MP. Then they only bring the report.
Okay.
So I don't know what we need to do. And then also another thing, my sister said that's very important. The budget is an act of Parliament. And you heard her say that to make a law in Parliament requires even sometimes 3 years. Yeah. So as an act of Parliament, it must be a bill introduced in Parliament, approved by Parliament, and assented to by the President.
Thank you. I'll give you the final word, Honorable Mushomba. But Honorable John Mbadi, you have been mentioned by, as you had in the taxpayer studio where the stakeholders are. What's your response to that? The feeling that you are no special when it comes to you MPs with regards to your political party belongings, that you are part of the failure and you can't delink yourself from the problems that is seen as perpetuated by Parliament?
First of all, I would like to say that yes, collectively as an institution, Parliament or National Assembly has failed Kenyans in terms of oversighting and ensuring that the budget process is aligned to people's needs and the objectives which would help propel the country towards economic. I also listened to ask that supposed to lost. Much as I agree with that, I want also that the way our audit process is structured, and as the chair of the public committee have now invited the auditor's report, we want to move away from the financial rights and we will be unearthing or trying to bring out corruption issues. I am racing against time to ensure that by the end of this calendar year, we are up to date with the financial audit so that we move the Office of the Auditor General away from compliance. So the financial audit is largely on compliance. Look, these accounting officers are interacting with accounts to be that department for less than 3 weeks. We'll soon be looking at to move away from and emphasize now on value for money, do the forensic audit, and do special audits. I recently, through my committee, asked the General to do special audit on 3 areas: fertilizers subsidy, use of Article 223, and the Stadia. If you look at the reports that have come from the auditor's office, damning, serious indictment. But these other financial audits are too general. Okay. Matters that you cannot really pin accounting officers down with. So we are moving towards that direction.
Thank you.
And on the issue of MPs winning their seats through corruption, I agree. But let me also ask Kenyans, and they are watching me. When you voted for Kenya Kwanza, lying to you about bottom-up, did you understand what they meant by bottom-up, by hustler? I will tell you, even Kenya Kwanza politicians didn't understand what hustler was. You would see CEOs saying, I'm hustling. You would find those who are looking for jobs saying, we are hustlers. So who was an hustler? And then to the bottom up, Alice Wahome appeared before Kenyans on a TV and could not define bottom up. She's now the cabinet secretary implementing bottom up. How do you expect her to implement something that she didn't understand? And Kenyans voted for them. A good number of Kenyans voted for Kenya Kwanza, even though these people did not even understand what they were talking about. Then you come and blame those who are elected today. You are the ones who elected these people. You elect criminals, and then you come and complain why those criminals are carrying out criminal activities.
Asante sana. Tunashukuru Mheshimiwa Mchomba yuko hapa, na wakati huo alikuwa anazungumza sauti tofauti, saizi ni sauti tofauti. Tupe maoni yako ya mwisho.
Kabisa. Kwanza kabisa nataka kusema hii proposal ya finance bill ambayo tunaangazia leo, Mheshimiwa Senator amesema it is completely unconstitutional, it is irregular, it is unprocedural, and it is punitive and retrogressive. Hiyo ni maoni yangu, kuongezea vile amesema ya kwamba imekeuka sheria ya Kenya ya constitution. Pia hii finance bill imekataa kutii national policy ya tax. Hii policy ukiisoma, yale ambayo imetangazwa hapa inafaa ifuatwe. Kama tunatengeneza hii sheria ya pesa ya kuokota pesa ya wananchi, imekataa kuingiana. Kwa hivyo hata tukipitisha hii kwa kifua, najua mtata ataenda kotini kuchallenge, kwa sababu hii imekataa kuingiana na hii. Sitaki kuongeza sana yale ambayo imekataana, lakini najua akipata nafasi, sababu yeye ndiye huwa anaenda kotini. Hivyo lakini mimi kama mama na ni kwa nini kila letwa sisi wa mama tuwakinywa sana? Budget imefanya tumepoteza 40% ya mama ile kwa Women Enterprise Fund. Sasa imeenda. Pia last year tuliweka wale zetu, kucha zetu, kwa yetu na zingine papile kwa ushuru ilikuwa juu sana. Mwaka huu leo mimi ya watoto na mtoto wangu wa 20 kwenda juu. Ukifunga napi mimi. Na ninaona sababu ile pendekezo liko hapa la pesa ya ushuru inayoongezwa kwa diaper. Itabidi sasa tunaenda kanisa ama kwa msikiti, lakini kwa matatu vibaba ama turudi kwa napi. Pia Kenya pia sababu iko na hiyo export promotion levy, iko na railway development levy kwa diaper, iko na eco tax. Kila kilo ya diaper itatoshwa 150. Wamama wananielewa vizuri nikisema tutarudi kwa napi, kwa sababu diaper ya mtoto kama haijaloa maji inakuwa light, lakini ikiloa maji inaangusha kilo. Kwa hivyo tukisema every diaper ikiangusha kilo moja tulipe 150, na kila saa ninabadilisha mtoto diaper ikiangusha hiyo kilo, it means every hour nikitoa mtoto hiyo diaper inafaa nilipe 150. Ni diapers ngapi tunafunga watoto kila siku? Haiwezekani. This is a punitive proposal. Punitive even to the farmers. Kwa sababu hii bill inasema hivi, ni kama tumekosea serikali. Excise duty, if you read the origin of excise duty, it is actually nicknamed sin tax. Yani tax ambayo inatoshwa kwa wale ambao wamekosea ama hawafai wafanye vile wanafanya. Kwa hivyo ukiongeza excise duty kwa transactions za mobile phone ama kwa banki, nikitoa pesa kutoka hapa na kupeleka pale, ni makosa gani nimefanya? Kwa hivyo hiyo excise duty ambayo imewekwa kwa hata vitu kama diapers, vitu kama makaratasi ya value addition, sielewi ni sin gani tumetenda ndio tuwekelewe hiyo duty. Kwa hivyo that is a misplaced tax, na hii proposal ni ya kuadhibu wa Kenya. Hii ni punish wa Kenya na lazima angushwe. Wale ambao wamesema walinunuliwa wasiseme generali ya kwamba walinunuliwa, kwa sababu sisi kama tumechaguliwa na chama ya Kenya Kwanza tunaelewa the impact and repercussions ya kupitisha mswada. Leo nimejaribu Kiswahili jamani, si unipatie congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Mushemba. She is the lawmaker representing Githunguri constituency from the county of Kiambu, the chair of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. Honorable John Mbadi is the nominated member of parliament as well as the chair of the Public Accounts Committee, and Senator Okia Omtata, who represents the county of Busia. Your time is appreciated, lady and gentlemen. And we now move on to our next studio, that is to Yvonne Okwara and Lincoln Njogu, who are standing by at the experts studio.
Very much, Ayub. We just want to get closing comments. I'll start with you, Dr. Rugo. What's the one thing we should be looking to? I know we've talked a lot about the finance bill, but you know, there's also interesting things that are happening in the allocations.
Yeah, so first of all, let's remember that budgets are not about statistics. They are about, so when we talk about education, we talk about children, of parents, we talk about business, and these are ensuring the social sectors are still being protected. It makes the operation to be outros. We cannot have everything. One. Therefore, I think it's time for us to do what's important. Now is developing a human where we finally stop theorizing the whole idea around the business environment. Ukweli kwamba biashara zinaanza kuwa magumu. Number of people look at the number of businesses that are being auctioned. Look at the even really still ya gazeti ya magari ambayo yanauzwa, nyumba ambazo zinauzwa kwa auction. Because life has become difficult, and therefore we must make sure that we actually deal with knowing these are human beings who are affected.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Diana?
Thank you very much, and mine will be two things.
First is the legality of some of the taxes that are being proposed. Last year, we were treated to a circus where tax proposals are amended and new legislative proposals are brought entirely during the second reading. Please, MPs, the Finance and Planning Committee, do not take away our mandate to decide. Any proposals brought, they should be considered next year. Let everything go through the proper process. It is not income tax legally, it is not. The three who are I want to send it to Article 211 because of the debt situation. We come from a society, we've gone to court trying to get our debt cards. We read that particular clause. Any committee of parliament, the oversight one, the audit committee, Honorable Mushomba, constitutional implementation through Article 203, give us our true debt status so that we know what we are paying for. Kenyans, power does not corrupt absolutely. It is fear. It is our own fear. Let us go to those MPs until the very last minute so that they safeguard our constitution, because if there are people who have failed this country, it is Parliament which has the power of the purse and consistently has ceded that power to the executive.
Thank you. Bwana Philip, maneno yako ya mwisho na hasa masuala ambayo yanafaa kupewa kipaumbele zaidi wakati wa utayarishaji wa bajeti.
Thank you, Lincoln. First, I have to appreciate the discussions we've held this evening, and it has been really, and many Kenyans have learned one or two things. The populace have come through, and we appreciate that. But from a perspective, that is from the look of things. Last year we had complaining about double taxation, where we were complaining about pay as you earn and the levy still on gross income. And now you move to the social health insurance, 2.75%. From the manufacturing perspective, now we've moved to triple taxation, where you have the excise duty, and then you have VAT, and then now you have the eco-levy. All that. I think our submission would be that let's try to make tax simple and motivating for Kenyans to pay. Further, to stop this over-reliance, small portion of Kenyans who pay tax. Lastly, we haven't really exhausted our discussions on expenditure and revenue collection, but what we see is an area which we need to really improve on as Kenyans. We have to really follow up on issues of corruption and seal revenue leakages as even we collect, because there's so much leakage which still comes through the Kenya Revenue Authority and other authorities. But more importantly is let's make public participation have some meaning, so that we don't simply appear before these committees and they don't seem to take any towards what Wananchi have provided. And very final, not grow because of taxation. There must be some collection of taxes, must be motivation. Let's see that what is actually achieved through and the rest of the services. Thank you.
Yeah.
Parliament is you must have a law that limits how much government can borrow. The government doesn't have powers, but it is vested in Parliament.
collapse business, all those that you've had people talking about. And so if a leadership is out of touch with reality and they listen less to their bottom, more to their lenders, this is the kind of situation we end up in. So one of the things that businesses is the look at jobs. It's the people who create goods and services. It's the people who create self-sufficiency. It's not government. It's to provide that environment. And so I think I want to urge Parliament to some of these irrational, they are very irrational, which undermine manufacturing, some of the government policies that are enhance. So I want to ask them, please don't use the middle finger again, as they did last year. But because Kenyans are now spending, businesses are spending a lot of time to argue on this thing instead of doing some useful work. I think the government has the right to collect taxes, but I think there is a limit, and it's up to the people to decide how much this can be taxed. That's the fundamental rule on tax. It's for the people to decide that we want to have some of our money for responsible thing or do what we want to do. Government responsibility is expressed through Parliament.
Yes.
So Parliament should not let us down.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Bill Okero, political economist. CPA Philip Kakai, excuse me, who's the chair of ISPAC, Diana Gishengo, national coordinator of the Institute for Social Accountability, Dr. Abraham Rugo, who's the country director for IDP at International Kenya. Thank you. Over to you, Rashid.
Thank you for Lincoln. To hear from our opponents here. Just close the mouth and Anthony, I start with you. Where do we go from here? What should we do? 30 seconds, please.
And analyzed sector came up with opportunities both regionally and internationally. We have a great potential in this country with jobs, and actually in our mapping we've seen we can grow these jobs from 352,000 to 1 million jobs in core manufacturing, not even the related industry. We can drive the taxes we're talking about from manufacturing from 360 billion to 1 trillion. Okay. So we didn't be speaking about this. We want a conducive environment.
Thank you. As I end, once again, Article 1 of the Constitution has been put to a test, just like last year in the finance bill. And so this article states the power below the people of Kenya can be exercised directly ourselves and right now, but also through our jobs. And so Kenyans have come out in numbers through their representatives, and it's only their hope that the outcome of the process, which is the Finance Act, reflect their views. So on behalf of the Kenyans, it's time to the debate to be
Yeah, we thank the media for organizing this public participation. That is enlightening, and we want to talk to our hope and give us the incentives and stop. And we have transparency, especially when a huge money that is on transport. And then we call out Kimani Kuria, the teacher for the finance and planning, for calling us or saying that we might not necessarily use our vehicles to get to work if we don't want to pay tax. We call out him for that. Thank you.
Erin.
Mine, I think, is to the government because we have said we are a religious leadership. So I just want to quote from the Bible that says, "And to him much is given, much is expected." So we have given the government a lot in terms of resourcing, and so we also have very high expectations. My prayer and hope is that the government will treat public funds with the respect it deserves, because this is the sweat of Kenyans, and any money that is misappropriated is death and poverty in households. So just to have our leadership look at accountability in that lens. Thank you.
Very much.
To our honorable members of parliament, KRN National Treasury, Wanjiku's money, while transferring, has nothing to do with value added. So we shouldn't go there, and we should be the first country in the world to be able to tax VAT and excess duty. And then lastly, let's not touch on our dollar. As banks, we have struggled together with Central Bank quite a lot for 1 year to stabilize the dollar. So we go to the dollar with the VAT.
All right, Alex.
First of all, I want to thank Royal Media Services for being the mirror of the community, because courtesy of this session, we are able to speak opinions. And finally, I just want to call upon government to respect the Kenyan consumers and hear the cry of the Kenyan consumers and reject this finance bill in totality.
Okay, Christine?
I think for me, my parting shot is that tax policy development requires a partnership and collaboration between the government and the taxpayers. We must work together, because it's by so doing we'll be able to identify the multiplier effect of some of the policies we make. We're able to identify areas of expanding the tax base, and we're able to also identify issues of double taxation. Once we do so, when we have that, when we have this partnership, I think we should be in a position to drive our economy sustainably from a tax perspective. Thank you.
Very fast, mine is to say, the political class, let's stop using our experts, our government officers in a bad way. When things are good, they show up as politicians. When they are bad, they send people under the bus. And I'll give an example of P.S. Hinga. He sweated the whole time, only for the money to end up in money markets, and we are still here. Nikimalizia, dereva wa basi anaomba, ambiwa afungue macho. Aombe kama amefungua macho, sababu anapatiwa direction kama amefunga macho. Aombe lakini afungue macho.
Lastly but not least, I would like to say that we do not run the government through, or we don't grow an economy through taxation. And what we do, we run the government through taxation, but we grow the economy through production. We must be able to produce, we must be able to have a conducive environment to trade. Micro, small, medium enterprises account for 98% of all the businesses in Kenya. We contribute to 50% of the GDP growth. We must be taken care of. The moment the government neglects us, the economy will always be on its knees.
Na bila shaka anasema kauli nzito kwamba siku ambao daima serikali inapokuwa iwasikilizi wananchi wake, basi uchumi utayumba, hususan washikadau waliopo studioni. Kwa kweli ni swala la muhimu ambalo tumeweza kulijadili. Kuwashukuru tu nyote kwa muda wenu kwa hapa. Wanaka wafanya kazi nzuri.
Yeah, special thanks to all our 9 members strong in association. Mwambi, National Coordinator, National CEO, Kenya Bankers Association, Director, Consumer Grassroots Association, and Manager Kenya Human Rights Commission. Thank you so much for making time. Let's go to
nataka ku agriculture in the budget. Several others were invited and make a few comments with respect to what has been said by the other panelists, who appear to have really prepared over time. I was informed this afternoon. First of all, I don't think the Senate is right to talk about the Parliament debating a report. I think the Senator is not clear on the budget-making process. We start with sector hearing, and
we have a BPS developed or produced by the Treasury. This BPS is brought, budget policy statement is brought to the House. It is debated thoroughly by the entire Parliament and then passed with amendments or without. This is the one that forms the basis of the budget. The ministries, departments, and agencies prepare their budgets and present to the Treasury based on the ceilings given in the budget policy statement. And that budget is discussed at the sector level by every sector, every departmental level. So chairs of the committee chair these committees, and the MDAs for ministries, departments, and agencies present their budget. We interrogate the budget on the line to the vote and sub-vote. So, two things that are not correct that Honorable Okiya Omtatah has said today. First of all, he has said that you are discussing our paper. No, please, Okiya Omtatah, go back and read the budget making process and tell Kenyans the truth. The second thing, he has talked about there being corruption budgeted, which is a bit interesting. And he is trying to quote some instances. He's sitting there with 2 members of parliament. The only way to correct this particular process at the point we are right now is to come with the amendments to the appropriation bill. The Honorable Omuchombe is very clear on this, and even the Honorable Badi has been in the budget committee for a very long time. So they let them bring the amendments. That's the point at which you can change. Right. Point out some of these things to the members of parliament, and they will definitely correct them. Nobody would like to go by a budget that probably has basically budgeted on corruption. The other issue is the government unreasonable? That's a point. That's a question that we need to be asking ourselves here. Is the government unreasonable? I could speak as a representative of the government, but not really an advisor to the president. Right. That was misquoted, which is very wrong, and I'll come back to that. So the government is not unreasonable. During Kibaki's time, he turned around the economy because he was able to collect revenue, and then the Kenyans gave him the latitude to use this revenue because we were used to borrowing during Moi's time. But then he collected money, and then they gave him time. President Ruto has a plan. The plan has the content of the plan, it has the structure of the plan, it has the details therein to turn around this economy. We are not giving him time. We are just, everybody is just complaining about this and the other. There is, I assume, sometimes that Raila Odinga...
What do you mean being given time?
I mean, the way we are, the way the discussions have gone on is like the government is doing so much wrong that we are being unreasonable, asking for taxes, opening up the tax brackets and so on and so forth. All those issues come in with a government that is looking for money to finance the activities of our government.
Okay.
Running the government itself, and also going back to supporting the development initiatives. And we know this plan, and we know what is the content of the plan. So let's go back to the plan and ask ourselves, is the government really unreasonable? Now, the question is, and I remember there were some issues where we were saying, why would we have policy distortions? And the most serious policy distortion is when this country made a decision, and a deliberate policy decision, to import oil, edible oils.
Right.
That decision was not made by this government. This government is trying to reverse that particular decision. It was deliberately important for them to produce. Let me go back to the issue of what about the taxes, which is really wrong. That we are paying taxes because we have education support, we have support, external debt stripping, so many other options. So taxes, not that we can say now we refuse to spend. I don't. Kenya is not. We may have too many. 4%, 5% of Kenya's they may be dealing with but that could be the but the country itself 142,000 shillings.
Okay.
So Kenya is not poor. So let me go back to now putting ourselves where we are.
Please,
we have to live and operate like the middle income country we are. So we are living on difficult times.
Okay.
So the balancing act is very difficult. Let me finish. Then the other issue is that also came out, and I think it needs to be commented on, is the fact that we are not poor, then there is money. The question is the government needs to dig deeper, needs to be more innovative in looking at where is this money, so that this money can support the economy. That's why people can be asked to pay more.
Innovative, you say.
Innovative methods of pay.
All right, Maurice, let's close this, because he has said that we have to allow the president...
Remember, those others have gone 2 rounds as we waited. So please let me finish. Allow me to finish. Okay. Even for the sake of the government, because you are giving government a role. Is that a plan? Is that the plan of this India? Finish it. So please let me finish. I think it's about CDF is only 2.5% of the budget. How can 2.5% influence the parliament? You can see where the assets are is CDF related. So please look at it more in an open way. Don't just be so narrow-minded in terms of this issue. The other issue is the issue of waste and extravagance. Okay. I would like to say that this needs to be looked into. Whenever we are budgeting, at some point we see serious reductions. We say there must be reduction, travel reduction, this. The fact that we can occasion reduction means that there is excess, there is excessive in budgeting. So we need to revisit this issue and it needs to be looked into. The other issue is sticking to IMF. Let me finish my part. He can do his part. I just have 2 more points to make. Sticking to IMF and the World Bank and others.
Okay. All right, Chairman. Unfortunately, we are not able to continue. Allow us to tie with. I want to hear from Maurice as you close this. And Maurice, because for the sake of your chairman says, the chairman of Agriculture says that the government has to be allowed time to implement the plans. And for 11 months, there has been collection of affordable housing levy. There has been an interruption of like 1 or 2 months. Would you know how much has been collected so far and where it is, so that we can settle this question?
Thank you very much. On the housing levy, as you are aware, the law was amended. We have a new law that took effect from last month.
Yeah.
As at that time, you had collected already amount 60 billion.
60 billion?
Yeah, about 60 billion. But now the collection for last month, I don't have the figures yet.
Sorry, you collected 60 billion by which month?
By the month January.
By January?
Yes. Yeah. So by the boss,
Okay, so in your closing remarks, this is the contribution to this conversation. What do you do with that information?
First of all, I've got to say that information that's engagement. This proposal, and I expect that actually the action is not the authority of national development. They will decide what will be asked for or not. So if it's passed, the implement of the law, of course, KRA will implement what to the extent that has been implemented. This bill is actually not good enough. I don't know whether it was deliberate.
All right.
Yeah.
Lakini Wakenya wanataka kuzungumzia hayo maswala manake ni yale ambayo yanawagusa.
Yeah, but it's sometimes good to give compliments where
na ndio maana serikali iko hapa, mngekuwa na uwezo wa kutaja hayo mambo na hamjafanya hivyo.
You never gave us the chance.
Ilikuwa na nafasi kubwa sana, lakini
I can give you 30 seconds.
I need to public and even for you as the media. Government its revenue from 4 areas: grants, investment, loans. Of these 4 areas, loans are very expensive. Then leaves the government with the opportunity of only taxes, which is less expensive. And when resources are expensive, it doesn't mean that the actual is expensive to the government. It is the people who actually repay those loans. So we need to take that into consideration as we discuss tax issues, that we are leaving the government with only the alternative of going for loans. And it is the same people that will pay those loans.
All right.
And the last item, sorry for this. Yeah. A lot of things have been said about tax incentives. Give incentives here, give incentives there. What I would like to say is this: incentives has the problem of creating distortions and also unfairness within the economy. Is that the way we want to go? If that is the way we want to go, then the issue that was mentioned at the very beginning of this discussion, the issue of fairness, equity, and neutrality of the tax system, will lose it.
All right.
And it will still bring the same problems that we are talking about.
All right. Thank you so much, Maurice Ore from the Kenya Revenue Authority Deputy Commissioner, but also sits at the National Treasury. Also, Dr. Kanyuthia Mutunga, Chairperson of the Agriculture Committee. Thank you so much for making time for us. And just remind you that we had extended invitations to different offices, including the National Treasury, who are the originators of this finance bill, and also the Budget 2024-2025. We had invited the Chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, including the Vice Chairperson. They were not available for this conversation. Instead, they sent Chairman Mutunga. We had invited the Chairman of the Finance and Planning Committee, Kuria Kimani, who had actually confirmed appearance. He told us that he's in a public participation meeting. It was at about 8 o'clock. We don't know where he is, but that's our time for you.
Bila shaka, government being unreasonable, ndio swali ambalo Wakenya wanaachwa nalo usiku leo.
Kiingereza ambapo kila Mkenya kuelewa vizuri, hata wazee wetu mashambani wamepata mjadala vilivyo. Mgeni hapa anasema yes, if the bill passes and God forbid, what is the government doing in curbing corruption when finances are injected into our kitties? Big conversation, #finance bill 2024.
Let me also just read 2 tweets. We have Wanja Douglas who says, maybe we needed to give time to the Finance Bill 2023 to work first. KK government should focus on fiscal discipline and tangible impacts of what our taxes are doing. And finally, tonight from Twitter, this is Dominic Gitonga 7 who says, I reject this bill in totality. Taxing cars, raising tax on edible oil, among others, is impunity. Let's account for the last year's revenue first. I also see that the Molo Member of Parliament, who also chairs the Finance and Planning Committee, you are asking where he was, Sam Gituku. Well, he's active on Twitter and watching this broadcast because he posted, let us desist from position. The claim that is trending was hard to create false narrative and misinterpreted my statements. Here is the true account of my views. And that will be a big conversation.
Unaokodolea macho na masikio yote mtazamaji